Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Used Kindle. The books are rewriting themselves to threaten me. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first threat showed up in the middle of Pride and Prejudice, between Mr. Collins making a fool of himself and Elizabeth trying not to laugh. It wasn't dramatic at first. No blood red letters, no flickering screen, no skull icon or ransom note. Just one sentence that did not belong. If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did. I blinked at it, thumb still resting against the cracked edge of the Kindle, my other hand buried in a bowl of stale popcorn. The room around me kept being ordinary. Rain clicked against the kitchen window. The radiator hissed like it was annoyed with the building. Somewhere upstairs, my neighbor's kid dragged something heavy across the floor in 3 slow pulls. I read the sentence again. Then the screen refreshed. That soft gray blink Kindles do, and it was gone. My name is Lydia Marsh, 32, female. And at the time, I was living in a second-floor apartment in Astoria, Queens, above a shuttered travel agency that still had a sun-bleached poster of Santorini taped to the front window. I edited insurance compliance manuals for a living, which is exactly as glamorous as it sounds. Most nights, I finished work with my shoulders up near my ears, made boxed pasta or eggs, and read until my eyes hurt, because the alternative was lying in bed with nothing but my own thoughts for company. That sounds sadder than it felt. Mostly, it was quiet. I liked quiet. I had built my whole adult life around quiet. The Kindle was supposed to help with that. I bought it on a Thursday from a used electronics shop off Steinway Street, the kind of place with old iPhones in glass cases, vape chargers in a plastic bin by the register, and a bell over the door that made a tired little ting when anyone came in. The front windows were fogged at the corners from the rain outside, and the shop smelled like warm dust, plastic packaging, and coffee that had been sitting too long. The owner, or maybe just the guy working the counter, was named Merk Nowak, 58, male. He had a Polish accent, silver hair combed straight back, and the watchful patience of someone who had spent decades deciding whether customers were browsing or trying to steal. He introduced himself only because I asked if the Kindle was refurbished or just used, and he tapped the price sticker with one blunt finger like that answered half my question. Returned, he said. Works fine. Returned because it didn't work fine. He looked at me over his glasses. Returned because people buy things and then change mind. The Kindle was an older paperwhite black with a hairline crack near the bottom corner and a case that had once been blue but had faded into the color of a hospital gown. It powered on. The battery showed 62%. The screen was clean except for a faint gray smudge where someone else's thumb had lived. 35, Merk said. Does it come wiped? He made a face like I had accused him of selling live snakes. Of course. I should have inspected it more closely. I know that now, and knowing knowing it makes the memory itch. But that night I was tired. Rain was soaking through the shoulders of my coat, and I had promised myself I would stop spending so much money on new books. My phone was too bright. My laptop meant work. Paperbacks were piling beside my bed in leaning towers that made me feel like I was failing at something even when I was trying to relax. So I paid $35. Merck wrapped the Kindle in a thin plastic bag and slid it across the counter. "Don't drop in bath," he said. "I'll do my best." He did not smile, but one corner of his mouth loosened. Outside, Steinway was wet and loud. Cars hissed through puddles. A bus exhaled at the curb. The halal cart on the corner gave off steam that smelled of onions, lamb grease, and hot metal. I tucked the Kindle inside my coat like it was something fragile. That was Thursday. The sentence appeared on Saturday night. By then, I had gone through the basic setup twice because the device was stubborn about connecting to my Wi-Fi. My best friend, Ruth Calder, 33, female, came over Friday after work with a 6-pack of ginger beer, and her talent for making my problems sound smaller without making me feel stupid. Ruth was a school librarian in Brooklyn, red-haired, broad-shouldered, and practical in a way that bordered on rude if you didn't know how much care was behind it. She stood in my kitchen wearing damp boots and scrolling through the Kindle settings while I picked burnt cheese off the edge of a frozen pizza. "You bought a stranger's e-reader from a man who looked like he collects grudges," she said. Merck was perfectly normal. "You learned his name?" I asked a question. He answered like a human. "Uh-huh." She tapped through menus. I watched her with the strange embarrassment I always felt when someone handled my devices. There was nothing scandalous on them. Work email, grocery lists, screenshots of recipes I never made. But still, my neck tightened. Ruth noticed because Ruth noticed everything. "Lid," she said, softer. "It's just a Kindle. I know, you're doing the thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you act like your toaster has access to your sealed juvenile records." I laughed too fast. She glanced up. I looked away and opened the oven even though the pizza needed another 5 minutes. Here's the flaw, since it matters. I hate being looked into. Not looked at. I can handle looked at. I have survived job interviews, awkward dates, dental hygienists, all the regular humiliations. But looked into makes something in me close down. I clear my browser history compulsively. I keep my phone face down. I shred mail with my address on it. I once stopped seeing a man because he opened my medicine cabinet while looking for aspirin, and I could not convince my body he had done nothing wrong. There was a reason for that, but not one I'm proud of. In college, back in Ohio, I did something small and cowardly that had consequences larger than I expected. Not a murder, not some secret felony, just the kind of mistake people make when they're 20 and afraid, then build a clean life around never having to say out loud. I told myself nobody cared anymore. I mostly believed it. Ruth knew part of it, enough to tease, not enough to understand why her joke landed wrong. The oven timer beeped. The Kindle finally connected. "There," Ruth said, handing it back. "Factory reset, logged into your account. No ghost books from Merck's murder cave." "Thank you, you're welcome. Also, please stop buying electronics that require exorcism. No supernatural elements in my apartment," I said, cutting the pizza. "Good, Because your radiator already sounds possessed. It did. The pipes knocked 3 times behind the wall, then made a long whining sound as the heat came up. Ruth raised her eyebrows. I raised both hands. Old building. Exactly what everyone says before the wall starts breathing. We ate on the couch while rain pressed itself against the windows. My apartment looked better in dim light. The floorboards were scratched, the couch sagged on the left, and one kitchen cabinet never closed unless you lifted it first. But with 2 lamps on and the city blurred through wet glass, the place felt almost intentional. Cozy, if you didn't inspect the corners. The Kindle sat on the coffee table between us. "What are you starting with?" Ruth asked. I downloaded public domain stuff. Austen Dickens, some ghost stories, classic ones. I thought no supernatural elements in your apartment. In fiction, Ruth. She picked up the Kindle and read the screen. Pride and Prejudice. You wild animal. I wanted something familiar. That was true. Familiar books are safe in a way new books aren't. You know where the pain is. You know who lies, who leaves, who comes back. Nothing jumps out from behind a page you've read 10 times. At least, that's what I thought then. Ruth left around 10, taking the recycling down with her, because she claimed my building stairs were good for the calves and bad for the soul. I locked the door behind her and slid the chain into place, then checked it twice. Habit. The hallway outside smelled like wet wool and someone's garlic-heavy dinner. A siren moved along 31st Avenue and faded under the elevated train. I washed 2 plates, wiped the counter, changed into sweats, and settled into the couch with the Kindle. For an hour, nothing happened. That part is important. The device behaved like a device. The pages turned. The font annoyed me, so I changed it. I increased the warmth because the screen looked too blue. My thumb found a comfortable rhythm along the bezel. I remember feeling pleased with myself for buying something used instead of new, for being the sort of reasonable adult who made reasonable choices. Then I reached the sentence, "If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did." My first thought was formatting glitch. That is humiliating in hindsight, but also true. I stared at the line and thought, corrupted file, bad download, maybe some weird annotation from a previous user that survived the reset. My brain wanted a drawer to put it in, and technical error was the nearest open drawer. I tapped the top of the screen. No notes icon, no highlight, no bookmark. I turned back a page, then forward again. Gone. In its place was Austen's regular sentence, polite and harmless, talking about exactly what the book was supposed to be talking about. I sat very still. The refrigerator motor clicked on in the kitchen. A bus sighed at the stop outside. The Kindle's screen held steady in my lap. I laughed once, but it came out wrong. "Okay," I said to the empty room. I closed the book, opened it again, searched the phrase. No results. That should have reassured me. Instead, I felt irritated, like the device had made a claim and then hidden the evidence before I could judge it properly. I took a picture of the screen anyway, though by then the sentence was gone and all I captured was normal text. The photo looked stupid. A Kindle on gray sweatpants. Elizabeth Bennet being Elizabeth Bennet. My own socked feet at the bottom edge. I sent it to Ruth with the message, "This thing just glitched in the creepiest way." She replied 2 minutes later. Define creepiest. I typed, deleted, typed again. A sentence appeared that wasn't in the book, like a threat. The little typing bubble appeared, vanished, appeared again. What did it say? I didn't answer right away, because writing it down felt different from seeing it, because the words were too close to the one fear I had not confessed to her fully, because there are some things you can joke about only until they look back. Finally, I typed. It said, "If you keep reading, I will tell them what you did." Ruth called immediately. I almost didn't pick up. "Lydia," she said when I answered. "No hello." "I know." Was that exact wording? "Yes." "Did you download some messed up edition?" "It's from the Kindle store, free version. Could be a bad file." "That's what I thought." "You sound like you don't think that." I rubbed my thumb along the Kindle's cracked corner. The plastic edge caught lightly on my skin. "I don't know what I think." On Ruth's end, I heard a cabinet open, then the clink of glass. Apartment had pipes that banged too, though hers sounded more like someone dropping tools. "Okay," she said. "First, stop reading it tonight. That's your expert librarian advice. My expert friend advice is don't feed the creepy object after midnight. It's a Kindle, not a raccoon. Then treat it like a Kindle. Restart it. Delete the book. Redownload. Check your Amazon account for weird devices. Change your password." Her calmness steadied me. It also made me feel foolish, which I needed. "Right," I said. "Yes, that makes sense. And send me the file link." "It's just Austin. Send it anyway." I did. While Ruth stayed on the phone, I restarted the Kindle. The screen went white, then black, then showed the little tree logo. Perfectly normal. I deleted Pride and Prejudice from the device and downloaded it again. I checked my Amazon account on my laptop. No unfamiliar purchases. No strange devices, except the Kindle now listed as Lydia's second Kindle, which bothered me because I had never owned a first. "Maybe you had the app," Ruth said when I told her. "I did, years ago." "There you go." I changed the password, then the email password. Then, because my hands were already moving and anxiety loves a checklist, I changed the Wi-Fi password too, which immediately kicked my smart speaker offline and made my printer flash an orange light from under the desk like a tiny warning beacon. "Feel better?" Ruth asked. "No." "Good. That means you're paying attention, not spiraling." That sounds like something from a mug. Librarians are issued one at graduation. I smiled despite myself. After we hung up, I made tea I didn't drink and left the Kindle on the coffee table. The apartment seemed louder once I tried not to listen to it. Rain in the gutters, pipes ticking, a muffled laugh from the sidewalk below, my laptop fan, the little electrical hum from the lamp beside the couch. At 12:17 a.m., the Kindle woke itself. Not fully, just the screen light. A weak square of gray spread across the coffee table. I was standing in the kitchen, rinsing my untouched mug, and I saw it reflected in the dark window over the sink. For 1 second, the reflection made it look like another window had opened behind me. I turned. The Kindle lay flat, untouched, its screen glowing. I walked over slowly, annoyed at myself for walking slowly. It could have been a scheduled update, a mispressed button, a sleep setting. I had been handling it all night. Maybe I had left it on. The home screen showed my library. 5 books, all normal titles, except one had changed. Not the title, the cover. The plain cover for Pride and Prejudice had been replaced by a gray rectangle with no illustration and no publisher mark. Centered on it, in small black letters, were the words, Lydia Marsh, a private history. I stared until the letters blurred. Then I picked it up. The device was warm, not hot, just warm enough to feel recently alive. I pressed the power button. The screen went dark. I pressed again. The normal cover returned. Austen, decorative border, public domain edition. My breathing was too loud in my ears, so I forced it slower. In through my nose, out through my mouth. I hated that I knew to do that. Hated the memory of every therapist and advice article that had taught me how to behave like a calm person while panic took inventory inside my ribs. I called Ruth again. She did not pick up. Of course she didn't. It was after midnight, and she had probably put her phone on Do Not Disturb. I texted, "It happened again. Call me when you wake up." Then I added, "I'm not reading it." I put the Kindle in the kitchen drawer with the takeout menus, batteries, rubber bands, and 3 instruction manuals for appliances I no longer owned. I shut the drawer. The wood made a small, final sound. That should have been it for the night. I brushed my teeth, checked the lock, checked the chain, turned off the lamp, got into bed. The rain had softened to a mist, barely audible, except when the wind pressed it against the air conditioner sleeve. My bedroom smelled faintly of laundry detergent, and the lavender sachet Ruth had bought me as a joke, because I had once said my closet smelled like old panic. The radiator clicked. A car alarm chirped once, then stopped. I lay there awake. I thought about the sentence. I thought about my college roommate, Nora, and the email I forwarded when I shouldn't have. About the disciplinary hearing that followed. About how everyone believed I had done it by accident because I cried convincingly, and because Nora had already been unstable enough for people to expect disaster from her. About how Ruth knew Nora and I had a bad situation, but not the part where I had protected myself by letting someone else look guilty. Not a crime, not legally, just a thing that had shaped me, just a thing I did not want delivered to anyone. At 12:43 a.m., something tapped inside the kitchen drawer. Once, then again, not loud, not cinematic, a dull plastic knock like a phone vibrating against wood. I sat up. The apartment held still around me. Another tap. I got out of bed and stood in the hallway, bare feet on cold floorboards. The kitchen was dim, lit only by the street lamp leaking through the blinds. The drawer was closed. Tap. I could have left it there. I could have gone back to bed, waited for daylight, taken the Kindle back to Merrick, demanded $35 and maybe a lecture about buying new electronics from reputable stores. Instead, I opened the drawer. The Kindle screen was glowing between a stack of menus and a dead flashlight. A notification box sat in the center. Download complete. Below it was a book I had not purchased. No cover image. No author. Title. The first version was polite. My hand hovered over the device. Behind me from the counter, my phone began to vibrate. Ruth. I grabbed it too fast and nearly dropped it. "Don't open anything," she said the second I answered, her voice thick with sleep, but sharp underneath. "Lydia, listen to me. Don't open the book." I looked at the Kindle in the drawer. The title sat there calmly, like it had all night. "How did you know?" I asked. Ruth breathed once into the phone. "Because I clicked the link you sent me," she said, "and my copy just changed too." The rain tapped the window in tiny, patient clicks. On the Kindle, the notification faded. The new book remained. I stood with one hand on the drawer handle and one hand gripping the phone, caught between closing it away and touching the screen, between pretending this was malware and admitting that someone, somewhere, had found a way to speak through a thing I had invited into my home. Ruth said my name again. "Lydia, we need to decide what to do." The Kindle waited in the junk drawer, its gray light soaking the rubber bands and old menus, offering the simplest possible choice. Open it or don't. Ruth told me not to open the book, which meant, naturally, that my eyes stayed pinned to it. That is one of the ugliest things about fear. It makes you obedient in every direction except the one that would help. The Kindle sat in the junk drawer with that flat gray light spilling over takeout menus and a loose roll of painter's tape. The first version was polite. No author, no cover art, just those words neat and centered like a document title in a legal folder. My phone was pressed to my ear so hard the edge hurt. "Lydia," Ruth said again, "close the drawer. I'm not touching the screen. You are touching the drawer. Different thing. Not enough of a different thing." Ruth Calder, 33, female, was on speaker now, her voice rough from being dragged out of sleep. I could hear her moving around her Brooklyn apartment. A floorboard squeak, the wet clack of her dog's water bowl being nudged by her foot, the tiny pop of an old lamp switch. She was trying to sound calm. Ruth always tried. It made me want to confess everything and argue with her at the same time. I closed the drawer. The screen light made a thin line at the top seam, then vanished. "There," I said. "Good. Now listen. I just got an email." "What?" "Not a Kindle notification. An email. From your address." That did something nasty to the room. Not supernatural. Worse, actually. Ordinary and intimate. My address. My account. A door I had thought I'd locked 15 minutes earlier. "I didn't send you anything." "I know you didn't." "What did it say?" Ruth was quiet for half a second too long. "Ruth." It had a subject line. Chapter 1 correction. The kitchen bulb above me flickered once, not because of ghosts, but because my building's wiring was old and the rain always made everything feel damp inside the walls. Still, the little pulse of light made the counters jump closer and then farther away. "Open it," I asked. I did before I realized. "You told me not to open anything." "I know, Lydia. I know. I thought it was you being weird." "What did it say?" She exhaled through her nose. "It said, at 8:00 a.m., the corrected version goes to Nora Vale." For a few seconds, I could not match the name to sound. Nora Vale. The syllables moved around in my head like something seen underwater. Then they landed. Nora Vale, 32, female, was my former college roommate from Ohio State, although she was not present in the apartment, not physically. She existed there as a name on Ruth's phone and a door opening inside me. Nora was from Columbus, thin and sharp in every way I wasn't back then, with black nail polish and the kind of intelligence that made professors lean forward when she spoke. We had lived together sophomore year. We had been close until we weren't. And when things went bad, I had made sure they went worse for her than for me. Ruth knew Nora's name. She knew there had been a hearing. She knew I had transferred dorms afterward. She did not know the whole shape of it. It used her name, Ruth said. I heard you. Why would it use her name? I don't know. That's not true. I looked toward the window over the sink. My own reflection floated there, pale and flattened by the dark glass. Behind it, the kitchen looked like a place staged for someone else's life. Drying rack, chipped mug, knife block, bananas going soft in a bowl. I don't know who is doing this, I said. That's not what I asked. There it was, the tiny disagreement. The kind that starts as friction and turns into a cut because both people are scared and neither has enough room to be generous. Can we not do this right now? We have until 8, apparently. I checked the stove clock. 12:51 a.m. 7 hours and 9 minutes. A time-sensitive problem. Clean, cruel, almost bureaucratic. Maybe it's fake, I said. Maybe it's just trying to scare me. Who is it, the person? Whoever got into my account. Okay, good, a person. So we handle it like a person. Ruth's voice sharpened around the edges. Do not open the book. Do not reply to the email. Forward me the headers if you can. Screenshot everything. We need to secure your accounts and figure out whether Nora's contact information is actually in your email anywhere. My email doesn't have her current address. Are you sure? No. You're never sure about your own archives because you hoard messages like a Victorian widow. Thank you. Very helpful. Lydia. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Ruth stopped. When she spoke again, she sounded less like a librarian and more like my friend, standing barefoot in the middle of her own apartment, while some stranger dragged an old wound across both our floors. I don't like that they got my Kindle too. That was the part we had both been stepping around. Her copy had changed after she clicked the link I sent. My problem had crawled over a bridge I built. Delete it, I said. I already put the device in airplane mode. Delete the book. I'm not opening the library again until I record it. Record it. Evidence, lid. We need evidence that isn't just us sounding insane at a precinct desk. The words precinct desk made my stomach contract. Not because I had done anything illegal tonight, but because my private fear had always had paperwork attached to it. Forms, statements, people behind desks deciding whose version sounded tidy enough to believe. Police won't care about a weird ebook, I said. They might care about account intrusion and threats. Not before 8. Then we use the time. Ruth started assigning tasks like she was managing a school evacuation. I was to take photos of the Kindle without opening the book, search my sent folder for anything I didn't send, check whether any forwarding rules had been added to my email, download my recent login activity, and turn off every smart device that might be connected to the Wi-Fi. She would check the email headers, preserve her own changed file, and call her cousin Theo, who did cybersecurity stuff for hospitals. I knew Theo by name only. Theo Barrett, 37, male, lived in Jersey City, and had once fixed Ruth's hacked Instagram after a fake sunglasses account started posting in Turkish. That was my entire profile of him. "Do not call him," I said. "Why?" "Because I don't know him. He's family. He's your family. He knows how to read headers and logs without having a panic attack." "I'm not having a panic attack. You are standing in your kitchen at 1 in the morning whispering like the Kindle can hear you." I looked at the drawer. "I'm not whispering. You are absolutely whispering." The radiator knocked behind the wall, 2 quick metallic raps. I flinched hard enough that my hip bumped the counter. "Okay," Ruth said, quieter. "Start with your email." I opened my laptop at the kitchen table. The fan kicked on, that familiar thin whir that usually meant work documents and claims language. Not someone threatening to email a woman I had not spoken to in 11 years. I logged in with my new password and a verification code. My hands were clumsy. Twice I hit the wrong key and had to start over. No strange sent messages. No draft called Chapter 1 correction. No obvious forwarding rules. Then I checked recent activity. There were logins from New York. Mine. One from Brooklyn. That must have been Ruth opening the link. No, email wouldn't show that. A mobile login from Queens. Another from Queens. Then one entry that listed the location as Newark, New Jersey, 2 hours earlier, browser unknown. I read it aloud. Ruth went quiet. "Could be approximate," she said. "IP geolocation is messy." "You don't sound comforted." "I'm not." "Could it be Merck?" "Merck from the electronics shop. He sold me the device." "Did you give him your email?" "No." "Then probably not directly." "Probably." I hated that word. Probably was where bad things lived until they got names. At 1:18 a.m., my internet cut out. The laptop showed the little disconnected globe. My phone dropped from Wi-Fi to cellular. The smart speaker, already useless after my password change, blinked in the living room with a slow orange pulse. Outside, a garbage truck groaned somewhere down the block, gears grinding, metal lifting metal. "Ruth," I said, "I'm here. My Wi-Fi just died." "Router?" I looked toward the narrow shelf beside the TV where my router sat between an aloe plant and a stack of unopened mail. The power light was off, not blinking. Off, I walked over. The floorboards felt cold through my socks. The power strip was lit. The lamp plugged into it was on. The router's cable had been pulled halfway out of the back, the little barrel connector hanging loose. I stared at it. "What?" Ruth asked. "The router got unplugged." "Did you unplug it?" "No." Could the cable have slipped? It was possible. That was the terrible part. The plug had always been loose. I had meant to replace the router for months. A cat could have brushed it out if I owned a cat. A vibration could have worked it free. Old cables fail. Gravity exists. The world is full of boring explanations. But I lived alone. "Lydia, I'm plugging it back in." "Wait, what?" "Before you do, take a picture." I did. Then I plugged it in. The router lights crawled back one by one, green pinpricks reflected in the dark TV screen. When I turned around, the Kindle was on the coffee table. Not in the drawer. On the coffee table. For one suspended second, my brain rejected the image like a corrupted file. The Kindle had been in the kitchen drawer. I had closed the drawer. I knew that. I could feel the handle still under my fingers from minutes ago. Now it lay face up beside the bowl of stale popcorn. Screen glowing. A single line displayed across the top of the home page. chapter delivery scheduled. 8:00 a.m. I did not scream. I made a small sound through my teeth, which embarrassed me even alone. "What happened?" Ruth demanded. "It's on the table." "What is?" "The Kindle. You moved it." "No, Lydia. I did not move it." The disagreement opened wider. Not because she didn't believe me exactly, because belief had become dangerous. If she accepted every impossible feeling detail, she'd have to be frightened in the same shape I was. If she rejected them, I'd be alone with it. "Check your apartment," she said. Every lock in my body tightened. "What?" "Lydia, listen. If the router was unplugged and the Kindle moved, then either you moved it without noticing or someone was inside. Don't. I'm not saying that to scare you. I'm saying check the door and windows." The chain was still on. The deadbolt was turned. The windows were shut. The bathroom was empty. The closet held coats, shoes, a vacuum, and the particular stale smell of old cardboard. Under the bed, nothing but a storage bin and dust clumps that trembled when I aimed my phone flashlight at them. I checked anyway. By the time I finished, my throat tasted metallic. "No one," I said. "Okay, you don't believe me. I believe that you're scared and something is happening. I don't know which parts are connected." "Wow, don't punish me for staying useful." That landed because she was right. I sat on the edge of the bed, phone in one hand, flashlight in the other. The apartment around me seemed to keep shifting by a few degrees, not visually, in meaning. The drawer was not just a drawer now. The router was not just a router. The Kindle was not just a Kindle. Every normal object had become a possible witness or accomplice. At 1:32 a.m., Ruth called Theo. She conferenced him in without asking me again, which made me furious for about 3 seconds. And then he started talking, and I was too tired to hold onto the anger. Theo Barrett, 37, male, joined by phone from Jersey City. His voice was low and practical, with a faint New Jersey flattening around his vowels. He said he worked information security for a hospital network, which sounded more serious than sunglasses spam. He did not make jokes. I liked that immediately. "Ruth gave me the outline," he said. "Lydia, I need you to tell me what model Kindle it is and whether it has cellular." "I don't know. Paperwhite, older. Does it connect without Wi-Fi?" "I don't think so." "Good. Put it in airplane mode." "I'd have to touch it." "You don't have to open the book. Swipe down from the top, airplane icon." I went back to the living room. The Kindle waited on the table. I picked it up by the edges, as if fingerprints mattered now. The plastic was warmer than the room. When I swiped down, a menu appeared. Airplane mode was already off. Wi-Fi connected. Battery 81%. I froze. "It was 62 when I bought it," I said. Theo misunderstood. "Battery doesn't matter. It matters if I didn't charge it. Kindles last forever. Not when the screen light has been on half the night." "Put it in airplane mode," he said gently. I did. The Wi-Fi icon vanished. For half a second, the screen refreshed. Then the title changed. "The second version goes to her employer." My thumb jerked away from the screen. "What now?" Ruth asked. I read it out loud. Theo swore softly. "Okay," he said. "That's coercion. Is it possible?" I asked. "Can someone make my Kindle do this remotely?" "Yes," Theo said. "Not like this exactly, maybe, but yes in broad strokes. Account compromise, malicious document, send to Kindle abuse, synced notes, manipulated ebook files, weird metadata. People can make technology behave in ways that feel personal because the whole system is built out of personal information. That helped and did not help. Ruth said, "The email said Nora at 8. Now employer. Is it threatening multiple recipients? Or escalating when she blocks it?" Theo said. I looked at my laptop. My employer is in my email signature. Then assume the attacker has it. The attacker. A person. The word made the room slightly more solid. "Do you have Nora Vale's current contact anywhere?" Theo asked. "No," Ruth said nothing. Theo caught it. "Ruth, I might." I sat upright. "What do you mean you might?" Ruth's voice went thin. "I'm a librarian. We stayed loosely connected online after college. Not friends, just mutuals. I think she works at a nonprofit in Cleveland now." "You knew where she was?" I asked. "I knew public information, and you never told me." "Why would I?" "You never wanted to talk about Nora." "You were in touch with her?" "Number Lydia, no." Following someone's public posts is not being in touch. It's enough for this person to use. Ruth went silent. Theo stepped in before the silence could sour. "Focus. We need to prevent distribution and preserve evidence." "Lydia, can you disconnect your Amazon account from the device remotely?" "I think so." "Do that." "Ruth, forward me the email with full headers." "Lydia, check your Amazon content and devices page for unknown docs, personal documents, anything sent recently." The next hour became a grim little office job. Click, screenshot, save as PDF, rename file, put it in a folder, check another menu, change another password, revoke app access, remove old devices. My laptop fan whined steadily. My phone battery dipped into the red. The rain stopped around 2, leaving the street outside slick and black under the lamps. We found 3 personal documents in my Amazon library I did not recognize, all sent within the past 48 hours. Their titles were harmless at first glance: reading list backup, public domain notes, draft sync file. Theo told me not to open them. "What if the threat is inside?" I asked. "It probably is." "Then shouldn't we read it?" "No, that's how people get baited. You want the content, but the content is the hook." The hook. I thought of the sentence in Austen, baited with my own guilt. Whoever had done this understood enough about me to know I would look. Or maybe they didn't need to understand me specifically. Maybe everyone has one sentence that would make them keep reading. At 2:46 a.m., the lights went out. Not the whole neighborhood. I knew because the street lamp outside stayed on, and the red sign for the bodega across the avenue still buzzed through my blinds. Just my apartment. The laptop went dark, except for battery glow. The refrigerator cut off. The radiator stopped its ticking. The sudden loss of household hum left a pressure behind, like my ears had been packed with cotton. "What happened?" Ruth asked. "Power, breaker, my apartment only." "Do you know where the panel is?" "In the hallway closet." Theo said, "Don't go if you feel unsafe." That almost made me laugh. Feel unsafe. What was the threshold now? A threatening Kindle was on my coffee table. My router had been unplugged. My power had failed. And a woman I had wronged 11 years ago might receive the worst version of me at breakfast. "I need power," I said. laptop S at 20%. I found the breaker panel with my phone flashlight. The closet smelled like dust and winter coats. A shoebox fell when I moved the vacuum, spilling old receipts across my feet. My hands shook so badly the light bounced. One breaker had tripped. Kitchen living room, I flipped it. Nothing, flipped it back. Then on again. The lights returned. From the living room, the Kindle chimed. Not a loud sound. A small electronic ping I didn't even know Kindles could make. I walked toward it. "Don't," Ruth said, hearing my footsteps change. On the screen was a new notification. Delivery failed. Under it, use alternate route. 2 buttons. Yes, no. I did not press either. Theo said, photograph it. I did. Then the Kindle refreshed. The buttons disappeared. A new line appeared beneath the title. Manual delivery required before 8:00 a.m., Ruth whispered. What does that mean? None of us answered, because my phone buzzed with a new email. This one was not from my address. It came from a burner-looking Gmail account with a string of numbers in the name. No subject. The body had one sentence. Bring the Kindle back to Merck's shop before he opens, or the next chapter goes out. Attached was a photo. Me standing at my hallway closet with the breaker panel open, phone flashlight in hand, taken from inside my apartment, or from a camera already there. The image was grainy, tinted greenish gray, like low-light video. I zoomed until the pixels broke apart. It showed the side of my face, my bare feet among the spilled receipts, the vacuum hose curved behind me like a dead snake. Ruth said my name. Theo said, get out of the apartment now. And this time, nobody argued. I shoved my feet into sneakers without socks. I grabbed my coat, laptop, phone charger, and the Kindle, because leaving it behind suddenly felt worse than carrying it. At the door, I stopped with my hand on the chain. The hallway outside was quiet, except for a distant drip somewhere below, and the old building settling in the wet dark. I looked back once. The smart speaker on the shelf blinked orange. The printer under my desk flashed its little warning light. The dead flashlight from the drawer lay on the coffee table now, though I did not remember taking it out. Lydia, Ruth said through the phone, small and urgent. Move. I opened the door. The choice had changed. It wasn't open the book or don't. It was stay inside a watched room until 8, or carry the thing that had turned my life into leverage back through Queens before dawn, to a shop whose owner may or may not have known exactly what he sold me. I stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind me. The lock clicked like a period at the end of a sentence I had not meant to write. The hallway outside my apartment had never felt long, until I had to cross it with a Kindle under my arm and a photograph of myself, taken from inside my own home, still glowing on my phone. My building was one of those narrow Astoria walk-ups with peeling cream paint, brown tile floors, and a stairwell that carried every sound too clearly. On a normal morning, I knew the rhythm of it. Mr. Alvarez coughing on the first floor, someone's dog tags jingling on the third, delivery guys buzzing every apartment because nobody wanted to walk downstairs. But at 3:04 a.m., the whole place seemed to be holding its breath. Not silent, never silent. A pipe ticked in the wall. Rainwater dripped somewhere down the back stairs. The fluorescent fixture above the landing buzzed with a faint insect sound, bright enough to make the shadows under the doors look thick and cut out. Ruth was still on the phone. "Keep me on," she said. "I am. Don't take the elevator. There is no elevator. Right, good. Stairs." Her voice was trying to be steady again, but underneath it I heard the cracks. She was breathing too fast. So was I. I had the Kindle shoved inside my coat pocket because I couldn't stand touching it. My laptop bag banged against my hip with every step. My phone was in my right hand, thumb damp against the screen. I had left my apartment light on. That bothered me more than it should have. Some childish part of me believed a lit room couldn't be empty, or watched, or waiting. On the first floor landing, I stopped. The front door to the building had a narrow glass pane reinforced with wire mesh. Through it I could see 34th Street shining black with rain. Parked cars. A dented trash can. The closed laundromat across the road with its neon sign off. No person standing there. No van idling. No figure in a hood. Just queens before dawn, wet and ordinary. That almost made it worse. I unlocked the building door and stepped outside. The cold hit my face hard enough to sting. I had forgotten socks, and my sneakers rubbed raw immediately against the backs of my heels. The rain had thinned into mist, but everything was slick. Sidewalk squares, curb cuts, the metal cellar doors outside the bodega. Somewhere above, the elevated train on 31st Street screamed along its track, sparks briefly whitening the underside of the structure. "Where are you?" Ruth asked. "Outside, on 34th, heading toward Broadway. Merck's shop is on Steinway, near 30th Avenue. Maybe 20 minutes walking. Don't walk the whole way alone. There won't be cabs. Call one. My hands are full. Lydia, I'm calling one." That became our first attempt to solve the problem. Get away from the watched apartment. Get into a rideshare. Go straight to Merck's shop before opening. And maybe force the attacker's demanded hand while Theo worked from the tech side. It failed in a way that felt boring before it felt deliberate. The rideshare app spun for nearly a minute, then assigned me a driver 12 minutes away near Northern Boulevard. I watched the little car icon crawl one block, stop, turn gray. Canceled. I tried again. Assigned, canceled. A third time the driver called me. "Where you going?" he asked, voice flat with sleep. "Steinway and 30th. At this hour, no, sorry." He hung up before I could answer. Ruth heard enough to swear. "It's fine," I said, though my heel had already started to burn. "I'll get to Broadway, more traffic there. Can you go to the precinct instead?" The 114th precinct was north, up toward Astoria Boulevard. Merck's shop was southeast. Nora's deadline was less than 5 hours away. If I go to the precinct, I sit under fluorescent lights, explaining an ebook threat, while somebody asks whether I have screenshots. I said, "You do have screenshots." "I have weird screenshots, and a photo that makes me sound like I'm accusing a Kindle of stalking me." "Don't phrase it that way." "How should I phrase it?" "As unauthorized access, harassment, possible hidden camera, coercion." I kept walking. The street sloped gently, the kind of grade you don't notice until your calves complain. A delivery cyclist passed me on an e-bike, face covered to the eyes, a plastic bag swinging from one handlebar. I flinched as he cut close to the curb, then felt stupid when he didn't even look at me. Ruth softened. Theo says go somewhere public with cameras. Like where? Diner, bodega, 24-hour pharmacy. There was a 24-hour deli at Broadway, near the corner where the train stairs came down. I could picture it. Bright refrigerators, lottery signs, steam table, 2 plastic tables by the window. I aimed for that. Behind me, a car door closed. I turned too quickly and slipped on a patch of wet leaves mashed against the curb. My right foot shot forward. My left knee hit the pavement. Pain flashed white and blunt. "Lydia," Ruth shouted. "I'm okay. You fell." "I'm okay." I wasn't, not entirely. The skin over my kneecap had split through my sweatpants, and when I touched it, my fingers came away wet and dark. The Kindle dug into my ribs inside my coat. Across the street, a man getting out of a parked Honda looked over at me with the irritated concern of a stranger deciding whether he had to get involved. "You good?" he called. "Yeah," I said. "Too fast." Slipped. He lifted one hand and went inside his building. Misdirection has a shape when you're already scared. It stands like a threat until it moves like a person. The car door, the figure, the timing, all of it had arranged itself into danger for 3 seconds. Then it was just a man coming home late, carrying a CVS bag, not following me, not part of anything. My knee throbbed as I limped the last block to Broadway. The deli was open. Thank God. Inside, it smelled like burnt coffee, bleach, and frying bacon. The lights were too bright, turning the wet sleeves of my coat shiny. A television mounted in the corner played local news with captions on. Behind the counter, a man in a Mets hoodie looked up from his phone. Samir Haddad, 41, male, was the overnight clerk. He had tired eyes, a trimmed beard, and the careful politeness of someone used to handling drunk customers without escalating them. I had bought coffee there enough times that we recognized each other without knowing names. "You okay?" asked, seeing my knee. I slipped outside. "You need napkins, please." He handed me a stack and pointed toward the plastic tables. I sat by the window facing the door because my body had started making decisions before I could. Ruth stayed on the phone while I pressed napkins against my knee and tried not to hiss. Theo came back on the line after several minutes away. "I found something," he said. That was our second attempt. Let Theo trace the digital trail while I stayed in a public place. "What?" I asked. "The email to Ruth didn't actually come from your account. It spoofed the display name and used a look-alike sender address. 1 letter off. Lowercase l instead of capital I in the domain string. So my email wasn't hacked, not necessarily. But your Amazon account still had unknown documents, and that Newark login could be real. This person is mixing things. Some actual access, some theater." The word theater made me look out the deli window. Across Broadway, under the steel ribs of the elevated track, a black SUV slowed near the curb. Its headlights washed through the rain mist and across the deli glass. For 1 second, I saw my reflection sitting there with pale lips, hair half out of its tie, blood soaking through a paper napkin. Then the SUV moved on. "What kind of theater?" Ruth asked. "Enough to make Lydia panic and make bad choices," Theo said. like leaving home in the middle of the night, carrying the device they want. I looked down at my coat pocket. The Kindle seemed heavier than its size allowed. Great, I said. Love realizing that after I'm on Broadway bleeding into deli napkins. Not blaming you, Theo said, just adjusting. Samir came over with a small first aid kit and a paper cup of water. Clean it, he said. Bathroom sink is gross. Thank you. His eyes moved to my phone. You want me call someone? I have people on the phone. He nodded, not prying. That kindness nearly undid me. While I cleaned my knee with antiseptic wipes that burned like punishment, Theo kept talking. The 3 unknown Kindle documents had been delivered through Amazon's personal document service, likely using an email address approved in my account settings. He had me check the list. There it was, an approved sender I did not recognize. M. Noack Archive at. I stopped reading aloud. What? Ruth asked. M. Noack. Merck, she said. Or someone using his name, Theo added quickly. I pulled up the account page again, fingers slipping on the trackpad. The approved address had been added Thursday night, the night I bought the Kindle. Around 8:12 p.m., I remembered the shop. Merck tapping the sticker. Returned, works fine. The steam from the halal cart outside, me paying in cash. Could he have added it? I asked. Only if he had access to your Amazon account, Theo said. Or if the device wasn't fully wiped and something happened during setup. Or if you entered credentials on a compromised device. I logged in at home. Then maybe not him directly, but the address uses his name, which could mean involvement or framing. Ruth said, either way, going to his shop alone is a terrible idea. I looked at the deadline in the corner of my phone. 3:41 a.m., 4 hours and 19 minutes. Then, what do we do? Nobody answered fast enough. I knew what I wanted. Someone official calm, armed with forms and authority, to step in and tell me this had become real enough to take from me. But I also knew how easily the story could collapse under its own weirdness. A used Kindle, altered books, a threat involving a woman I didn't want to explain, a photo possibly from a compromised smart speaker or printer camera or laptop webcam, except the angle didn't quite match any of those. Maybe the camera is in the apartment, Ruth said. Maybe all this is to get you out so they can get in. They were already in enough to take the photo. Maybe not physically. Theo said, we need to identify the camera angle. Lydia, where was your laptop when you were at the breaker panel? Kitchen table. Could it see the closet? No, wrong angle. Smart speaker, no camera, printer. It has a scanner, not a camera. Old phone, tablet, anything. I thought of the junk drawer. Dead flashlight, menus, batteries, rubber bands. And the Kindle. Could the Kindle take pictures? I asked. No, Theo said, not a paperwhite. That should have relieved me. It didn't. At 3:55 a.m., Ruth said she was coming to Queens. No, I said immediately. Yes, you'll just get dragged in deeper. I'm already in. My Kindle changed too. Stay home and help Theo. I can't help Theo. I'm a librarian with a bleeding friend in a deli and a possibly criminal e-reader. I'm coming. We argued for 4 minutes. Softly, because I was still in public. Sharply, because fear turns every practical sentence into an accusation. In the end, she ordered a car before telling me, and unlike mine, hers accepted. That's not fair, I said. Correct. What about the deadline? We go to the precinct together, or Merrick's shop together, or both. But you are not walking into that place alone because an anonymous email told you to. While Ruth was on her way, I tried one more partial solution, contacting Nora first. It was Theo's suggestion, and it landed like a slap. If Nora is the threatened recipient, he said, warning her reduces leverage. No, Lydia, no. Ruth said nothing, which was worse. I don't have her number, I said. She has a public work email, Ruth replied carefully. I found it. You found it fast. She works for a tenants' rights nonprofit. It's on their website. Of course she does. What does that mean? Nothing. But it meant everything. Nora had turned toward helping people who were at risk of losing homes, while I edited language that helped insurers deny responsibility without sounding cruel. That wasn't fair to myself, maybe. It was how it felt at 4:02 a.m. with blood drying on my knee. Theo said, "You don't need to confess. Just warn her that she may receive malicious content from a compromised account." That sounded reasonable. Too reasonable. Because if I wrote to Nora, even a clean warning, I opened a door I had kept locked for 11 years. I imagined her seeing my name before sunrise, her face, her hand pausing over the mouse. The old hearing room smell, coffee, carpet, copier toner rose in my memory so vividly I almost gagged. What if she asks why? I said. Then you decide what to say. You don't understand. Ruth's voice changed. Then help us understand. I stared at the deli napkins crumpled on the table, spotted with rust-colored blood. I forwarded an email, I said. Neither of them interrupted. It was from Nora to me. She was angry. She'd written things about a professor, about sleeping pills, about wanting to disappear for a while. She didn't mean disappear like she meant leave school. She was dramatic. We all were dramatic. But there had been complaints about the professor, and I was afraid my name would get pulled in because I'd helped her draft one of them. My scholarship was already shaky. My mother was sick. I was scared. The deli refrigerator hummed behind me. Bottles clicked softly as the compressor kicked harder. So I forwarded it anonymously to Student Affairs, I said. I thought they'd check on her. I told myself that. But it made her look unstable and vindictive. And when the professor pushed back, the school leaned on that. She lost the complaint. She left the semester after. Everyone thought someone else had sent it. I let them. Ruth was quiet for so long that I wished the attacker would email again just to change the subject. Finally, she said, Lyd, I know. Did Nora know? No. Theo spoke gently. That's exactly the kind of thing an attacker could use if they had old emails. I deleted them. Deleted isn't always gone. Backups, old accounts, forwarded copies, compromised college email, someone from that hearing. We don't know yet. A new text arrived from Ruth. Her car was 10 minutes away. Then an email arrived from the burner account. No subject again. Public places are for people with clean versions. Attached was another photo. This one showed me inside the deli, seated by the window with the first aid kit open on the table. The angle came from outside, across Broadway, slightly elevated, not from inside the deli. I stood so fast the chair legs squealed. Samir looked over. Miss, Across the street, under the elevated tracks, no one stood obviously with a camera. A few parked cars, a newspaper box, the dark stairway up to the train platform, a traffic light swinging slightly in the damp wind. Then I saw the source. A delivery bike locked to a signpost, with a phone mounted on the handlebars, black case, camera aimed toward the deli window. For 1 second, it looked like a trap from a movie. Then a young man in a reflective jacket came out of the bodega next door carrying cigarettes and an energy drink. He unlocked the bike, glanced at me staring through the glass, and made a confused face. Not guilty, just tired. He pulled the phone from its mount, checked the screen, and rode away toward 31st Avenue. Misdirection again, maybe, because the photo had still been taken. The camera angle, Theo said after I described it, could be from the train platform, could be someone across the street, could be someone watching your phone location and using nearby cameras opportunistically. Nearby cameras, Ruth asked. Not city cameras magically. Doorbell cams, hacked webcams, unsecured security feeds, someone physically present. Lots of possibilities. None comforting. Samir came over again, this time more alert. You in trouble? He asked. I could have said no. Reflex nearly made me. Instead I said maybe. Can I stay here until my friend comes? He looked at the window, then at my phone, then at my injured knee. You sit away from glass, he said. That simple instruction steadied me more than any password change had. I moved to a table near the back, beside shelves of cereal and paper towels. From there, I could see the entrance, the counter, and the aisle to the bathroom. Samir locked the side door, but left the main door open, because a closed store at that hour invited different problems. Ruth arrived at 4:23 a.m., hair shoved under a knit hat, coat buttoned wrong, face pale under freckles. She came in so quickly the bell over the deli door smacked against the glass. Ruth crossed the store and hugged me hard enough to hurt my ribs where the Kindle pressed between us. Mad at you, she said into my shoulder. I know. I'm also here, I know. She pulled back and looked at my knee. That needs cleaning better, it's fine. It's not fine. Nothing is fine. Samir gave her the first aid kit without being asked. Ruth cleaned the scrape with the brisk gentleness of someone who had bandaged enough children to know apology wastes time. I flinched, cursed, and gripped the edge of the table. We go to the precinct, she said. The email said Merrick S. The email can rot. Theo, still on speaker, said, I agree with precinct first. At 4:31 a.m., we began moving north toward the 114th precinct instead of east toward Merrick's shop. That was our third attempt. It lasted 12 minutes. Ruth and I walked from the deli up Broadway, then turned north on 31st Street under the elevated tracks. The train overhead made conversation impossible every few minutes, steel shrieking against steel, the whole structure trembling above us. My knee stiffened with each block. Ruth carried my laptop bag despite my protests. The Kindle stayed in my coat pocket, airplane mode on, or so I hoped. Astoria at that hour was a map of half-lit places, a bakery with racks visible through the back window, a dark nail salon, a Greek cafe being hosed down by a man in rubber boots, apartment windows glowing here, and they're like people had fallen asleep with lamps on. We reached 30th Avenue and waited at the light. My phone buzzed. Burner email. This one had no attachment. Wrong direction. Then another message immediately after. A photo of Nora Vale, not recent from social media. Old, college old. Nora sitting on the dorm room floor with her knees up, wearing my Ohio State sweatshirt, face turned away from the camera. A photo I had taken. A photo that had lived on my old laptop. Below it, manual delivery begins in 10 minutes unless the device enters the shop. Ruth read over my shoulder. "Oh God," she said. I looked north toward the precinct, then east toward Steinway Street and Merrick's shop. We were close to both, in the cruel way New York makes everything close until you have to choose. The precinct was still a long walk north. Merrick's shop was east and a little south, down toward the stretch of Steinway where shutters were pulled over storefronts, and delivery trucks would soon start double parking. Theo said, "It's bluffing." "Is it?" I asked. "It wants you to go to the shop. That means the shop matters. Or it means avoiding the shop costs Nora." Ruth's jaw tightened. "Lydia, this is exactly the trap. I know. Knowing doesn't help if you step in it. My old photo, Ruth, I saw. My old laptop died in 2017. It's in a closet at my mother's house in Ohio. Then someone got it another way. Or someone from back then is involved." The walk signal changed. A truck hissed through the intersection. Overhead, another train approached, its lights sliding along the curve of track. My phone buzzed again. A countdown link. No app, no website name, just a bare page that opened in the browser before I could stop myself because my thumb hit the notification. 095909580957 under it. Return property. Receive chapter. Choose what becomes public. Theo said, "Close it." I closed it. The numbers stayed in my mind anyway. Ruth grabbed my wrist. "We go to the precinct. Now." I looked at her hand on me, then at the Kindle shape bulging inside my coat, then at the street stretching east. The point of no return did not feel dramatic. It felt like exhaustion making a decision my conscience had been avoiding. "No," I said. Ruth stared at me. "Lydia, if this sends at 8 or in 10 minutes or whenever it decides, Nora gets dragged back into something I did again. I won't let that happen without at least knowing what's at the shop." That's guilt talking. "Yes," I said. "It is." A cab rolled slowly along 30th Avenue with its light on. I stepped off the curb and raised my hand before Ruth could stop me. The driver pulled over. Ruth looked at me like I had slapped her. Then she opened the rear door and got in after me. Theo's voice came from the phone in my hand, tinny and urgent. "Keep the call on. Do not enter the shop if anything looks wrong. Do you hear me?" The cab smelled like pine air freshener and old vinyl. Ruth slid in on one side, I on the other, the Kindle between us like contraband. "Steinway and 30th, I told the driver. As we pulled away from the curb, my phone screen lit again. The countdown stopped. A new message replaced it. "Good, bring both readers." Ruth and I looked at each other. Her face changed first. Not fear exactly, recognition. "My Kindle," she said. It was in her tote bag at her feet. She had brought it. Of course she had. For evidence. For comparison. For me. The cab turned east toward Steinway. And behind us, the route to the precinct slid out of view beneath the elevated tracks. Retreat was no longer behind us in any useful way. It had become a direction we had chosen not to take. The cab dropped us half a block from Merrick's shop because the driver refused to stop in front of the metal shutters. "Too much double parking here," he said, though the street was almost empty. He wasn't wrong, exactly. Steinway before dawn had a stripped-down look. All signage and wet pavement and delivery trucks idling with hazards ticking. The halal cart from Thursday was gone. A bakery van sat crooked near the curb. One storefront had its lights on in the back, where someone moved between stacked crates. The rest of the block looked asleep behind corrugated steel. Ruth paid because my hands were wrapped around the Kindle through my coat pocket. The cab pulled away. For a second, we stood under the awning of a closed nail salon, both of us looking at the used electronics shop across the slick sidewalk. Merrick's metal gate was down. Behind it, the glass door was dark. The sign above the shop read Astoria Phone and Tech Repair in faded blue letters. In the window, barely visible through the gate, were old iPhone boxes, cables, and a cardboard placard that said "We buy devices cash." Ruth's tote bag hung from her shoulder, heavy with her own Kindle. Theo was still on speaker, his voice low and tight. "Describe what you see." "Closed shop," Ruth said. "Gate down, no lights in front. Some kind of back room glow maybe, but I can't tell. No people, no entering," Theo said. "You hear me, you document, you call police. You do not enter." I looked at the time. 4:52 a.m., the countdown had stopped, but the deadline was still there in my head. 8 o'clock. Nora, my employer, the first version. The polite version. Rected version. The Kindle vibrated in my pocket. Not a chime this time. A long, insect-like buzz against my ribs. I took it out. The screen was on. Place both readers in the mail slot. Ruth said, "Absolutely not." The shop door had a brass mail slot set low, under the handle, the kind used for envelopes and repair tickets. The gate covered it, but there was a rectangular cutout in the metal where fingers could reach through to open the flap. Theo said, "This is evidence. Don't hand it over." The Kindle refreshed. "You have 4 minutes." Below that, the first lines of a document appeared. "To whom it may concern at the Cleveland Tenants Defense Project." I stopped breathing the way people mean when they say it, not poetic, just my chest forgetting its job. The next line appeared. "My name is Lydia Marsh, and in 2014, I knowingly forwarded private communications from Nora Vale." I pressed the power button. The screen went blank. Ruth stared at me. "Lydia, it's drafting it. Then we need to stop the account, not feed the device to whoever wants it. What if it sends from somewhere else? What if giving them both Kindles is exactly how they send it?" The disagreement was no longer small. It stood between us on the sidewalk, damp and furious. Theo cut in. "Lydia, listen to me. If that document exists in their system, surrendering the device may not stop it. The device might be bait, or it might be a hardware handoff. We need to know who is collecting." Ruth pointed at the shop. Cameras. A small black dome camera sat above the shop door, angled toward the sidewalk. Another was mounted under the awning of the pawn shop next door. There was also the bakery van, its dash cam likely pointed down the block. Public places were for people with clean versions. I looked at the mail slot, then at Ruth's tote. "Give me yours," I said. "No, I'm not putting them in. Just let me see it." She hesitated, then pulled out her Kindle. It was newer than mine, white case, library sticker residue on the back, because she borrowed and labeled everything like the world would behave if properly cataloged. Its screen woke when she touched it. Her home screen had the same gray title. The first version was polite, but underneath it, where mine had shown a delivery warning, hers displayed a different line. "Thank you for bringing the witness." Ruth's face emptied. "That's enough," Theo said. "Leave. Walk away now." A scraping sound came from inside the shop. All three of us went still. Behind the gate, something moved in the darkness. Not a shape yet, just a shift of shadow behind the glass. Ruth stepped back. The mail slot clicked from the inside. A narrow flap opened. A hand pushed through, not ghostly, not monstrous. Human. Male, probably, with pale fingers and bitten nails. The hand held a folded piece of paper between two fingers. Ruth made a small sound. The hand dropped the paper onto the sidewalk and withdrew. The flap snapped shut. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Then the Kindle buzzed again. "Read it," Theo said. "Don't touch it barehanded." Ruth already had a dog waste bag from her tote, because librarians and dog owners are prepared for disgusting surprises. She turned it inside out over her hand, picked up the paper, and unfolded it. There were 4 printed lines. "Open the old reader. Export the annotations. Delete the sender address. Or explain Nora to everyone." At the bottom was an 8-digit code. Ruth read it aloud to Theo. He said, "That sounds like a 2-factor recovery code or account verification code." "Lydia, did you get any texts?" "No, email, I checked. There was a new Amazon security email. Your export is ready." My stomach dropped. Theo swore again, louder this time. "They're trying to get the annotations export. If they can get the file, it may contain the malicious documents, notes, maybe embedded payloads, maybe just the compiled text they want. Or they want you to trigger something from the device locally." "Why need us here?" Ruth asked. "Because maybe the old Kindle is already registered and trusted. Or because the shop Wi-Fi has something set up. Or because the person inside can't access the account without the device." The shop's back room light flicked on. A figure moved behind the glass door. Merrick opened the inner door from the inside, but the metal gate stayed locked between us. He looked worse than he had Thursday. Same silver hair, but flattened on one side. Same glasses, crooked now. His shirt was untucked under a navy jacket. A strip of white bandage crossed his left temple. Merrick Nowak, 58 male, was very much present now, and he looked terrified. "Give them," he said through the gate. Ruth stepped forward. "Are you doing this?" Merrick's eyes darted to the camera above us. "Give them. Who is them?" He swallowed. "You should not come." "You told me the Kindle was returned," I said. "It was." "By who?" He pressed one hand to the gate. His fingers trembled against the metal grid. "My nephew." Behind him, deeper in the shop, something clattered. Merrick flinched. A younger man's voice called from the back. No talking. The pieces did not snap together neatly. They dragged into place with resistance. Theo said through the phone, "Back away." "Now," Ruth whispered, "there's someone else inside." I knew that. I also knew Merck's mail slot note had not sounded like the attacker's voice. It sounded like instructions from someone trapped between danger and guilt. "What's your nephew's name?" I asked. Merck's mouth worked. The voice from inside came closer. "Uncle, Gate." Merck closed his eyes for half a second. "Pavel," he said. Pavel Nowak, 29 male, appeared behind him wearing a black rain jacket and nitrile gloves. He had Merck's cheekbones and none of his softness. His hair was buzzed close. One ear had a small silver hoop. In one hand, he held a phone. In the other, a pry bar, not a gun. That should have made it better. It didn't. He smiled through the gate. "Lydia," he said. "Ruth, Theo, if you're still listening." Ruth's hand tightened around her phone. Pavel lifted his own phone and waved it slightly. "Don't bother hanging up. I only need 5 more minutes." Theo said, "Pavel, this call is being recorded." "No, it isn't," Pavel said. "But you can tell yourself that." Ruth's eyes flicked to me, then to her tote. It hit me. Ruth recorded everything when she panicked with purpose. School board meetings, parent complaints, contractor calls. She had started recording before we got out of the cab. Pavel didn't know that. "Hear what happens," Pavel said. "You put both Kindles through the slot. I delete the scheduled sends. You leave. Nobody gets embarrassed." Merck whispered, "Pavel, enough." Pavel turned the pry bar slightly, not quite toward Merck, but enough. "Uncle, please." Merck went quiet. Street around us had begun to wake in small increments. A box truck reversed down the block with steady beeps. Somewhere, a gate rattled as another shop opened. Far off, the elevated train screamed around a curve. "Public, not safe." "Why, Nora?" I asked. Pavel shrugged. "Because you cared." "How did you know?" I read. The simplicity of it made my skin tighten. He nodded toward the Kindle. "Return devices are full of ghosts people make themselves. Accounts left signed in. Notes. Old documents. Screenshots. Password hints. Your little reader wasn't the only one. People trade privacy for convenience every day and then act surprised when someone collects. That Kindle was empty when I got it." "Sure, by the time you saw it," Theo said. "So you preloaded documents through an approved sender and used account spoofing to coerce her into returning the hardware." Pavel's smile thinned. "Hospital boy wants a badge." Merck whispered. "He uses repair laptops, customer phones, old backups." I told him stop. Pavel snapped. "You told me nothing when the money paid rent." There it was, not supernatural, not even elegant, a repair shop, returned devices, personal documents, spoofed emails, old photos, a nephew with enough technical skill and enough cruelty to turn scraps into a weapon. My fear had given it the rest. "You sent the photo from my apartment," I said. Pavel looked pleased. "Your laptop camera was boring. Wrong angle. But your printer software had remote diagnostics on, and your router password was printed on the old service card in the photo you sent Ruth last year. The breaker picture was from the old phone in your junk drawer. My old phone, dead flashlight drawer. Nice label, by the way. You should recycle electronics." The dead flashlight on the coffee table. Not moved by a ghost. Moved by me, maybe, when I ransacked the drawer. Or by panic. Or he had seen enough of the drawer through an old phone camera I'd forgotten had battery when plugged into a power bank beneath the clutter. I had not even remembered it was there. Ruth said, "How did you move the Kindle?" Pavel laughed once. I didn't. She did. I opened my mouth, closed it, because I could not prove I hadn't. Because exhaustion had put holes in the night. Because fear had edited me too. That was the ugliest part. He didn't need every trick to be real. Only needed enough true ones that I would doubt the rest. Kindles, Pavel said. The smile was gone now. Slot, now. The countdown on my phone restarted. 030002. 59. Merk looked at me through the gate, eyes wet and furious. He will not delete, Merk said quickly. He never deletes, he keeps. Pavel slammed the pry bar against the inside of the gate. The sound cracked down the block. Ruth jolted backward. Merk stumbled. Everything narrowed. The gate. The mail slot. The 2 Kindles. Ruth's tote. Theo breathing on speaker. Pavel's gloved hand. Merk's bandage. My knee pulsing in hot, stiff waves. We needed an option that wasn't surrender or retreat. Ruth found one first. She dropped her Kindle, not dramatically. She let it slip from her hand, so it hit the wet sidewalk with a flat plastic smack, screen up. Oh, damn, she said, too loudly. Pavel's eyes snapped down. So did mine. The screen had cracked at one corner. Ruth bent as if to grab it. Instead, she kicked it, hard. The Kindle skidded under the metal gate and into the shop, spinning across the floor toward Pavel's shoes. He reacted by instinct. He bent. Merk moved, not heroically, not cleanly. An older man making a desperate choice with a bad leg and worse odds. He shoved Pavel from the side with both hands. Pavel slipped on the wet Kindle. The pry bar clanged to the floor. Run, Theo shouted from Ruth's phone. But I didn't run. I shoved my own Kindle through the mail slot. Not to surrender it, to jam it. I forced it sideways into the brass slot and pushed until the faded blue case wedged between the flap and the frame. The gate's lock was old, but the mail slot hardware was older. The Kindle stuck halfway, bridging inside and outside. Pavel lunged toward it. Ruth grabbed my coat and yanked me back as his hand shot through the cutout. His fingers caught my wrist. Pain burst sharp and immediate. I screamed then. No dignity. No restraint. He squeezed hard enough that the bones ground. His nails dug into my skin. I twisted, slipped on my bad knee, and went down partly sideways. Ruth hit him with her tote bag. The corner of her hardcover planner inside made a solid, ugly sound against his knuckles. He let go. My wrist burned. 4 crescent cuts opened red across the skin. Merk had the pry bar now. He didn't swing at Pavel's head. He jammed it through the gate from inside, between the bars, and hooked it against the external padlock hasp. Pull, he yelled. Ruth understood before I did. She grabbed the outer gate handle. I grabbed it with my left hand because my right wrist wouldn't close. Merk heaved from inside. We pulled from outside. Pavel slammed into Merk, and both men crashed against a display case. Glass cracked. Boxes toppled. Something electronic shrieked as it hit the floor and kept beeping. The hasp bent. Not enough. Again, Merk shouted. Pavel came up with blood on his cheek from the broken case. He grabbed the pry bar. Merk held on. 2 men, 1 tool, 1 gate, 1 stupid old lock between us, and whatever happened next. Ruth looked down the block and screamed, "Fire! Help, fire!" It was not elegant. It worked better than police. A bakery worker stepped out of the lit doorway 2 shops down. The delivery truck driver stopped with a crate in his hands. A woman walking a small dog froze under the awning across the street. Ruth screamed again. "Call 911. Pavel heard the witnesses before he saw them. His face changed. For the first time, he looked young. Not harmless, just young enough to understand the world had widened beyond his screen. He let go of the pry bar and bolted toward the back of the shop. Merck stumbled after him, then stopped, breathing hard, one hand pressed to his ribs. Theo was shouting something through the phone. The countdown on my phone reached 0018. "Lydia," Ruth said. The Kindle was still jammed in the mail slot, screen flickering from pressure. I pulled it free. The screen refreshed. Manual delivery interrupted. Then, export pending. "Code," Theo said. "The code on Merck's paper. Use it." "What?" "If it's account recovery or export cancellation, use it where the email says." Now. My hands shook so badly Ruth had to hold the phone while I opened the Amazon security email. There was a link to manage exports. Theo talked me through checking the URL twice, then 3 times, making sure it wasn't a fake domain. My right wrist throbbed. Blood from the nail cuts made the screen tacky. I entered the 8-digit code. A page loaded. Annotation export, pending 1 button. Cancel export, I pressed it. The page spun. The countdown reached 0003. 00020001, then the browser flashed. Export canceled. For a second, nothing happened. No sirens yet. No dramatic release. Just the wet street, the bent gate, Ruth breathing hard beside me, Merck sagging against the inside of the shop, and my own pulse pounding in my injured wrist. Then my phone buzzed again. A final burner email, no subject. That was 1 copy. Ruth read it with me. Neither of us spoke. From the back of the shop came the crash of a door opening. Pavel was getting out through the rear. The bakery worker shouted something in Greek. A dog began barking in frantic little bursts. Somewhere close, finally, a siren started winding toward us. Merck fumbled with keys from inside the gate. "He has laptop," he said. "Back room, drives." "Stay there," Ruth snapped. "Police are coming." Merck shook his head. If he takes, he didn't finish. He unlocked the gate with hands that barely worked. It jerked upward halfway, stuck, then rose with a squeal. Ruth grabbed my sleeve. "We are not going in." Pavel appeared for half a second in the narrow alley beside the shop, behind the bakery van, carrying a black backpack. He looked toward us. Our eyes met. No mask, no shadow, no monster. Just a man who had found the right lever inside me and pulled. Then he ran. I did not chase him. I couldn't have if I wanted to. My knee had gone stiff, my wrist was swelling, and my body had reached the end of what terror could borrow from it. Ruth did run 3 steps into the street, phone raised, recording him as he cut behind the van and disappeared toward 28th Avenue. "Got his face," she said, voice shaking. The first police car turned onto Steinway, with lights washing red and blue over the wet storefronts. Merck sat down hard on the shop threshold. I sank beside the bent gate because my legs stopped holding. The Kindle lay in my lap. Its cracked corner had widened from being jammed in the slot. faded blue case was torn. The screen showed Pride and Prejudice again, frozen on a normal page, a normal sentence, a normal book. For the first time all night, that felt obscene. Ruth crouched next to me and took my uninjured hand. "Resolved?" she asked, not like she believed it. I looked at Merrick, at the police lights, at the alley where Pavel had vanished with whatever copies he had made, at the phone in Ruth's other hand still recording, at my own blood drying along the Kindle's edge. "No," I said. Then I corrected myself because some part of the conflict had ended. The export had been canceled. The countdown had stopped. Pavel had run because witnesses existed. The threat had become a person with a name and a face instead of a voice inside a book. "Not resolved," I said, "but real." Ruth squeezed my hand. That was the cost, I think. Not the wrist, not the knee, not even Nora, though that was coming. The cost was that my private fear had been dragged into daylight, and daylight had not made it smaller. It had only made it visible. By the time the second police car arrived, the sky over Steinway had started to turn the color of wet concrete. Not morning exactly. More like the city admitting night was finished with us. The first officer told me to sit on the curb, and then immediately told me not to sit on the curb because my knee was bleeding through my sweatpants, and the curb was slick with rainwater and old oil. So I stood there for a while, uselessly holding the damaged Kindle in both hands, until Ruth snapped. She needs a chair, with the kind of voice she used on teenagers trying to lie about overdue books. They brought one out from Merck's shop, a rolling office chair with one broken armrest. I sat in it under the half-raised gate while police lights washed the storefronts red, then blue, then red again. The electronics shop looked smaller with the lights on. Meaner, too. Glass case cracked, boxes on the floor. Phone chargers spilled like black noodles. Behind the counter, the back room door hung open, and I could see a desk with 3 monitors, a stack of old tablets, and a plastic bin full of phones with masking tape labels stuck to them. Returned devices. Lost devices. Forgotten devices. All those little sealed lives people handed over because the screens were cracked or the batteries were dead, because they thought wiping something meant erasing it from the world. Merck sat on a step inside the shop with a paramedic checking the cut on his temple. He looked shrunken in the fluorescent light, his shoulders curved inward, one hand resting on his ribs where Pavel had shoved him. He didn't look like a villain. That bothered me. He looked like an old man who had seen trouble growing in the corner of his business and decided, day after day, that it was not quite big enough to confront, until it was. Ruth stayed beside me, one hand on my shoulder, her other hand wrapped around her phone like she expected someone to try to take it. Her Kindle was in an evidence bag now. Mine too. When the officer slid them both into plastic, I felt a strange, childish panic, like he was taking away the only object that could prove I hadn't invented the whole night. Officer Dana Whitcomb, 46, female, was the first person in uniform who seemed to understand which parts mattered. She had tired eyes, gray streaked hair pulled into a tight bun, and the clipped patience of someone who had heard every bad story people tell at 5 in the morning and knew some of them were true. She took Ruth's recording seriously. She took the burner emails seriously. She took Theo seriously when he repeated, for the third time, this is coercion, unlawful access, and possibly data theft through a repair business. What it is, Officer Whitcomb said, is something detectives and cyber people are going to untangle. For right now, I need clean statements. Clean. That word nearly made me laugh. There was nothing clean about any of it. An ambulance came, though I kept saying I didn't need one. Ruth overruled me again, which had become a theme. The EMT, Jason Pell, 27 male, had a shaved head and a calm voice that made every instruction sound like he was asking me to pass the salt. He cleaned my knee properly, which hurt worse than the fall, and wrapped my wrist after checking whether I could move my fingers. Probably sprained, he said. Maybe not broken. You'll want an X-ray. I can move it. People say that with broken wrists all the time. I have to give a statement. You can give a statement with an ice pack. He pressed one into my hand. The cold bit down hard. By then, dawn had become real. Delivery trucks moved along Steinway. A man opening the bakery 2 doors down kept glancing over while pretending not to. Commuters on their way to the train slowed when they saw the police tape, then sped up when one officer looked back at them. The neighborhood was doing what neighborhoods do around other people's disasters, absorbing, judging, continuing. Merrick asked to speak to me once. Officer Whitcomb looked at me first. I said yes, because I didn't know what else to do with the anger in my chest. He came over slowly, one palm pressed to his side. I am sorry, he said. It sounded too small. Maybe apologies always do when they arrive after damage. You knew, I said, his face tightened. I knew he was taking things from old phones, photos, passwords sometimes. I told him stop. He said everyone does. He said people are stupid with devices. And you kept him working there. He is my sister's son. That's not an answer. No, Merrick said. It is excuse. I looked down at my bandaged wrist. 4 nail marks had bled through the gauze in small brown dots. Did you add the approved sender to my account? No, he did. I think from device serial, from setup, from something he put before. I do not understand all. I fix screens. He does the computers. Merrick swallowed. He watched people. Not all. Some. The ones with secrets. How would he know who had secrets? Merrick gave me a tired, awful look. Everyone has. That stayed with me more than I wanted it to. Pavel did not get far. Not that morning. A patrol car found him 3 blocks east, trying to cut through a service alley behind a closed pharmacy. The bakery van's dash cam caught him running with the backpack. Ruth's video caught his face. The pawn shop camera caught the moment he came out the rear door. He still had gloves on when they stopped him. That detail made the officers look at him differently. Inside the backpack, they found a laptop, 2 portable drives, and a small envelope of microSD cards. None of that was shown to me, obviously. I learned it later through Officer Whitcomb, and then through the detective who called me 3 times that week asking me to explain things I wished had no names. At Mount Sinai, Queens, the X-ray said my wrist was not broken. Sprained, bruised, ugly. They gave me a brace and discharge papers with instructions I didn't read. until Ruth read them aloud in my apartment that afternoon. Ice 20 minutes at a time. Elevate. Return if numbness spreads. Normal instructions for a normal injury. My knee was cleaned again and covered with a thicker bandage. I got a tetanus shot because nobody could say what exactly my skin had met on the sidewalk. Ruth sat beside me in the urgent care waiting room, holding 2 paper cups of coffee she had bought from a machine that produced something closer to warm punishment. She looked older than she had the night before. So did I, probably. Neither of us talked much. The silence wasn't comfortable, but it was shared. At 8:00 a.m., nothing arrived in Nora's inbox. We know because I emailed her at 7:41. Not the careful, bloodless warning Theo had suggested. Not a full confession either. Something in between, which is usually where cowards start trying to become honest. I wrote, "Nora, this is Lydia Marsh. I'm sorry to contact you like this. Someone accessed old material related to me and may try to send you something cruel or invasive. If you receive anything from an unknown address, please don't open attachments. I am working with police." Then I sat in a plastic chair at urgent care and stared at the draft until Ruth said, "There's more," I said. "I know." So I added, "There's also something I should have told you years ago. In 2014, I forwarded your private email to Student Affairs. I did it anonymously. I let people believe it was someone else. I am sorry. I know that does not repair what happened. I will answer you if you want answers, and I will leave you alone if you don't. I sent it before I could make it prettier. The read receipt never came because normal people turn those off. For 3 hours, there was no reply. Then, while Ruth was heating soup in my kitchen and Theo was on the phone with Amazon support for the second time, my phone buzzed. Nora wrote, "I wondered," 2 words. I stared at them until the screen dimmed. Then another message came. "Do not contact me again unless police need something. I hope you understand that an apology is not a repair." I did understand. That was the worst part. I set the phone face down, then immediately turned it face up again because I didn't trust the dark screen. Ruth saw. She answered, "Yes. Are you okay?" "No," she nodded, accepting that as complete. The legal part moved in pieces, none of them satisfying. Pavel was charged with several things I had to look up even after the detective explained them. Unlawful surveillance, coercion, identity theft, unauthorized use of a computer, possession of stolen property, and a few counts tied to other customers once the drives started talking. Merck was not arrested that day. Later, he was charged with lesser offenses for possession of customer data and failure to report, though his lawyer argued he was intimidated by Pavel and didn't understand the scope. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was convenient. The shop closed within a week either way. The gate stayed down, and someone taped a notice from the landlord to the glass. Theo helped me rebuild my accounts like a person boarding up windows after a storm. New passwords, hardware security keys, approved sender lists cleared, old devices removed, cloud backups reviewed, my router replaced, my printer unplugged and eventually carried to the curb. The smart speaker went into a drawer, then into the trash, then out of the trash because electronics recycling existed, and Ruth would not let me commit environmental crimes just because I was traumatized. We found the old phone in the junk drawer. It had been wedged under the dead flashlight, connected by a short, frayed charging cable to a cheap power bank I used during outages. I had forgotten the whole setup. Years earlier, I had used it as a backup alarm. The phone still powered on. Its front camera faced upward at an angle that, from the open drawer, could see part of the kitchen, the hallway closet, and if the drawer was pulled out far enough, me standing at the breaker panel. That explained the photo. Mostly, Pavel had accessed it through an old remote control app I had installed when I was trying to retrieve photos from it. Same email, old password, no two-factor, boring, stupid, human. The Kindle moving to the coffee table was never explained. Not officially. The best version is that I did it myself. I took it out during those frantic minutes, forgot, and panic wrote a cleaner story over the gap. That is what Theo believes. Ruth says she doesn't know. I say the same. But sometimes the body remembers what the mind edits. I remember closing the drawer. I remember the handle under my fingers. I remember the Kindle on the table. Both memories feel true. The damaged Kindles stayed with police for months. When they were finally released, I didn't want mine back. The evidence clerk slid the bag across the counter like it was any other property. Keys, wallet, phone, old e-reader in a torn blue case. I signed the form with my left hand because my right wrist still stiffened in cold weather. I carried the Kindle to an electronics recycling bin outside a Best Buy in Long Island City. Ruth came with me. We stood there in the parking lot between a shopping cart with one bad wheel and a man loading a television into a hatchback. "You sure?" she asked. "No, good enough." I dropped it in. It landed with a plastic clatter among old cables and dead remotes. I expected to feel relief. What I felt was embarrassment, grief, and a tiny pulse of fear that the bin would spit it back out. It didn't. Life went ordinary again in the way a cracked mug still holds coffee. I went back to work. My manager accepted family emergency because I had never used one before. I bought paperbacks for a while, then borrowed books from Ruth's library branch under a card she threatened to revoke if I dog-eared anything. I learned to sleep without checking my phone more than twice. Then once. Then some nights, not at all. Ruth and I fought twice in the weeks after. The first fight was about Nora. Ruth said, "I'm glad you told her," and I snapped that she didn't get to be glad about pain she hadn't caused. She said, "Fine," in a voice that meant not fine. We cooled off over deli sandwiches in her kitchen, where her dog slept under the table, and the radiator knocked like someone politely asking to enter. The second fight was about me refusing to file a victim impact statement because I didn't want to put the Nora story in more paperwork. Ruth didn't yell. That was how I knew she was truly angry. "You keep trying to control the version people get," she said. I wanted to deny it. Couldn't, so I wrote the statement. It was ugly and plain. Better that way. I never heard from Nora again, except once through Detective Halloran, who said she had confirmed receiving my warning and had not received the threatened file. She declined to provide further comment. I admired that. I hated it. Both things can sit in the same room. Pavel took a plea almost a year later. I didn't go to court. Ruth did. She said he looked smaller without the gate between us, and that Merc sat in the back row with his hands folded around a rosary. Though whether he prayed for Pavel or against him, she couldn't tell. The landlord renovated the old shop eventually. It became a place that sold phone cases and bubble tea, because New York does not leave wounds empty if it can charge rent for them. I pass it sometimes. Not often. When I do, the new sign is bright pink, and teenagers stand outside taking pictures of drinks with black tapioca pearls settled at the bottom. They laugh. They hold their phones high. They tilt screens toward each other without hesitation. I envy that a little. I still read. That surprises people when I tell them. They expect trauma to be tidy, to remove the object that hurt you from your life forever. But the Kindle did not hurt me. Not really. Pavel did. My own cowardice did. The small conveniences I mistook for locked doors did. Books were only the room where the threat found me. So I read paper now mostly. Used books still, because apparently I learn slowly. I like the penciled notes strangers leave in margins. A question mark beside a paragraph. A star. A grocery list used as a bookmark. Human traces that don't pretend to be clean. A month ago, Ruth gave me a paperback copy of Pride and Prejudice. Too soon, she asked. Extremely. Good. Keep it until it is. I did. It sits on my nightstand, spine cracked, pages soft from other hands. Most nights it is just a book. Last Tuesday, I opened it for the first time. The apartment was quiet except for my new radiator valve clicking in the wall and a sanitation truck growling somewhere below. I read 10 pages. Nothing changed. No threat appeared. No sentence rearranged itself. Elizabeth Bennet remained exactly as difficult and bright as she had always been. Then a slip of paper fell from between pages 96 and 97. Not impossible. It was a used book. Used books carry things. The slip was an old receipt from a coffee shop in Cleveland. No name, no note, no hidden message. Just a date from 6 years ago and a total of $4.38. I sat there for a long time with the receipt between my fingers, telling myself it meant nothing. It probably did. That is where I live now. Not in terror. Not in safety. In probably. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Smart TV. It only plays live footage of my bedroom. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. Not a movie bedroom. Not one of those glossy set bedrooms where the sheets sit too perfectly and the pillows look like no one has ever drooled on them. Mine. The gray comforter kicked halfway off the mattress. The one clean sock curled beside the laundry basket, because I had missed when I tossed it. The little dent in the pillow where I slept on my side, and the weak yellow spill of the street lamp leaking through the cheap blinds. For about 3 seconds, I honestly thought it was a screensaver. My name is Mark Ellison. I'm 32, male, originally from Ohio. And at the time this started, I was living alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in North Hollywood, Los Angeles, on the 2nd floor of a stucco building that always smelled faintly of hot dust, laundry detergent, and somebody's weed. I worked from home doing customer support for a payroll software company, which sounds more stable than it felt. Most of my days were spent apologizing to angry restaurant owners over a headset while pretending my own rent wasn't 2 weeks away from becoming a problem. That was why I bought the TV used. Not stolen used. Not suspicious guy in a parking lot used. Just Facebook Marketplace used, which I had convinced myself was a respectable tier of used because the listing had full sentences and the seller used her real profile photo. The TV was a 55-inch Vizio, allegedly barely used, with a tiny scratch on the left side of the frame and a remote that had teeth marks in the rubber buttons. It cost $120 cash. A new one would have been more than $300, and I had already done that pathetic mental math where you decide food is flexible, but internet is not. I bought it on a Thursday evening after work, when the valley sky had turned that bruised pink color behind the palm trees, and the air still held the day's heat in the pavement. My old TV had died 2 nights earlier with a pop and a thin burnt smell, right in the middle of me watching a cooking video about something I was never going to cook. I told myself I needed a replacement for background noise. That was mostly true. The quieter reason was that I hated hearing my apartment settle at night. Not because I believed in anything. I didn't. I'm not that guy. I hated it because every little tick and scrape made me think of someone testing the door, someone in the hall, someone standing outside the bedroom window even though I lived on the 2nd floor, and the window faced a narrow service alley with nothing but dumpsters, drain pipes, and a sickly ficus tree. I had been like that since I was a kid, checking locks twice, then 3 times, not sleeping with closet doors open, laughing it off whenever somebody noticed. A TV made a room feel occupied. That was all. The seller's name was Claire Donnelly, 29, female, a woman from Pasadena with a sharp black bob and the exhausted brightness of someone who had recently moved apartments and hated every box in her life. She met me outside a storage unit facility off Vineland, wearing running shorts, a UCLA sweatshirt, and slides with socks. Her little boy was in the back seat of her SUV, tapping a plastic dinosaur against the window. "Your Mark?" she asked. "Yeah, Claire. That's me. Sorry, I would help you lift it." But I threw my back out moving a bookshelf that was apparently made of concrete. "No worries," I said, already regretting not asking my neighbor to come with me. The TV was waiting just inside the storage unit, wrapped in an old blue blanket with a strip of painter's tape stuck to the screen. Claire watched me test the power with an extension cord. The The Vizio logo appeared. Then the setup screen. "See," she said. "Works fine. We just upgraded." "Nice," I said. "You sure it's not haunted?" She laughed too quickly, the way people do when they're being polite. Then she said, "Only by Cockamelon." That should have been the whole story. I got it home by driving 10 miles an hour with the TV angled across the back seat of my Civic, one corner digging into my shoulder whenever I braked. By the time I dragged it up the stairs, my shirt was stuck to my back. My fingers smelled like cardboard and old blanket. And Mrs. Alvarez from 2B had opened her door 3 inches to watch me suffer. Mrs. Alina Alvarez, 68, female, was my next door neighbor. A retired elementary school secretary from East LA who wore her hair in soft gray curls and knew everyone's business without ever admitting she had looked for it. She had lived in the building for 14 years and treated the hallway like her porch. "You need help, Mijo?" she asked through the cracked door. "I'm okay," I lied, because the TV had just slipped low enough to pinch skin off my thumb. "You sure? You look like a man losing an argument." "I've got it." She opened the door wider anyway. Behind her, a Spanish language game show chattered from her living room, all applause and bright little bell sounds. "New TV?" she asked. "Used TV. Better. New things break faster now." "That's encouraging." She noticed my thumb and frowned. "You're bleeding on the box." I looked down. A thin red smear had marked the cardboard corner. Not dramatic, just annoying. "Great. I have Band-Aids. I have some inside." "You say that because you don't want me to bring you the ones with cartoon cats." "I would never insult the cat Band-Aids." She smiled. "Lock your door tonight. There was a man downstairs yesterday by the mailboxes. Not from here." I paused with the TV balanced against my hip. "What man?" "Skinny, white cap." He was looking at the names. When I opened my door, he walked away. Probably delivery. At 10:30 at night, that little hallway outside my apartment suddenly felt longer than it was. The lights buzzed overhead. From somewhere below, someone dragged a trash bag down the stairs, plastic whispering against concrete. "I'll keep an eye out," I said. "You always say that." She pointed at me. "But you don't see anything. You have your headphones on." She was right, which irritated me. I thanked her, got the TV inside, and shut the door with my foot. Then I locked it. Deadbolt first, chain second. Then I unlocked the deadbolt and locked it again because it hadn't sounded right the first time. My apartment wasn't messy exactly. It was more like it had given up on becoming organized. The living room had a small couch with a sunken middle cushion, a coffee table with rings from cans I kept meaning to wipe off, 2 cheap bookshelves, and a window AC unit that rattled like it had loose change trapped inside. The kitchen was a galley strip off the living room, narrow enough that the fridge door hit the opposite counter if you opened it too fast. My bedroom sat at the back, past the bathroom, facing the alley. I set the TV on the floor, sucked the blood off my thumb like a child, and called my sister on speaker. Her name is Jenna Ellison, 35, female, a nurse in Columbus, Ohio, and the only person in my family who could make concern sound like sarcasm. She picked up on the 4th ring with hospital noise behind her, cart wheels, muffled voices, some machine chirping in steady little tones. "Please tell me you did not buy electronics from a stranger again," she said. "Hello to you too. Mark, it's a TV. It powers on. So did the laptop with the missing comma key. That was one time. That laptop smelled like soup. It was affordable soup," she sighed. "Did you at least factory reset it? I'm doing that now. Do not connect your accounts until you reset it. I know, you say that like you knew before I said it. I'm offended. You should be supervised." I wedged the TV onto the stand where the old one had been, plugged in the HDMI cable, then the power cord. The screen lit up with the setup menu again. The room brightened in pulses of blue and white. Outside, traffic slid along Magnolia Boulevard in soft waves, tires hissing over old asphalt. Somewhere upstairs, a dog barked twice and stopped. For a while, everything was ordinary enough to be boring. Language, Wi-Fi, terms of service, a privacy policy so long it felt like punishment. The remote lagged half a second after every button press, which made me press harder, which made it lag more. Jenna stayed on the phone while charting something. "You still doing that thing?" she asked. "What thing?" "The locks." I looked at the door. "No, Mark, less. That's not no. I live in LA. It's not insane to lock doors. It's not the locking, it's the checking." "I'm fine." She didn't answer right away. I could hear her breathing close to the mic, tired and nasal. "You know Dad got worse when he was stressed. Please don't do that. I'm not saying your dad. You're bringing him up while I'm setting up a TV. I'm bringing him up because you stop sleeping when you get stressed, and then everything starts feeling like evidence." That hit harder than I wanted it to. I crouched in front of the TV with the remote in my hand, watching the network list populate. Apartment Wi-Fi names bloomed on the screen. Pretty fly for a Wi-Fi. FBI surveillance van, Alvarez 2B, Spectrum setup 8A, my own, MarkNet. "I'm sleeping," I said. "How much?" "Enough." "Enough for a raccoon," I laughed despite myself. "Raccoons are resilient. Raccoons also eat trash." Again, resilient. She had to go a minute later. Before hanging up, she told me to reset the TV, change my Wi-Fi password someday, and text her if the used murder television started doing anything weird. I told her I would. I did factory reset it. I'm saying that now because later, people kept asking me that question with the same tone, like I had invited what happened by being lazy. I reset it through the menu. I watched the screen go black, then restart. I connected it to my Wi-Fi. I installed the usual apps. Nothing about it seemed unusual except the input menu, which had more options than I expected. HDMI 1, HDMI 2, antenna, cast, live view. I hovered over that last one. Live view. The icon looked like a little camera. I assumed it was some smart home thing, a leftover app maybe. The kind that let you connect baby monitors or doorbell cameras or security systems. Claire had a kid. It made sense. I clicked it. The screen went black, then gray. Then it showed my bedroom. I didn't jump. That's important. There wasn't any big cinematic reaction. My body just went still in the uncomfortable crouch I was in, knees bent, remote held out, thumb resting on the OK button. My bedroom door was open, same as it was from the living room. I could see the edge of my actual door from where I crouched. Through it, down the short hallway, there was darkness and the faint outline of my bed. On the TV, the angle was different. Higher. The picture looked down from somewhere near the ceiling, facing the bed at a diagonal. The quality was grainy, but clear enough to show the blanket, the sock, the laundry basket, the pale stripe of street lamp through the blinds. For 1 second, then 2, I tried to make it into something else. A demo video, a stock clip, a coincidence of furniture and bad lighting. Then the window AC unit in my living room clattered and coughed, and on the TV, faintly, almost buried under static, I heard the same rattle. Not through my ears, through the TV speakers, a delayed little duplicate. Rattle, cough. My scalp prickled along one side. I turned my head toward the hallway. The bedroom sat back there, dark and open, smelling faintly of detergent and the lavender dryer sheets I bought because I liked pretending I was the kind of person who had a laundry routine. "Okay," I said out loud. My voice came back through the TV half a breath later. Tinny, small, okay. I stood too fast and bumped my shin against the coffee table. Pain flashed hot and stupid up my leg. The remote slipped in my sweaty hand, but didn't fall. I muted the TV. My bedroom stayed on the screen. No sound now, just the image, the little sock, the bed, the black rectangle of my closet door. I walked to the hallway entrance and turned on the bedroom light. On the TV, the bedroom light snapped on. Not immediately, a fraction behind, barely enough to notice, but enough. The screen filled with my cheap room in its ugliest truth. Beige walls, a stack of unopened mail on the dresser, the laundry basket, the old metal bed frame I had bought after my last move because it folded small enough to fit in my car. The angle still looked wrong. Too high, too wide. Like somebody had mounted a camera above the closet. I forced myself to move. That was something I did when panic started to gather. Give it a task. Count things, touch things, prove things. I went into the bedroom and looked up. No camera above the closet. Just textured ceiling and a dead moth stuck in the glass bowl of the light fixture. I checked the smoke detector. Normal. I checked the top of the closet frame. Dust and one dead spider. I checked the blinds, the curtain rod, the little shelf where I kept spare charging cables, and a roll of quarters for laundry. Nothing. Back in the living room, the TV showed me moving around my bedroom. There I was, captured from that impossible high corner, a thin man in an old Cleveland Guardians shirt, hair flattened from headphones, one hand bleeding through a bad wad of paper towel wrapped around his thumb. I watched myself stop. I watched myself look toward the living room. The delay made it worse. It made me feel like the person on screen was not exactly me, but someone copying me after a moment's thought. I hit back. Nothing home, nothing power. The TV shut off. The living room shrank into dimness. My reflection sat in the black screen, hunched and pale, with the hallway behind me like an open mouth. I stood there listening. AC rattle, distant traffic. Upstairs, footsteps moving from left to right. A pipe knocking once in the wall. Then my phone buzzed and nearly made me drop the remote. It was a text from Jenna. Used murder television behaving. I stared at it. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I typed, "It has a live view thing," and it showed my room. Then I deleted it. Typed, "Do smart TVs connect to security cameras automatically?" Deleted that too. I didn't want to hear her voice change. I didn't want the nurse tone, the sister tone, the careful one she used when she thought I was slipping into one of Dad's old patterns. Evidence. Coincidences. Too much meaning in small things. Instead, I opened Google and searched. Vizio Live View Camera Bedroom showing on TV. The results were useless. Forum posts. Ads. People complaining about casting issues. A page about smart home integrations. Another about baby monitors. Nothing that said, your television may accidentally display a live feed of the room where you sleep. A reasonable explanation existed. It had to. Maybe Claire's old camera system was still linked to the TV. Maybe the app had loaded a cached feed. Maybe the previous owner had a bedroom that looked enough like mine to unsettle me, and the sound had been some feedback from my own living room mic. Maybe my phone had cast something. Maybe I had clicked into a demo mode designed to show how home cameras worked. But the light. I went back into the bedroom, turned the light off, returned to the living room, turned the TV on, Vizio logo, home screen. I clicked live view again. Black, gray. My bedroom appeared dark now. The street lamp striped the blinds. The sock lay by the basket. I stood very still. Then I raised my hand in the living room. Nothing happened on the screen because the camera wasn't pointed here. I walked down the hall and stepped into the bedroom doorway. On the TV, a second later, my body entered the frame. A weak, ridiculous noise came out of me. Not a scream, more like the sound you make when you see a glass tip off a counter and know you can't catch it. I backed out of the bedroom. On screen delayed, I backed out too. I unplugged the TV. The image collapsed to black. For a few seconds, I felt better. Not safe exactly, but less observed. The way you feel after shutting a browser tab you shouldn't have opened. Then I noticed the small white status light near the bottom edge of the TV. It was still glowing. I bent down. The power cord was in my hand, loose and unplugged from the wall. The light stayed on for maybe 4 seconds. 5. Then it faded. I told myself capacitors did that. I had heard that word before. Capacitors. Stored charge, completely normal. I repeated it like I was trying to sell it to someone else. Capacitors. Normal. I went to the kitchen, ran cold water over my thumb, and wrapped it with an actual Band-Aid from the junk drawer. Not cats. Plain beige. The sink gave off that metallic apartment smell when the water first hit, and the refrigerator hummed with a faint, uneven buzz. My phone rang. This time it was Jenna. It was my friend Miles. Miles Carter, 33, male, was a software QA tester from Portland who had moved to LA for a game studio job and stayed after the studio folded because he liked tacos more than financial security. He lived 10 minutes away in Burbank, wore beanies in weather that didn't require them, and treated every technical problem like it was personally disrespecting him. "Did you buy the TV?" he asked. "Yeah. Does it work?" I looked into the living room at the unplugged black screen. Define work. That means no. It turns on. High bar. I hesitated. I could hear Miles eating something crunchy. Chips, probably. He was the easiest person in my life to tell strange things to because he rarely reacted emotionally at first. He got curious, then annoyed, then useful. "There's an app on it," I said, "Live View. When I open it, it shows my bedroom." The crunching stopped. "Your bedroom?" "Yeah. Like your actual bedroom." That is what the words mean. "Is there a camera in your bedroom?" "Not that I can find." "Is your laptop open?" "No." "Phone camera?" "No." "Do you have some weird smart home thing from the last tenant?" "I have a lamp with a pull chain." "Sexy." "Miles." "Okay, don't plug it back in." "I already unplugged it." "Good, keep it unplugged." That should have comforted me. Instead, it made the room feel tighter. "Could it be paired to an old camera from the cellar?" I asked. "Sure, but then why would it show your room?" "Maybe it does. Maybe I'm seeing Mark." The way he said my name stopped me. "Take a video on your phone," he said. "Plug the TV in, open the app, show the room and the screen in the same shot. Don't troubleshoot first. Document." "I don't want to plug it back in." "Then don't." I looked down the hall. My bedroom light was still off. The apartment seemed to have leaned toward that doorway. "I also don't want to go to sleep without knowing." Miles exhaled. "Okay, then I'm coming over." "No, you don't have to. I'm putting on shoes." "It's probably nothing." "Great. Then I'll come over and mock you in person." I almost said no again. Pride rose up automatically, thin and useless. I was 32 years old. I should have been able to handle a used television doing something weird without calling a friend like there was a monster under the bed. But the private truth was simple. I did not want to be alone with it. "Fine," I said. "Text when you're downstairs. Do not open Live View until I get there." "I won't." "Do not go hunting for hidden cameras with a kitchen knife." "I wasn't going to. You absolutely were considering it." I glanced at the knife block. "Drive safe," I said. After we hung up, I stood in the center of the living room and listened to my building. The ordinary noises came back one at a time, like actors returning after a fire alarm. The AC ticking. A toilet flushing through the wall. Mrs. Alvarez's game show muffled next door, laughter rising and falling. A car alarm chirped once outside and stopped. Somewhere in the alley, a bottle rolled against concrete with a hollow clink. I wanted to leave the apartment until Miles arrived. Just step outside, stand by the stairs, breathe air that didn't feel recycled through the vents. But leaving meant turning my back on the bedroom. It meant locking the door and wondering what, exactly, I was locking inside. My phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown number. For a second, all I saw was the area code. 626. Pasadena. Claire. "Hey Mark, this is Claire from the TV. Sorry to bother you. Did you already set it up?" I stared at the text until the screen dimmed. Then another message came through. "If you see a camera app on it, don't sign into anything." I forgot to wipe one thing. The living room felt suddenly full of tiny sounds I hadn't noticed before. The faint electrical tick of the power strip, the scrape of my own breathing, the soft shift of the loose band aid on my thumb. My fingers moved before I had decided what to say. "What camera app?" The typing bubbles appeared, vanished, appeared again. From the hallway behind me, my bedroom floor creaked. One board near the window. I knew that sound because I stepped on it every morning. I turned. The hallway was empty. The bedroom beyond it was dark. My phone buzzed in my hand. Claire's reply filled the screen. Live view. It shouldn't still be connected. Miles was on his way. Claire was texting. The TV was unplugged. The door was locked. And I had two choices right then, both of them bad in different ways. I could wait in the living room and pretend I hadn't heard the floorboard, or I could walk into my bedroom and look. I stood there with the unplugged power cord still lying on the floor beside my foot, watching the dark doorway, trying to decide which kind of idiot I was going to be. I didn't go into the bedroom. That sounds cowardly, but at the time it felt like discipline. Miles had said not to do anything stupid until he got there. And for once in my life, I was trying to let another adult be right. So I stood in the living room with my phone in one hand and the TV's loose power cord by my foot, staring at the black hallway. The apartment did what apartments do when you're frightened inside them. It kept making ordinary noises in the most suspicious possible order. The refrigerator clicked off. The bathroom fan rattled once in its housing, even though it wasn't on. A pipe knocked in the wall behind the couch. Every sound had a location. Every location felt like a warning. My phone buzzed again. Claire, I'm serious. Don't connect personal accounts. Did you open it? I typed back with my thumb shaking just enough to make typos. It showed my bedroom. How? The bubbles appeared right away, then stopped. From outside, a car rolled into the alley below my bedroom window. Not the street, the alley. I heard its tires crunch over broken glass or gravel. Then the engine idled low, almost polite, like the driver didn't want attention. My bedroom window faced that alley. I moved without meaning to. 2 steps toward the hallway. Then I stopped. No, I went to the front door instead and looked through the peephole. The hall was empty, yellowed by the overhead light. Mrs. Alvarez's door was shut. Someone had left a flyer for a pizza place on the carpet, curled at one corner. My phone rang in my hand. Claire, I answered and said too loudly, "What did you sell me?" There was a pause on the other end, filled with wind and traffic. "Mark, you said you wiped it." I thought I did. What is Live View connected to? I don't know anymore. That's not an answer. I know. Her voice was tight and breathless, not like when we met. Then lower, listen to me. Is it showing your bedroom right now? The TV's unplugged. Good, keep it that way. What camera is it? I don't know. It was part of an old setup. Claire, I had cameras in my apartment, she said quickly. For my son. After my ex started showing up when he wasn't supposed to. A doorbell camera, living room cam, one in the hallway. They were cheap ones, not like a real security system. Everything went through this app. Why would that show my bedroom? I'm trying to figure that out. A hollow thump came from below my bedroom window. I froze. Claire must have heard my breathing change. What was that? Something outside. Are you alone? My friend's coming. How far? 10 minutes, maybe less. Can you leave? I looked at the hallway again. The bedroom doorway sat open at the end of it, black and rectangular. The apartment's front door was behind me, locked twice, chain in place. My keys were on the kitchen counter. My shoes were by the couch. Leave. Simple. Sensible. Every horror movie idiot test passed in one clean motion. except the alley car was still idling beneath my bedroom window. Except someone had been by the mailboxes the night before, according to Mrs. Alvarez. Except leaving meant going down the backlit hall, past the stairwell windows, into the open courtyard with my apartment door closing behind me and all my things inside. What old setup? I asked. Claire exhaled, and there was something in it that made my stomach sink before she even spoke. The TV used to be paired with an account my ex had access to. Your ex, Darren Pike, 34 male. He's from Glendale. We were together 6 years. He's my son's father. She said it like she had said it to police, lawyers, family members, herself in the bathroom mirror. Practiced. Still raw. He's good with electronics. Not genius good, just obsessive good. Routers, cameras, old phones, tracking apps. He used to say he was protecting us. I walked to the kitchen counter and picked up my keys. Outside, the car engine dipped, then steadied. He knew you sold the TV, I asked. He wasn't supposed to. I listed it under my sister's marketplace account. Did he contact you? Not about the TV. That's not no. Another pause. Claire, he texted me 20 minutes ago, she said. From a new number, he said, you shouldn't sell things that don't belong to you. The sentence landed in my apartment like a dropped tool. My mouth went dry. What does he want? I don't know. Control. To scare me. To make me answer him. That's usually the point. That TV is in my apartment. I know. You gave me his surveillance equipment. Didn't know it was still connected. Her voice cracked on the last word, then she swallowed it down. In the background, I heard a child cough, small and sleepy. My son's asleep, she said, softer. I can't come over. I can't leave him. I'm not asking you to. I should have thrown the TV away. Yeah, I said, sharper than I meant. Maybe. The unfairness of it sat between us for a second. I regretted it, but not enough to apologize right away. Then something scraped against my bedroom window. Not a knock, not a branch. A slow drag across glass or screen. I stopped breathing through my mouth. The alley engine cut off. The sudden absence of it made the apartment feel pressurized. Mark, Claire whispered. I backed away from the hallway. 1 step, 2. There was another scrape. Higher this time. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor. Below it was the narrow alley, dumpsters, the ficus tree, a drain pipe bolted to the wall, and the metal frame of an old fire escape ladder that had been locked in place since before I moved in. I had complained about that alley when I signed the lease because garbage trucks woke me up at 6:30 twice a week. The property manager, a man named Leonard with gelled hair and 2 white sneakers, had laughed and said, "At least you get natural light." Now all I could picture was someone standing on a dumpster lid, reaching up with a tool. I heard something at the window, I said, bedroom window. Yeah, don't go in there. The words were so immediate they made me colder than the scrape had. What aren't you telling me? I'm telling you not to go in there, Claire. If it's Darren, he wants you to check. He likes making people react. A hard little tap hit the glass. Once, then again. Tap, tap. My phone buzzed against my face. Another call was coming in. Miles, I have to take this. Mark, don't hang up. I switched calls. Miles came in mid-sentence. Outside your building. Where are you? In my apartment. I figured that part. There's someone in the alley. What? Under my bedroom window, maybe. Do not go near the window. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's correct. I'm at the front gate. Buzz me. I crossed to the intercom by the door, keeping my eyes on the hallway. The building's call box hadn't worked properly in months, so the buzz button required pressure in a specific spot, like an old wound. I pressed it. Nothing. Did it open? I asked. No, I pressed again, harder. The plastic faceplate clicked inward. Now, no, the gate's dead. Of course it was. The time-sensitive problem arrived not like a siren, but like bureaucracy, a broken gate, a locked building, a friend outside, and something at my bedroom window. Can you climb it? I asked. It's 8 feet of decorative spikes designed by a landlord with trust issues. Back entrance. Locked too, I checked. Another scrape from the bedroom. This one longer. It raised a thin, papery sound from the window screen. Miles heard me go quiet. What happened? Screen. Mark, listen. Call 911. I hated that my first thought was how stupid I would sound. There's a man maybe outside my window because my used smart TV showed me my bedroom. The dispatcher would ask if I saw anyone. I hadn't. If someone was breaking in. Not yet. If I was in immediate danger. I didn't know. My brain began assembling embarrassment faster than fear. That was the flaw Jenna always poked at, though she called it pride because she loved me enough to be blunt. I didn't want to be the anxious guy. The guy who made normal things dramatic. The guy who heard a pipe knock and called the police. My father had become that guy after Mom died, calling neighbors at midnight about footsteps on the roof, convinced delivery vans were parked too long in front of the house, writing down license plates on envelopes until Jenna took his pens away. I had spent half my adult life proving I was not him. And now someone was possibly cutting my bedroom window screen while my friend stood locked outside the gate. I'm calling, I said. Put me on speaker, Miles said. I did, then dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm, female, professional. Her name, she said, was Operator Wells. I gave my address, my apartment number, my name. What is the nature of the emergency? There may be someone trying to enter my apartment through a bedroom window. Do you see the person? No. Do you hear someone attempting entry? Yes, scraping, tapping. My bedroom window faces an alley. Are you alone inside? Yes. My friend is outside the building, but the front gate isn't opening. Is your bedroom door closed? I looked. No. Can you safely move to a room with a locking door? The bathroom had a flimsy privacy lock, not a real lock. The front door was closest. The hallway to the bedroom was open. My keys were in my hand, shoes by the couch. I can leave the apartment, I said. Miles's voice burst from the speaker. No, don't come out if someone's in the alley. Operator Wells said, Sir, I need only you speaking to me. Is the front hallway secure? I looked through the peephole again. Still empty. Then Mrs. Alvarez's door opened. Not fully, just enough for her face to appear, small and wary in the crack. She looked toward my door as if she could feel me watching through the peephole. I opened my door as far as the chain allowed. Mrs. Alvarez, I whispered. Her eyes widened. What's wrong? The dispatcher said, Sir, have you opened the door? My neighbor S there. Mrs. Alvarez stepped into the hall wearing a purple robe and slippers, holding her phone in one hand like she had been about to call someone herself. I heard someone on the fire ladder. My skin tightened over my arms. You saw him? No, heard metal. Miles said, Mark, what's happening? I unhooked the chain. Operator Wells said, Sir, if you can exit safely into the hallway, do so, and close the door behind you. Do not go into the bedroom. Mrs. Alvarez came closer, lowering her voice. Mijo, there is a car in the alley, lights off. That decided it. I stepped into the hallway in socks, shut my apartment door, and locked the deadbolt. My hands were clumsy, and I dropped the keys. They hit the carpet with a pathetic little jingle. Mrs. Alvarez flinched. Sorry, I whispered, bending for them. From inside my apartment, something thudded. Not the bedroom window. Inside. A heavy, flat sound, like a palm striking drywall or a knee hitting the floor. I straightened slowly. Mrs. Alvarez's mouth tightened. The dispatcher asked, Are you out of the apartment? Yes. Is the door closed? Yes. Stay with your neighbor if possible. Officers are being dispatched. How long? I asked. I can't give an exact time. Remain on the line. Miles's voice cut through from my other phone line, still on speaker. I'm going around back. I can see the alley from the parking lot. No, I said. I'm not going in the alley. I'm looking. Miles, don't. I'm looking from the lot. The call muffled as he moved, his breathing louder, footsteps quick on pavement. Mrs. Alvarez touched my wrist. Her fingers were cool and dry. Come inside. I should have. That was the correct move. Close a door. Put walls between me and whatever was happening. Wait for police. Instead, I stood facing my apartment door, listening. The hallway smelled like carpet powder and old cooking oil. Downstairs, someone's television laughed through a sitcom punchline. Above us, the ceiling light flickered once, then steadied. My thumb throbbed beneath the band-aid. From inside my place came a soft electronic chime, the TV turning on. I knew the sound because I had heard it during setup. 2 notes, bright and harmless. But the TV was unplugged. Did you leave it plugged in? Mrs. Alvarez whispered. No, the dispatcher said. What was that sound? My TV. Is someone inside the apartment? I don't know. Do not re-enter. Miles came back on the phone, breathless. Mark, what? There's a ladder under your window. There's always a ladder, fire escape thing. No, not that. A folding ladder, aluminum, leaning against the wall under your bedroom. My mouth went numb. And there's a car, he continued. Dark sedan. No plates on the back. Mrs. Alvarez crossed herself with the hand that held her phone. Operator Wells asked, Can your friend provide a description to officers? Miles answered directly now, louder. Dark gray or black sedan, alley behind the building. No rear plate visible. I don't see the person. Then, from behind my apartment door, my phone made a sound. Not the phone in my hand, my old phone. I kept an old cracked iPhone in my bedroom drawer because I always meant to trade it in and never did. It had no active service, but it still connected to Wi-Fi when charged. Its alarm tone began playing inside my locked apartment. Soft at first, louder radar, the default iPhone alarm. I had not charged that phone in weeks. The thin, cheery sound drilled straight through the door. Mrs. Alvarez said, Matter de Dios. The dispatcher asked, Sir, do you have another device inside? Yes. Could someone be using it? I don't know. The alarm kept going. Then it stopped. A second later, my current phone lit up with a notification. Unknown number, a text. You left the TV on. I stared at the words until they blurred. Miles said, "What? What happened?" I couldn't answer. Another text came through. "Bedroom looks empty now. Where did you go?" That was the concrete problem then. Not vibes, not anxiety, not some weird app glitch I could explain away with cached feeds and smart home settings. Someone had access to a camera pointed at my bed, knew I had left the apartment, had triggered a device inside, and might physically be at the bedroom window with a ladder, while the police were still somewhere out in Los Angeles traffic, and my friend was outside near the alley. "Miles," I said, my voice coming out too flat. "Get away from the parking lot. What did you see? Get away from it now." Down the hallway, the stairwell door opened. For one wild second, I thought it was police, but it was a man I didn't recognize. White baseball cap, gray hoodie. Average height, one hand in the front pocket. Head tilted down as if he were checking the floor for something he had dropped. Mrs. Alvarez made a small sound beside me. The man looked up, not at her, at me. Then he smiled like we had already met. "Mark," he said. Operator Wells was still speaking in my ear, but her voice seemed to slide far away. The man took one step into the hallway. My apartment door was between us and whatever had happened inside. Miles was outside, exposed. Mrs. Alvarez was beside me in her slippers. The police were coming, but not here. The man in the white cap lifted his free hand. In it was a phone. On the screen, small but unmistakable, was the live feed of my bedroom. He turned it slightly, letting me see the empty bed, the open closet, the dark window. Then, from inside my locked apartment, something heavy moved against the door, not knocking, leaning. The wood flexed once in its frame. The man's smile thinned. "You really shouldn't have unplugged it," he said. The man in the white cap stood 10 feet away from us, close enough that I could see a little tear in the brim where the stitching had come loose. Wasn't big. That made him worse somehow. He didn't have the shape of a movie intruder, all shoulders and shadow. He looked like somebody you'd stand behind at a gas station while he bought a bottle of water and a pack of gum. Gray hoodie, faded jeans, running shoes with one lace untied. 34, maybe 35. Darren Pike, if Claire had told me the truth. His eyes were light-colored and busy, moving from my face to Mrs. Alvarez to the door of my apartment, as if he was keeping a checklist. Behind that door, something leaned into the wood again. The deadbolt held. The frame complained with a dry little crack. Mrs. Alvarez gripped my forearm hard enough to hurt. Operator Wells was still in my ear, her voice flattened by my phone speaker. "Sir, do not engage. Move away if you can do so safely." Darren's phone screen showed my bedroom. The view was angled down at the bed, the closet, the window, empty. That was what my brain snagged on first. Empty. So what was pressing against the apartment door? Darren smiled like he could see me doing the math. "You really shouldn't have unplugged it," he said again. My first attempt to solve it was pure instinct. Get us behind another locked door. I pulled Mrs. Alvarez toward her apartment. "Inside," I whispered. She moved, but too slowly. Her slippers dragged on the hallway carpet. She was watching Darren's phone. People do that when they see impossible things. They stare at the evidence, as if staring can make it arrange itself into something ordinary. "Mrs. Alvarez," I said. Now, Darren took one step forward, not fast, not lunging, just enough to remind us he had legs and the hallway was narrow. I shoved Mrs. Alvarez through her doorway harder than I meant to. She stumbled and caught herself against the wall inside. Her apartment smelled like lemon cleaner, coffee, and the warm dust of old upholstery. The game show was still playing in the living room, audience applause bursting bright and fake. I followed her in and slammed the door. She had 3 locks. Bless her. Deadbolt chain, and one of those sliding hotel latches she had installed herself with crooked screws. I threw all 3 while Operator Wells asked what was happening. "We're in my neighbor's apartment," I said. "Is the suspect outside?" "Yes." "Are you injured?" "No." Mrs. Alvarez answered at the same time. "No." Then she looked at my arm and corrected herself. "He has blood." "It's my thumb," I said. From the hall came a soft knock on her door. 3 taps. Polite. Darren said, "Alina, I don't want trouble with you." Mrs. Alvarez's face changed. Not fear exactly. Recognition of being seen. "You know my name," she called, voice shaking. "I know everyone's names. That building directory downstairs is very helpful." I hated him for that. Not because it was brilliant, because it was small and easy, and meant he had stood down there reading us like labels on boxes. I moved away from the door and tried to think. Mrs. Alvarez's apartment mirrored mine, but flipped. Her front door opened into a living room crowded with framed family photos, a sagging floral couch, and a glass coffee table covered in crocheted doilies. To the left was her small kitchen. Straight ahead, a short hallway led to her bedroom and bathroom. Her windows faced the street, not the alley. That mattered. If we could get to the balcony walkway outside her living room window, no, there wasn't one. Second floor, no balcony, just a window with security bars. Miles was outside. The police were on the way. Darren was in the hall. Something was at my door. The alley was behind my bedroom. The building's front gate was broken. I said into the phone, "Can officers access the rear alley?" Operator Wells said, "I've updated the call. Units are responding to the front and rear. Stay where you are." "How far?" "They're responding as quickly as possible." That meant not close enough. My other line buzzed, Miles again. I switched him to speaker without hanging up on 911. The phone became a confusion of voices until I snapped, one at a time. Miles was breathing hard. I moved back to the sidewalk. "I can see the alley mouth from here. The sedan's still there." "Can you see my window?" "Partially. Dumpster blocks the bottom. Ladder S still up. Do you see anyone on it?" "No." "But Mark, your bedroom light just turned on." Mrs. Alvarez covered her mouth. "My bedroom light?" I asked. "Yeah, on then off. Now on again." I looked toward Mrs. Alvarez's front door. The hallway outside was quiet. The thing at my door had stopped pushing. Darren knocked again. Tap, tap, tap. "Mark," he said, "you're making this messy." Second attempt. Document and expose him. It was Miles's idea originally, and panic made it feel like a rope. This was recorded if we had proof, if Darren's face and phone and voice were captured. Then it became real in the way I needed it to be real. Not Mark being anxious. Not Mark spiraling. Evidence. I opened my camera app and turned it toward the door. "Say your name again," I called. Mrs. Alvarez hissed. "Don't talk to him." But Darren answered through the wood, amused. "You know my name. Say it. I'm not auditioning for you." "You're on 911, I said. "Police are coming." I heard. His calmness cracked something in me. I wanted him to sound cornered. He sounded inconvenienced. Miles said through the speaker, "Keep him talking." Operator Wells said, "Sir, do not provoke him." Darren said, "Is Claire listening? Did she call you? She does that. Finds a man to stand in front of her and then acts surprised when the man gets hurt." "You put a camera in my bedroom," I said. "No, you put my TV in your living room." "That doesn't make sense." "It will." Mrs. Alvarez had shuffled to her kitchen counter. She pulled open a drawer and took out a heavy wooden rolling pin. The sight of it would have been funny another night. Now it looked heartbreakingly small. From my phone, Miles said, "A patrol car just passed the street." "Here." "No, didn't turn." My recording showed Mrs. Alvarez's locked door. Darren's voice came through muffled but clear enough. "Good. Proof." Then my screen flickered. The camera app closed. My phone went to the lock screen. For half a second, I thought my battery had died, but it was at 46%. I unlocked it. A settings notification dropped down. Wi-Fi network changed. I hadn't changed anything. My phone connected to a network called VIZIO setup 5G, then a video opened by itself. Not in an app I recognized. A browser page. Black background. White buffering circle. Mrs. Alvarez whispered, "What is that?" The video loaded. It showed us from above. Not my bedroom. Mrs. Alvarez's living room. The angle was high, near the ceiling corner by the front window, looking down over the floral couch, the coffee table, Mrs. Alvarez in her purple robe holding the rolling pin, and me standing with my phone raised like an idiot. For one awful second, I believed Darren had a camera in her apartment too. Mrs. Alvarez made a choking sound. "No," she said. "No, no." I spun around, searching the ceiling corner shown in the video. There was something black up there. A small dark circle above the curtain rod. My stomach dropped. Then the thing moved. It crawled 3 inches along the wall. I almost threw the phone. Mrs. Alvarez cried out and swung the rolling pin at nothing. The black shape kept crawling. A cockroach. Large, glossy, disgusting, and perfectly ordinary. The camera angle wasn't from her ceiling. It was from my phone's front camera, somehow activated and being mirrored with a filter or web page that made it look like a surveillance feed for one impossible second. My own hand had raised the phone high enough to catch us at an angle, and panic had filled in the rest. The misdirection broke, but not cleanly. Relief came mixed with humiliation and a deeper fear, because if Darren could push a page to my phone, force it onto his hotspot or the TV's setup network, and make my device open a feed, then this wasn't just a camera. It was proximity. He was close enough to spoof a network, close enough to manipulate what my devices trusted. "Turn off Wi-Fi," Miles said immediately. "Mark, turn off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth." Now, I did. Airplane mode. Then cellular back on. The browser stopped. Room returned to being only Mrs. Alvarez's living room, with the TV game show still laughing at us from a different reality. Darren's voice came through the door. "You saw it, didn't you?" Mrs. Alvarez sank onto the couch. The rolling pin rested across her knees. Her breathing had become thin and whistly. I crouched beside her. "Are you okay?" "My chest," she said. Everything narrowed. "Chest pain?" Operator Wells asked, catching it. Mrs. Alvarez nodded, then realized the dispatcher couldn't see. "Tight, I'm scared." She was 68, frightened, trapped in her apartment by a man in the hall and something happening in mine. Suddenly, this wasn't just about my bed or Claire's ex or some sick technical game. Mrs. Alvarez could have a heart attack because I dragged this into her doorway. That guilt hit low and hard. "Do you have medication?" I asked. "In the bathroom, cabinet. Small white bottle, nitroglycerin." "Can I get it?" She waved toward the hallway. Her apartment hallway was narrow, lit by a night light shaped like a candle. Bathroom on the right, bedroom at the end. I kept my phone in my hand, 911 still connected, and ran to the bathroom. My socks slipped on the tile, and my shoulder banged the door frame. Pain flared down my arm. Medicine cabinet, toothpaste, Vicks, old perfume, prescription bottles. "Which one?" I called. "Small, blue label." I found it and brought it back. My hands shook so badly I had to try twice to open the cap. Darren knocked again, this time lower on the door. "I can help," he said. "Shut up," I snapped. Mrs. Alvarez put the tablet under her tongue. Her eyes were wet, furious with fear. "I told Leonard about that gate," she said, 3 times. 3 times I told him. The broken gate, the locked front, the delayed police. A procedural failure, boring and deadly. 3rd attempt, get Miles inside and get Mrs. Alvarez out. Mrs. Alvarez's window faced the street. There were security bars, but I remembered seeing a release pin on one of them during an earthquake safety inspection months earlier. Maybe it opened from inside. Maybe Miles could get below it. Maybe we couldn't climb down, but we could pass her keys or phone or get eyes on the front. I went to the front window and pulled the curtain aside. The street below looked too normal. Parked cars. A jacaranda tree shedding purple flowers onto the curb. The locked front gate at the walkway entrance. Beyond it, Miles stood under the weak porch light in a black hoodie and beanie, one hand holding his phone, the other pressed against the gate bars. He looked up when he saw the curtain move. I opened the window. Warm night air rushed in, smelling of asphalt, jasmine, and garbage from the alley. "Miles." He stepped back to see me. "You okay? Mrs. Alvarez has chest pain. We need paramedics." "Police are coming," I called too. "The gate's dead." "Can you force it?" He looked at the metal gate. "Not without tools. Find a rock. It opens inward, genius." Mrs. Alvarez called weakly. "My nephew has a key." "Where?" I asked. "Studio City, too far." Miles looked past me. His expression changed. "Mark, get away from the window." I ducked instinctively. "What?" "The white cap guy. I saw him through the hall window. He's still outside your door." "Is he trying to get in?" "No, he's just standing there." From the hall side of Mrs. Alvarez's apartment came a metallic scrape. Not at her door. Farther away. My apartment. Then a beep. My smart lock didn't have a keypad. I didn't have a smart lock. But my old TV remote had made a beep like that when pairing. Another beep followed lower. Miles said, "What's that?" "I don't know." Operator Wells said, "Sir, officers are close. Stay inside. Stay inside. Stay away." useless if Mrs. Alvarez got worse before anyone could reach us. I looked at the security bars on the window. There was a release lever, but it had been painted over 5 times. I grabbed it and pulled. It didn't move. Miles said, "What are you doing?" Trying to open the bars. With what? I looked around Mrs. Alvarez's living room. Doilies, family photos, ceramic birds, a small toolkit on a lower shelf of the TV stand. Of course, Mrs. Alvarez had a toolkit. I grabbed a flathead screwdriver and jammed it under the painted lever. The first push did nothing. The second slipped and tore skin off the base of my thumb near the band-aid. I hissed, shoved harder, and the lever cracked free with a brittle snap of old paint. The bars swung outward 6 inches, then stopped. A security chain held them. "Damn it," Mrs. Alvarez said. "Key. Little key, junk drawer." I ran to the kitchen. Junk drawer was a packed archaeological site. Rubber bands, batteries, coupons, a rosary, takeout menus, keys on rings with no labels. My fingers sorted through metal while the hallway stayed too quiet. Miles called up. "Mark, talk to me. I'm finding a key." "Faster. Helpful, thanks." My hand closed on a tiny brass key with a red plastic cap. I ran back and tried it in the chain lock. Too big. Another, too small. Mrs. Alvarez was breathing with her eyes closed. I tried a third key. It turned. The chain dropped. The bars swung open. For one clean second, I thought we had done it. Not solved everything, but opened a route. Air came in. Street noise came in. Miles reached up toward the window like he could climb the building by willpower alone. Then all the lights went out. Not just Mrs. Alvarez's apartment. The hallway light died under the door. Her TV went black. The refrigerator hum stopped. Outside, the porch light over Miles blinked off. The whole building seemed to inhale and hold it. A power outage. For a second, no one moved. Then every battery-powered thing began announcing itself. Mrs. Alvarez's smoke detector chirped once. My phone screen glowed in my hand. Somewhere downstairs, a child started crying. A neighbor yelled, "What happened?" The darkness made the geography of the building sharpen in my head. 2nd floor. Mrs. Alvarez's apartment at 2B, mine at 2C, hallway outside. Stairwell to the left, Darren between us and the stairs. Front gate below, locked and unpowered. Alley behind my bedroom, ladder under my window, sedan parked with no plates. Miles outside the gate. Police close, allegedly. Mrs. Alvarez with chest pain. Me barefoot in socks with a bleeding hand, and a phone at 39%. Then the emergency lights in the hallway clicked on. Dim red strips under the door. Mrs. Alvarez whispered, "He did that." "Maybe the whole block," I said. I looked out the window. Across the street, apartment windows were still lit. Porch lamps glowed. A restaurant sign at the corner shone red. Only our building was dark. Miles said from below, "Mark, the alley car just turned its lights on." "What?" "Headlights. Facing the alley exit. Do you see anyone?" "No." Then Mrs. Alvarez's front door shook. Hard. The deadbolt jumped. She screamed, a short, ragged sound that turned into coughing. Darren's voice came through the door, closer and no longer amused. "Open it." I grabbed the rolling pin. Ridiculous. But it was what we had. "Back hallway," Mrs. Alvarez gasped. "What?" "Bedroom closet. Access panel. Pipes. I stared at her. She pointed down her hallway with a shaking hand. Maintenance crawl space. Between units. Leonard showed me after the leak. A way between apartments. A way into mine. The knowledge landed with awful clarity. If there was a crawl space or maintenance access between 2B and 2C, then the heavy movement against my apartment door might not have been someone climbing through the window. It might have been someone already inside the wall cavity, moving between units. Or Darren knew about it, or both. Miles called from below, police lights. I see them at the corner. Relief surged so strongly my knees weakened. Then a car horn blasted from the alley. Long and sustained. Not a normal honk. Someone leaning on it. The sound punched through the building, echoing off stucco and brick. Downstairs, doors opened. Voices rose. The crying child wailed louder. The horn kept going, a hard mechanical scream drawing everyone's attention toward the rear. Misdirection again, but this time I understood it while it was happening. "He's pulling them to the alley," I said. Operator Wells answered. "Officers will assess both locations." But the front gate was locked. The power was out. The building was panicking. Darren slammed Mrs. Alvarez's door again. One of the crooked screws in the hotel latch shifted. I saw it move. "Bedroom," I said to Mrs. Alvarez. "I can't run, I know." I got my arm under hers and lifted. She was lighter than I expected, which scared me. We moved down her hallway in inches, her slippers scraping, my shoulder burning where I'd hit the bathroom frame. Behind us, another impact hit the door. The chain snapped loose and clattered on the floor. Deadbolt still held, for now. Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom was neat and dim, lit only by my phone. A quilted bedspread, a dresser with family photos, a closet with sliding mirrored doors. In the reflection, I saw myself, sweaty, pale, holding up an old woman who was trying not to cry. The front door boomed again. Wood cracked. I pulled the closet door open. Inside were hanging dresses, plastic bins, a vacuum cleaner, and at the back wall, a square panel about 2 feet by 2 feet, painted the same beige as the wall. A little metal ring sat at the bottom. I yanked it. Nothing. Paint sealed it shut. "Move," Miles said through the phone. "What?" "I'm at the window." I turned. Outside Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom window, which faced the side walkway rather than the street, Miles's face appeared behind the security screen. He was standing on something below, probably the narrow utility ledge over the first floor awning. His beanie was gone, hair stuck to his forehead, one cheek scraped red. "What the hell are you doing?" I hissed. Climbed the drain pipe. "That is the dumbest panel. Use the screwdriver along the top edge." I jammed the screwdriver into the seam. The first pry bent the tip. The second made the panel pop with a sound like a knuckle cracking. Behind us, Mrs. Alvarez's front door gave way. Not all the way, just enough for the deadbolt plate to tear partly from the frame. Darren shouted something I couldn't make out. I pulled the panel open. A stale, dusty smell poured out. Warm air, old insulation, mouse droppings, pipes. A narrow maintenance cavity ran sideways between apartments, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through on hands and knees. It led toward my unit, toward the TV, toward the bedroom feed, away from Darren at the front door. also possibly toward whoever or whatever had been moving inside the wall. That was the point of no return. The front door cracked again, louder. Mrs. Alvarez sagged against me. Miles said, "Police are at the gate. They can't get in yet." Behind the broken door, Darren's footsteps entered Mrs. Alvarez's living room. Slow, certain. I looked at the dark crawlspace, then at Mrs. Alvarez, then at Miles outside the barred window with no safe way in. There was nowhere left to wait. I helped Mrs. Alvarez down to the closet floor, pushed my phone into her hand with 911 still connected, and crawled into the wall first. The dust closed around my face. Behind me, Darren reached the bedroom doorway. And in the dark ahead, from inside the wall between her apartment and mine, the old TV chimed again. The crawl space was not built for people. It was built for pipes, wires, and the kind of maintenance nobody wanted to pay a real contractor to do. The opening scraped both my shoulders as I pulled myself through, and the first breath I took inside tasted like warm dust and old wood. Insulation brushed my cheek in pink, itchy strands. Something small skittered away ahead of me, claws ticking over plaster. Behind me, Mrs. Alvarez whispered a prayer in Spanish. Behind her, Darren stepped into the bedroom. I couldn't see him yet, only the pale slice of Mrs. Alvarez's room behind my legs, and the wobble of my phone light in her hand. She was on the closet floor, one hand pressed to her chest, the other clutching my phone with the 911 call still open. Her purple robe had twisted around her knees. She looked tiny in the square of light. "Mark," she whispered. "Go." Darren's voice came from the bedroom doorway. "Alina, move away from there." Not angry. That was the worst part. Not shouting. Not breathless from breaking through the door. He sounded like a man correcting someone who had put a mug on the wrong shelf. I shoved forward on my elbows. The crawl space ran straight for maybe 6 feet, then bent right toward my apartment. There were copper pipes along the lower left, a bundle of electrical cable stapled overhead, and a narrow channel of dusty plywood just wide enough for my ribs. Every movement made the wall breathe around me. Drywall flexed. Nails creaked. My injured thumb pulsed in time with my heartbeat. The TV chimed again from somewhere ahead. 2 bright notes. Closer now. I stopped. That sound couldn't come from the living room. Not clearly like that. It was inside the wall. Then I saw it. A thin blue-white glow leaking around a loose service panel ahead, about 10 feet away. A rectangle of light in the dark. My bedroom was on the other side, the feed, the impossible high angle, the view of my bed. It wasn't impossible. It was hidden. I crawled faster and immediately regretted it. A nail point caught the back of my shirt and tore through fabric. My shoulder hit a pipe. Pain burst hot and blunt, and I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood. Behind me, Mrs. Alvarez gasped. Darren said, closer, "Give me the phone." "No," she said. "Alina, no." There was a shuffle, a scrape. Then Mrs. Alvarez cried out. I tried to turn around and couldn't. The space pinned me forward. Panic jammed itself under my ribs. "Miles," I shouted. Outside, faint through walls and distance, Miles answered, "I'm here." "Get police to the side window." "They're at the gate, the gate." The stupid locked gate. Leonard's cheap electric latch. Mrs. Alvarez had told him 3 times. Darren's footsteps moved inside her bedroom. "Mark can hear me, right?" I kept crawling. "Good," Darren said. "Then listen. I don't want your neighbor hurt. I don't want you hurt. I want what's mine." "You sold it to me," I shouted back, voice muffled by drywall. "Claire sold it." "Same difference." "No," he said. "It really is." I reached the glowing service panel. It had been cut into the shared wall behind my closet and patched badly, not with the same old maintenance work as Mrs. Alvarez's panel, but newer, cleaner. Someone had made it and tried to hide it. The edges smelled faintly of sawdust and adhesive. A black cable ran through the gap, not house wiring, thinner, like a charging cable. I wedged the screwdriver into the seam and pried. The panel shifted. Something on the other side bumped it back. I froze. Then a voice whispered inches from my face. "Don't, not Darren, a woman." For 1 second, everything in me stopped working. The panel moved again, and a human eye appeared in the crack. I jerked backward so hard my spine hit the pipe. The eye vanished. "Who are you?" I hissed. There was no answer. From Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom, Darren said, "Mark, you found her, her." The word turned the crawl space colder than the dark. I pushed the panel with both hands. It opened inward into my bedroom closet. A woman crouched on the other side among my hanging shirts. She was maybe late 20s or early 30s, white, with stringy blonde hair stuck to her forehead and a smear of dust along one cheek. Her eyes were wide and glassy, but not empty, terrified. Her left wrist was zip-tied to the metal closet rod with a short length of black plastic, tight enough that the skin around it had swollen. There was silver duct tape stuck to her sweatshirt sleeve where it had been ripped away from her mouth. A small camera, black and square, was mounted above her head with adhesive putty and a bracket, angled down through a hole cut in the closet wall toward my bed. The camera's cable ran to a battery pack, and a small wireless transmitter taped behind a shoebox I hadn't touched in months. My room, my feed, human hands, cheap hardware, no ghosts. The woman looked past me toward the crawl space. "Don't let him in here." "What's your name?" "Rachel." Her voice was ragged. "Rachel Voss, 31. I live in Sherman Oaks. Please, please don't leave me." Rachel Voss, 31, female, was introduced to me in the least natural way a person can be introduced, bound in my closet, shaking hard enough to make the hangers click. I knew nothing about her except that she was real, hurt, and had been hidden on the other side of my bedroom wall while I had stood in my living room trying not to overreact. "How long have you been here?" I whispered. "I don't know. He moved me from the car when you left the apartment, before your friend came. He said it was supposed to be empty." My stomach heaved, not at the smell, not at the dust, at the timing. When I stepped into the hallway with Mrs. Alvarez, Darren, or someone working with him, had used the alley ladder and the bedroom window. Rachel had been brought into my apartment while I stood 6 feet away on the other side of a locked door. Listening to the old phone alarm, he triggered to keep me focused on the wrong thing. "Can you walk?" I asked. She nodded, then shook her head. "Maybe, my ankle." The TV chimed again. This time I saw the source. Not the big Vizio in my living room. A tiny portable monitor, no bigger than a paperback book, was taped to the inside wall of the closet beside the camera gear. It showed a washed-out view from another camera, Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom, seen through the open closet panel behind me. Darren had been watching both sides. Rachel whispered. He made me hold it at first. The phone. He wanted Claire to think. A crash behind us cut her off. Mrs. Alvarez screamed. I twisted toward the crawlspace. Darren had grabbed her. I saw only pieces through the opening. Mrs. Alvarez's robe, Darren's hand locked around her upper arm, my phone on the bedroom carpet with the screen still lit. Operator Wells's voice leaked tinny from the speaker. Sir, ma'am, stay on the line. Darren dragged Mrs. Alvarez toward the closet. Open it, he said. I can't, she cried. You already did. His face appeared at the crawlspace entrance behind me, lit from below by my phone on the floor. White cap, pale eyes, sweat shining along his upper lip now. Not calm anymore, close to it, but not quite. The mask had slipped at the edges. He held Mrs. Alvarez in front of him like a shield, one arm across her collarbone. In his other hand was a folding knife. Small blade, real enough. Back out, Mark. I had no room to back out. Rachel was behind me, tied in the closet. Darren was ahead, blocking the way to Mrs. Alvarez's apartment. My bedroom door was beyond Rachel and half open. Somewhere outside, Miles was shouting at police. The alley sedan was still below my window. The power was out. The big TV was unplugged and useless, except not useless. The TV in the living room was still there. Big, heavy, glass and plastic on a stand that had always wobbled. I looked at Rachel's wrist. Zip tie. I looked at the screwdriver in my hand. Darren noticed. Don't. I wedged the screwdriver under the zip tie and twisted. Rachel bit down on her sleeve to keep from crying out. The plastic dug deeper before it snapped. When it gave, her hand dropped limp into her lap, blood rushing back in painful blotches. Darren shoved Mrs. Alvarez forward toward the crawlspace. I said back out. Mrs. Alvarez stumbled. Her shoulder hit the opening. She made a small, breathless sound. Something in me changed then. Not into courage. That sounds cleaner than it was. It was more like the part of me that had been trying to prove I was reasonable finally got tired. I had spent the whole night measuring my fear against how it would look to other people. Would Jenna think I was Dad? Would the dispatcher think I was dramatic? Would Miles think I was stupid? Would Claire think I blamed her? Even with a man in the hallway, even with a camera on my bed, some miserable little courtroom in my head had kept asking whether I had enough evidence to deserve help. Mrs. Alvarez was being held at knife point in her own bedroom. Rachel was tied in my closet. I had enough evidence. Rachel, I said quietly, when I move, you run to the living room. Push the TV over if he comes through. What? Just run. Darren's eyes narrowed. What are you saying? I threw the screwdriver at his face. Not a heroic throw, not even accurate. It hit the crawlspace framing above him and bounced, but he flinched. That was enough. I lunged forward. The crawlspace took most of the force. My shoulder slammed into a pipe. My knees scraped raw on the plywood, but my hands reached Mrs. Alvarez. I grabbed the sleeve of her robe and pulled sideways, not away from Darren, but down. She dropped. The knife flashed over her shoulder instead of into her neck. Darren cursed and grabbed for me. I kicked backward blindly. My heel hit something soft. His wrist, maybe. The knife clattered against wood and vanished into the dark channel beside the pipes. "Go," I yelled. Rachel moved behind me. Hangers rattled. Closet doors banged. Darren drove forward into the crawl space. He was thinner than me. That helped him. He came fast, elbows and knees, face twisted now, no smile left. I scrambled backward into my closet, tearing my shirt further. Rachel was already limping across my bedroom, one hand on the dresser, dragging her bad ankle. She nearly fell at the doorway. "Living room," I shouted. Darren burst through the closet panel headfirst and grabbed my ankle. I hit the floor hard, chin striking the closet track. White pain popped behind my eyes. I tasted blood again, more this time. He crawled out on top of me. The room was dim, lit by street lamp stripes and the weak glow of the portable monitor in the closet. On that little screen, I saw Mrs. Alvarez crawling away through her own bedroom, one hand pressed to her chest. I heard Miles outside, closer now, yelling, "They're inside. Second floor, break the gate." Darren's knee pinned my thigh. He punched me once behind the ear. The world tilted, not black. Worse. Bright and far away. I reached for anything. Shoes, laundry basket, bed frame. My fingers closed around the loose sock beside the basket. Useless. Darren hit me again lower, near the jaw. My teeth snapped together. A hot thread of pain ran into my neck. "You don't know what you bought," he panted. I spat blood on my own floor. A used TV. He pressed his forearm across my throat. Air narrowed. "You think this is about the TV?" His face was inches from mine. He smelled like mint gum, sweat, and metal. Behind him, the hidden camera watched from the closet wall, still angled at my bed, recording, streaming, feeding his little screens. The private fear came back in the worst shape. Not that nobody would believe me, that I might die in the exact place I had been afraid to sleep, and afterward people would explain me away as anxious, unstable, unlucky. I clawed at his arm. Rachel shouted from the living room. Then came the crash. The big Vizio hit the floor with a sound like a window dropped from a building. Plastic cracked. Glass spiderwebbed. The stand snapped. A bright electric pop flashed blue, followed by the sharp smell of burned dust and hot circuitry. Darren's head jerked toward the sound. No, he got off me. That was his mistake. I sucked air so hard it hurt and rolled toward the bed. My hand found the metal frame. I pulled myself up as Darren ran out of the bedroom toward the living room. I followed because there was nowhere else to go. Rachel had pushed the TV over exactly like I told her. She was on the far side of the couch, one knee on the cushion, pale and shaking. The cracked Vizio lay face down on the floor in a scatter of broken plastic. Its power cord, still unplugged, snaked under the coffee table. The smell of burnt electronics was coming from the small battery pack, and transmitter Darren must have dropped or kicked in his panic, now crushed beneath the TV frame. Darren stood over it like Rachel had killed a pet. "You stupid," Miles appeared at the living room window. Not inside. Outside on the utility ledge, gripping the frame with one hand and Mrs. Alvarez's screwdriver with the other. He had climbed from the side window around the narrow stucco lip toward my apartment's living room window. His face was gray with effort, Blood ran from the scrape on his cheek into his beard. "Hey," he shouted. Darren spun. Miles swung the screwdriver at the window latch from outside. Once, twice. The old latch cracked but didn't give. Darren grabbed the coffee table and shoved it toward Rachel. It slammed into her shin. She went down with a cry. I moved without thinking. 2 steps, 3. My bleeding hand closed around the rolling pin. Mrs. Alvarez must have dropped in the bedroom, or maybe I had dragged it through the closet without noticing. No, not the rolling pin. The metal bed frame support rail. I had pulled it loose when I got up. It was hollow aluminum, light but solid. Darren turned back toward me. I swung. The rail hit his forearm, not his head. There was a flat, ugly crack. He screamed and dropped whatever he had been reaching for in his hoodie pocket. A small black device skidded across the floor and hit the broken TV. He charged me anyway. We hit the wall beside the kitchen entrance. My shoulder struck the thermostat. Plastic shattered. His broken or bruised arm hung wrong, but his other hand found my throat again. He drove me backward into the counter. My spine lit up. A dish slid from the sink and broke near our feet. "Mark," Rachel screamed. The front door boomed. Not Darren this time. "Police." "LAPD." Open the door. I would have laughed if I had air. The door was locked from inside. My keys were in the hallway outside 2C, where I dropped and recovered them before entering Mrs. Alvarez's place. No, wait. I had them. I had locked my apartment door. Then gone into 2B. Did I still have them? My pocket. Darren squeezed harder. I drove my thumb into his eye. I didn't plan it. I didn't want to do it. My hand just found his face and pushed into the soft, wet corner until he screamed and jerked sideways. His fist hit my cheek as he recoiled. My knees buckled. Rachel crawled to the door. Her ankle was bad. Her wrist was swollen. She still crawled. Darren saw her with the lock. He kicked me once in the ribs and went after her. Short peek, no thoughts. I grabbed his untied shoelace. That was all I could reach. His foot stopped mid-step. His momentum didn't. He pitched forward, arms windmilling, and went down hard onto the edge of the cracked TV. His chin hit first, then his chest. Broken plastic snapped under him. The black device near the TV sparked. For a second, nothing happened. Then smoke began to curl from under the crushed casing. Battery. Lithium. I had read enough stupid internet warnings to know what came next. "Move," I yelled. Rachel had the deadbolt open, but not the chain. Her fingers fumbled. The smoke thickened fast, bitter and chemical. Darren groaned on the floor, trying to push himself up with one good arm and one useless one. The device popped. A small flame licked under the TV frame. Not huge, not cinematic, but real, bright orange, hungry for dust, carpet fibers, cheap plastic. The smoke alarm screamed. The sound tore through the apartment. I grabbed Darren under the armpits. I don't know why. I hated him. I was afraid of him. But he was half conscious on my carpet with a fire starting under his ribs, and some stupid human part of me refused to let him burn there. He fought me weakly. "Get off. Shut up." I dragged him backward. Pain stabbed through my ribs where he'd kicked me. My legs slipped on broken plastic. The flame climbed the edge of the TV housing. and caught the paper sleeve of a takeout menu under the coffee table. Rachel got the chain free. The door opened. 2 lapped officers stood there in the red emergency light from the hallway, weapons raised, faces tight. Officer Maria Havel, 42, female, later gave me her card. In that moment, she was just a shape with a badge and a voice sharp enough to cut through the smoke. Beside her was Officer Daniel Price, 28, male, younger, wide-eyed, holding his stance like training had welded him into it. "Hands," Havel shouted. I dropped Darren's shoulders and raised my hands. Darren rolled onto his side, coughing, blood running from his chin. Rachel crawled toward the officers and collapsed against the threshold. "There's fire," I said, or tried to say. It came out shredded. Officer Price stepped in, grabbed the little extinguisher from under my kitchen sink after I pointed, and hit the burning TV with a burst of white powder. The flame disappeared under a choking cloud. The room became noise. Police shouting, smoke alarms screaming, Miles yelling from the window, "I'm stuck out here," Mrs. Alvarez coughing somewhere through the wall, Rachel sobbing once, then clamping it down, Darren saying over and over, "My arm, my arm, my arm." I sat on the floor because my legs had stopped negotiating. The carpet was gritty with extinguisher dust and broken screen glass. My thumb bled through 2 Band-Aids. My jaw throbbed. Every breath snagged on my ribs. Officer Havel cuffed Darren while he moaned and tried to explain. "She stole my property," he said. "Stop talking," Havel told him. "She took my son." "Stop talking. It was mine." She tightened the cuffs. Darren cried out. The conflict ended there, in the least satisfying way possible. Not with answers, not with some grand confession, but with a man face down on my carpet, a broken TV smoking beside him, and Rachel Voss curled near my front door with a zip tie mark around her wrist. Miles was helped through the window by firefighters 5 minutes later, after they finally forced the gate with a pry bar and killed power to the damaged circuit. He had a sprained wrist and a scrape that needed cleaning. Mrs. Alvarez was carried out on a stair chair by paramedics, nitroglycerin still dissolving bitter under her tongue, her hand reaching for mine until they told me not to stand. Claire called 12 times. I didn't answer. Not then. I looked once toward my bedroom. The hidden closet panel hung open. The camera above it pointed calmly at my bed, still mounted, still aimed, as if all it needed was another battery and someone patient enough to watch. Officer Price followed my gaze and said, "We'll get it." But for a moment, neither of us moved. The smoke alarm finally stopped. The sudden quiet that replaced it wasn't peaceful. It was full of coughing, radio static, distant sirens, and the soft crackle of cooling plastic. Darren was in custody. Rachel was alive. Mrs. Alvarez was breathing. Miles was cursing at a firefighter who told him he was lucky he hadn't fallen. The night had resolved itself into facts, but facts didn't make the room feel safe. They just gave the fear a shape. The first person to ask me if I was okay was a firefighter with soot on his forehead and a calm voice that made me want to lie. He crouched in front of me on my living room floor, between the broken Vizio and the coffee table, while white extinguisher powder floated through the air in slow, lazy swirls. The smoke alarm had stopped, but I could still hear it in my teeth. My ears rang around every other sound. Radios crackling, boots in the hall, Mrs. Alvarez coughing somewhere outside, Darren groaning as officers walked him down the stairs. "Sir," the firefighter said, "can you tell me where you're hurt?" I looked at my hand first, because it was easiest. Blood had soaked through the band-aid and dried in a dark seam along my thumb. My knuckles were scraped. There was a splinter buried near the base of my palm, small and stupid and bright with pain. "My hand," I said. "Anywhere else?" I tried to breathe in. My ribs answered with a sharp pinch on the right side. Ribs, jaw, shoulder, maybe everything. That happens. He said it so plainly I almost laughed. My name is still Mark Ellison. I'm 32, male, and I used to think the worst part of being afraid was looking ridiculous. I can tell you now that ridiculous doesn't matter much when a paramedic is taping gauze around your hand and a police officer is photographing a hidden camera above your bed. Officer Havel made me sit on the couch, even though the couch was dusted with fire extinguisher powder and tiny crumbs of black plastic. She had a small notebook in one hand, her radio clipped high on her shoulder, and a streak of ash on her sleeve. She asked questions in a voice that stayed firm without turning cold. "Start from when you bought the television." So I did. I told her about Claire, the storage unit, the blue blanket around the TV, Mrs. Alvarez warning me about the man near the mailboxes, Jenna on the phone, the Live View app, my bedroom on the screen, the light turning on and showing up in the feed a fraction later, the old iPhone alarm, Darren in the hallway with the live feed on his phone, the broken gate, the power outage, the crawl space. I kept expecting her to stop me. She didn't. She only asked, "Did you touch the camera equipment after you discovered it?" I cut Rachel loose. "With what?" "The screwdriver." "Where is it now?" I looked around the room as if the screwdriver might politely present itself. "I don't know." "That's fine. Don't look for it." That sentence helped more than it should have. Don't look for it. Don't fix it. Don't explain it into something harmless. Let someone else handle the evidence. Rachel Voss was taken out before me. I watched from the couch as two paramedics guided her through my living room. She had a gray blanket around her shoulders, one foot bare, the other in a shoe with the laces missing. Her blonde hair was stuck to her face in damp strings, and the zip tie mark around her wrist had risen into an angry red band. She didn't look at the broken TV. She looked at the floor, placing each step like she was testing whether the room would hold. When she reached the door, she stopped. "Mark," she said. Her voice was so hoarse I barely recognized it from the closet. "Yeah," she swallowed. "You came through the wall." I didn't know what to say to that. The paramedic gently touched her elbow. Rachel let herself be let out. I found out later that she was a freelance web designer from Sherman Oaks who had dated Darren for 6 weeks after Claire left him. 6 weeks. Long enough for him to learn her routines, her passwords, her mother's maiden name, which coffee shop had a back patio where she liked to work, and that she kept a spare key in a magnetic box under her car because she locked herself out often. He had installed tracking software on an old phone she used for testing websites. Then he started showing up. Then she tried to cut contact. Then, the same week Claire listed the TV, Rachel disappeared for almost a full day. Darren told police a version of it where he was protecting his property, and Rachel was helping him recover devices. Officer Havel repeated that phrase later with the tired face of someone who had heard 1,000 men turn violence into paperwork. Mrs. Alvarez was carried down the stairs on a chair with straps, furious about it. "I can walk," she told the paramedics. "You can argue," one of them said. "That's different." She saw me as they brought her past my door. Her hair had come loose from its curls, and her robe was covered in dust at one shoulder. "Mijo," she called. I stood too fast and immediately sat back down because my ribs objected. "I'm here," I said. "You owe me a new screwdriver." Even Officer Havel smiled at that. "I'll buy you a whole set," I said, "with the good handles." The good handles. Her expression softened, but only for a second. Then she looked toward my bedroom, where a crime scene technician was photographing the closet. "Do not sleep here tonight." "I won't, I mean it. I know." She nodded once, satisfied, then winced as the paramedics tilted her chair toward the stairs. Miles came in through the front door after they finally got him off the ledge and checked by paramedics. He had a bandage on his cheek, his left wrist wrapped, and an expression of offended dignity. "You look terrible," he said. "You climbed a building." It was more of a controlled scramble. "You lost your beanie. That's the real tragedy." He sat beside me carefully. Leaving a foot of space like pain might be contagious. For a while, we didn't say anything. The apartment was crowded with strangers doing necessary things. One officer bagged Darren's small black device. Another photographed the transmitter hidden in my closet. A fire captain checked the scorched patch of carpet where the battery had caught. The air smelled like burned plastic, dust, old smoke, and the lemon cleaner from Mrs. Alvarez's place drifting through the broken open wall panel. Miles leaned forward, elbows on knees. "You recorded any of it?" he asked. My phone was with Mrs. Alvarez. 911 call got a lot then. "Yeah, good." I looked at him. He glanced away first. "Not good. You know what I mean." "I know." He rubbed his wrapped wrist with his thumb. I kept thinking when I was outside that I should have brought bolt cutters. Who thinks that? Who goes to a friend's house and thinks, better grab bolt cutters in case his used TV comes with a stalking infrastructure? You came. I climbed a drain pipe. Controlled scramble. He snorted, then pressed his mouth into a line because laughing hurt both of us. Claire called again, while Officer Havel was still taking my statement. I didn't answer the first time, or the second. On the third, Havel said, "You can take it, put it on speaker." Claire's voice came through thin and panicked. "Mark, oh my God, Mark, are you okay?" Police came to my apartment. They said, "Darren, I'm alive," I said. She started crying. Not loudly, just one sharp breath that broke apart. "I didn't know," she said. "I swear to you, I didn't know he could track it. I thought it was just an old login. I thought he was trying to scare me." Officer Havel asked, "Claire, this is Officer Havel with Lapped. Are you somewhere safe?" "Yes, my sister S here. My son's asleep. Police are outside." "Good. Do not contact Darren. Do not delete any messages, emails, app history, or device accounts." "I won't." Claire went quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Mark, I am so sorry. I wanted to be generous." Part of me was. She had been living under Darren's shadow long before his shadow crossed my bedroom wall. But another part of me was sitting in a room full of glass with my blood on the carpet. "I believe you didn't know everything," I said. It was the most honest sentence I had. She cried harder, silently this time, the line filling with breath and static. Officer Havel took over from there, asking about account names, camera brands, storage unit access, old passwords, shared devices, restraining orders, dates. Claire answered like someone emptying a drawer onto a table. The legal aftermath began before dawn, and somehow still felt slow. Darren Pike was booked on charges that sounded both huge and inadequate when listed together. Burglary, false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, stalking, illegal surveillance, vandalism, and several cyber-related charges that changed names depending on which detective explained them. Later, they added kidnapping related to Rachel. His sedan had no rear plate because he had removed it and left it in the trunk under a moving blanket. Inside the car, police found zip ties, 2 prepaid phones, a laptop, a set of lock bypass tools, a cheap Wi-Fi Pineapple device, 3 battery packs, and printed floor plans from an apartment rental website. That last detail kept coming back to me. Printed floor plans. He had not needed to be a genius. He had needed time, entitlement, and enough public information to turn ordinary places into maps. The folding ladder in the alley had been bought at a hardware store in Glendale 2 days earlier. The power outage was not magic or a city failure. Darren had opened the unlocked electrical closet at the side of the building and pulled the main breaker after jamming the door so it would look stuck. The front gate failed because the backup battery had been dead for months, something Mrs. Alvarez had complained about and Leonard had ignored because the part was on order. There was no part on order. Leonard told police that first, then admitted it to the tenants later in the lobby, sweating through a pale blue polo while everyone stared at him like he had personally invited Darren in. I spent that night at the hospital, mostly in waiting rooms. My ribs were bruised, not broken. My jaw was swollen, but intact. My shoulder had a deep bruise, and both knees were scraped raw from the crawl space. They cleaned my hand, dug out the splinter, gave me a tetanus shot, and told me to watch for signs of infection. The nurse spoke gently while peeling tape from my skin, and I hated how close I came to crying when she said, "You're safe here." Jenna flew in the next afternoon. She walked into my hospital room carrying a backpack, a coffee, and the full force of older sister anger. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she still had the crease of a plane seat on one cheek. "You look like you fought a garage sale," she said. "I won." "You did not win. I survived. That's closer." Then she hugged me carefully around the shoulders, avoiding the ribs. I felt her start shaking before she made any sound. "I almost didn't call," I said into her sleeve. She pulled back. "What?" When it started. "I almost didn't call anyone because I thought I'd sound like Dad." Her face changed. Not pity, recognition. "Oh, Mark." I kept trying to be reasonable. Reasonable people call for help when weird stuff happens. I know that now. You knew it then. You just didn't think you were allowed. That sentence followed me longer than any police report. I didn't go back to the apartment for 3 days. When I did, it was with Jenna, Miles, Officer Havel, and a locksmith the landlord had finally agreed to pay for after the tenants threatened legal action in a group chat that became more organized than anything our building had ever managed before. The hallway smelled like new paint over old damage. Mrs. Alvarez's doorframe had been repaired badly, a clean strip of wood standing out against years of yellowing trim. My door had fingerprint powder near the knob and a fresh deadbolt. Inside, the apartment looked almost normal from the doorway. That was the meanest part. Same couch, same coffee table, same bookshelves, sun through the blinds, dust in the light. A grocery bag I had forgotten on the counter with 2 apples inside, one gone soft at the bottom. Then I saw the square cut in the bedroom closet wall. The camera was gone, but the hole remained. A dark little mouth above my shirts. Crime scene tape had left sticky residue on the closet frame. The carpet by the living room still had a pale stain from extinguisher powder no vacuum seemed able to lift. The TV was gone too, taken into evidence, leaving the stand empty and slightly crooked. Jenna stood in the bedroom doorway and said, "You're not staying here." "No, good. I already called about breaking the lease." "Also good." Miles from the living room called, "Your router is coming with me." "My router, I'm murdering it humanely." "Is that necessary?" He stepped into the hall holding the little black box by 2 fingers like it smelled bad. Emotionally, yes. Technically, also yes. That became the practical rhythm of the next week. Passwords, statements, follow-up calls, victim services, insurance forms, photos of bruises under bad bathroom lighting. Jenna sleeping on the couch of my hotel room because she didn't trust me not to say I was fine and stare at the door all night. Miles helping me buy a new phone and set up 2-factor authentication on everything while muttering about consumer-grade security theater. Mrs. Alvarez stayed with her daughter in Pasadena for a while. She called me on the 5th day to tell me her cardiologist said she had not had a heart attack, only angina triggered by stress. "Only," she said, with heavy sarcasm. "I'm glad you're okay." "I am okay because I am stubborn." "That tracks. You sound tired." "I am tired. You sleeping?" I looked at the hotel room TV, unplugged against the wall. Do not lie to an old woman. We invented lying." "I'm trying." She was quiet for a moment. "Me too." That was all she said, but it meant more than a speech. Rachel left me a voicemail 2 weeks later. I didn't answer because I didn't recognize the number and had become the kind of person who let all unknown calls die in silence. Her message was short. "Hi, Mark. It's Rachel Voss. You don't have to call back. I just wanted to say I'm staying with my brother in San Diego for now. The police said you might have questions. I don't have good answers yet, but I'm alive because you didn't freeze. So, thank you. I hope you sleep again." I saved the voicemail. Then I listened to it once and never again. Darren's case moved slowly, as cases do. There were hearings, continuances, words like discovery and competency, and plea negotiation. Claire got a protective order renewed. Rachel got one too. The police kept Darren's devices, and from what Havel told me, they found footage from multiple places. Claire's old apartment, Rachel's car, the storage unit, my bedroom after he installed the camera that night, and fragments from other feeds they were still tracing. That was one of the threads they didn't tie up neatly for us. Other feeds, other rooms, other people who might not know yet. Havel was careful when she said it. We're investigating whether there are additional victims. How many? We don't know. Do you know if any are live? She didn't answer right away. Then she said, we're working on it. I moved out before the end of the month. Not far. Studio City, a smaller place above a dental office with too much sun and no alley-facing bedroom. Jenna helped me pack. Miles carried boxes badly with one wrist still healing. Mrs. Alvarez supervised from a folding chair in the hallway, issuing instructions like a tiny foreman. Books are too heavy like that. Yes, ma'am, Miles said. You say yes, but you do not listen. That's my brand. She gave me the screwdriver set I had promised her, then refused to accept it because she said the handles were ugly. I bought a better one and left it at her door the next day with a note. The last thing I did in the old apartment was stand in the empty bedroom. No bed, no laundry basket, no sock by the hamper, just beige walls, carpet dents, and the patched square in the closet where the maintenance hole had been. The blinds were up. Afternoon light filled everything without kindness. For months, I had thought a TV made a room feel occupied. Now I knew a room could be occupied without making any sound at all. I locked the door when I left. Once. Then I stood there, keys in hand, and wanted to check it again. Jenna watched me from the top of the stairs. She didn't say anything. That helped. I checked it a second time anyway. Then I walked away. I'd like to tell you I became fearless after that, because stories like this are supposed to hand you a clean lesson. I didn't. I still don't like smart devices. I cover laptop cameras. I turn off Bluetooth unless I'm using it. When I enter a hotel room, I notice vents, smoke detectors, clocks, holes in walls. I know that can sound paranoid. Maybe it is. But there is a difference between seeing danger everywhere and learning where danger can fit. I own a TV again now. A small, dumb one, if you can still find such a thing. No camera apps, no voice assistant, no account login. Miles found it at an estate sale and performed what he called an exorcism, which involved opening the back panel, checking the ports, and insulting the manufacturer. Most nights, I leave it off. The quiet is not friendly yet, but it is becoming familiar. Sometimes late, a car passes outside my new apartment, and its headlights slide across the ceiling. Sometimes a pipe ticks in the wall. Sometimes my phone buzzes from the nightstand, and my body reacts before my mind does, a sharp little jolt under the ribs. But then I breathe, I look, I decide. A week ago, I got a padded envelope with no return address. Inside was the old Vizio remote, the one with teeth marks in the rubber buttons. No note, no fingerprints that anyone could use, according to Officer Havel when I brought it in. Darren was still in custody, so it probably wasn't him. Evidence had gone missing from impound before. Claire had moved. Rachel didn't know anything about it. Miles said it was probably some disgusting coincidence, the kind made possible by movers, trash bins, and bad chain of custody paperwork. He was probably right. That's the thing I have to live with now. Probably is not the same as safe. The remote is in a police evidence bag somewhere, or maybe in a box on someone's desk, labeled and waiting for case number to matter. I don't have it. I don't want it. But every so often, when my new apartment is dark and the little dumb TV reflects my bed from across the room, I find myself looking at that black screen for 1 second too long. Not because I expect it to turn on, because some part of me is still waiting to see my bedroom from the wrong angle. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, my fitness tracker keeps logging steps while I'm dead asleep, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time it happened, I blamed the dog upstairs. At 3:17 in the morning, my fitness tracker buzzed against my wrist with that smug little pulse it used when I hit a goal. A soft insect click against bone. I came awake with my hand already raised in front of my face, the way you do when your body knows something before your brain catches up. The screen glowed pale blue in the dark. 10,000 steps. I stared at it for a few seconds, breathing through my mouth because my bedroom smelled faintly of radiator dust and the lavender detergent I used on my sheets. The apartment was still, except for the pipes ticking in the wall and the dull hum of traffic on Queens Boulevard 5 floors below. Somewhere above me, a dog gave one lonely bark, then scratched at a floorboard. That was enough of an explanation. I was half asleep. The tracker was cheap. The dog was restless. The city never stopped vibrating. I turned my wrist away and closed my eyes. My name is Mara Ellis. I'm 31, female, and at the time this started, I lived alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in Sunnyside, Queens, in one of those pre-war brick buildings that look solid from the street, but have thin walls, weird drafts, and stairwells that smell like old mail, wet umbrellas, and somebody's garlic-heavy dinner from 2 nights ago. I worked as a project coordinator for a medical supply company near Long Island City, which meant my days were spreadsheets, delayed shipments, and polite emails written while clenching my jaw. I wore the tracker because my doctor told me, gently but firmly, that sitting 12 hours a day was not a personality trait. Also because numbers made me feel safe. That's embarrassing to admit, but it's true. Steps, calories, sleep score, resting heart rate. Little graphs and badges and trend lines. If I could measure something, I could pretend I had it handled. I'd been that way since my dad died of a heart attack at 49, face down in the kitchen of our house in Erie, Pennsylvania, while I was away at college and missed 3 calls from my mother because I had my phone on silent. Ever since then, I had this quiet, private terror of being caught off guard by my own body. So I counted things. I checked things. I got annual blood work and flossed too hard and kept an emergency aspirin bottle in my purse. The tracker was supposed to make me less anxious. For the first 2 months, it did. Then came that 3:17 buzz. By morning, I had almost forgotten it. Sunlight had turned the curtains gray instead of black, and the radiator was hissing like it had something stuck in its throat. I lay there for a minute with my eyes open, listening to a garbage truck chew through bags on the curb. Then I remembered the notification and lifted my wrist. The app said I'd walked 10,842 steps the day before. That was wrong. Not wildly wrong, maybe, just wrong enough to bother me. I had taken the 7 train to work, sat through 3 meetings, eaten a sad desk salad, stopped at Food Bazaar for oat milk and eggs, then come home in a cold drizzle. I hadn't gone to the gym. I hadn't even taken the stairs. My normal lazy weekday number was around 5,500 if I was honest, and 6,200 if the subway escalator was broken. I tapped through the app, still lying under the blanket. The step graph had a spike between 2:48 and 3:16 a.m. 809 steps. While I was asleep, I blinked at the bars on the screen, each one neat and green and confident. Technology has a way of making nonsense look official if it puts it in a clean font. "Okay," I said out loud. My own voice sounded flat in the room. I got up and padded barefoot into the kitchen, where the floor was cold enough to make my toes curl. My apartment was narrow and rectangular, the kind of place where you could stand near the stove and see the bed, the front door, and half the bathroom mirror if the door was open. Nothing was disturbed. Deadbolt turned, chain hooked, window locks down. The grocery bag I'd left on the counter was still there. Eggs inside, because I'd apparently decided food safety was a problem for morning Mara. I checked the front door twice. Then I checked under the bed, which I hated myself for doing even while I was doing it. Dust, a missing sock, the flattened cardboard box from the fan I bought last summer because I never remembered to throw anything out on bulk pickup day. No person, no explanation. By the time I got to work, I had decided it was a software glitch. That's what I told Tessa anyway. Tessa Morno, 29, female, was my closest friend at work and the kind of person who wore red lipstick to 8:30 a.m. meetings because, as she once told me, someone in this office has to look like they survived on purpose. She was from Newark, sharp in a way that could cut through panic without making you feel stupid, and she had a talent for opening protein bars with her teeth while typing one-handed. She found me in the break room staring at the app instead of the coffee machine. "You look like the oat milk betrayed you," she said. "My tracker says I walked 800 steps in my sleep." She stopped chewing. "Like sleepwalking?" "No, like technology lying." "Have you ever sleepwalked?" "Not that I know of." That's exactly what a sleepwalker would say. I gave her a look. She leaned against the counter, lowering her voice even though nobody else was in there except the humming refrigerator and a printer coughing through a job in the next room. "Were you drunk?" "I had chamomile tea." Wild night in Queens. I'm serious. I know. She held out her hand. Show me. I showed her the graph. She squinted, then pinched the screen to zoom in. Huh, she said. That was worse than if she'd laughed. Huh, what? It's very regular. She tapped the bars. See? It's not like random motion. It looks like walking. It's on my wrist. Maybe I moved in my sleep. For half an hour, I took the phone back. Thanks, very comforting. I'm not saying panic. I'm saying maybe check the app forum or call support or take the thing off tonight. There it was. The simple answer. Take it off. I nodded like I agreed, but even then, some stubborn part of me resisted. Taking it off meant I'd lose sleep data. It meant the night would become blank. And blank spaces were where my mind liked to put teeth. At lunch, I called the tracker company's support line from the sidewalk outside our building. The air smelled like roasted nuts from a cart and hot brake dust from delivery trucks. A bus exhaled at the curb. I held one finger in my free ear while a recorded voice told me my health journey mattered. Eventually, I got a person. His name was Colin Price, 34, male. Or at least that's what he told me in the careful, bright tone of someone being recorded for quality assurance. He was based somewhere in Ohio, judging by the number that flashed briefly when the call connected. And he sounded tired in the way customer service people sound tired when they're still trying to be kind. So the device is logging steps during sleep, Colin asked. Yes, between 2:48 and 3:16 a.m. Were you wearing it snugly? Any chance it was placed near a vibrating surface? Washing machine, fan, pet activity? It was on my wrist, in bed. Understood. I could hear him typing. Sometimes repetitive arm movement can be interpreted as steps, he said. Restless sleep, rhythmic movement, even certain sleep disorders. Have you noticed waking up in a different position? I wake up like I've been folded wrong, but that's because I'm 31. He gave a small, polite laugh. You can try restarting the device. Also check for firmware updates. If it happens again, you may want to compare it with your phone's motion data. My phone. If your phone is stationary while the watch logs movement, that helps narrow whether it's device related. Right. He walked me through a reset. I stood by a loading dock with my coat collar pulled up while the tracker logo blinked on and off like a tiny heartbeat. Across the street, a man in a reflective vest dragged a pallet jack over uneven pavement. The wheels made a hard clack, clack, clack that landed unpleasantly close to the rhythm of steps. That night, I did everything a reasonable person would do. I updated the app. I restarted the tracker. I tightened the band one notch. I put my phone on the nightstand and made sure location services were enabled for motion tracking. I checked the front door, then checked it again, slower, because anxiety loves a ritual and hates being rushed. My neighbor across the hall caught me with my hand on the lock. Diane Kravitz, 68, female, lived in 5B and had been in the building since before I was born. She was widowed from Brooklyn and wore quilted vests indoors because she believed all landlords were personally trying to freeze old women to death. She carried a blue recycling bag in one hand and her little terrier mix, Mr. Pickle, under the other arm like a football. You okay, sweetheart? She asked. Yeah, just making sure it catches. She looked at the deadbolt, then at me. These doors stick when the weather changes. That's probably it. Mr. Pickle stared at me with wet black eyes and trembled for no clear reason. His tags jingled against his collar, tiny metal taps in the hallway. Diane shifted him higher on her hip. You hear anything weird last night? My hand tightened around the doorknob before I could stop it. What do you mean? She shrugged. Pickle was up, growling at the door around 3. Could have been pipes. Could have been that new guy on 4 coming in late. He wears boots like he's invading Poland. I smiled because she expected one. Old buildings, I said. Old buildings, she agreed, but she didn't move right away. Her eyes dropped to my wrist. You counting steps now? My doctor bullied me. Doctors do that when they run out of charm. Mr. Pickle gave one soft whine and pressed his nose into her vest. Diane looked down at him. All right, I'm going. Then, to me, quieter, chain your door. Not because of anything, just because people are strange. The elevator clanked open behind her with nobody in it. She shuffled away, and I stood there longer than necessary, listening to her keys scrape against her lock. Inside, I made pasta, watched half an episode of a baking show, and tried not to keep glancing at the tracker. Around 11, rain started ticking against the window air conditioner, soft at first, then harder, each drop hitting the metal casing with a hollow ping. The bedroom took on that damp city smell, wet concrete and steam heat and old paint. I should have taken the tracker off. Instead, I opened the app and looked at the sleep settings. Tessa texted at 11:14. Take it off, Fitbit goblin. I typed back, it's not a Fitbit. She replied, that's what the goblin wants me to think. Then, after a pause, seriously, put it on the nightstand. See what happens. I stared at the message. There was no good reason not to. The experiment was obvious. If the tracker logged steps while sitting still, it was broken. If it didn't, I could sleep better. Either way, useful data. But that private little fear rose in me, embarrassing and hot behind the ribs. What if I took it off and something happened that I couldn't measure? I know how that sounds. I knew it then, too. I stood in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, looking at myself in the mirror under the buzzing yellow light. My hair was tied badly at the top of my head. Toothpaste foam clung to one corner of my mouth. Behind me, the shower curtain shifted slightly from the draft, plastic rings clicking along the rod. Don't be weird, I told my reflection. The pipes answered with a knock in the wall. I put the tracker on the nightstand for about 12 seconds. Then I picked it up again, strapped it to my wrist, and tightened it until the sensor pressed firmly against my skin. Sleep came in pieces. Rain, radiator hiss, a siren Dopplering down Skillman Avenue. Upstairs dog scratching, stopping, scratching again. At some point, I dreamed I was walking through the hallway at work with no shoes on, holding a carton of eggs against my chest, while everyone pretended not to notice. The buzz woke me at 3:09, not the goal buzz. A movement reminder, you're close. 246 steps to your hourly goal. The room was dark, except for the tracker face and a thin line of streetlight under the curtains. I lay on my back, both feet under the blanket, mouth dry, my heart doing that heavy, irritated thump it does when you wake too fast. A sound came from the hall outside my apartment. Not a crash, not a scream, just the faintest scrape, like rubber brushing painted wood. I didn't move. The scrape came again, closer to the bottom of my door. Then a pause. Then the tiny metallic tremble of the chain, so slight I could have convinced myself it was the radiator if I hadn't been staring straight toward the entryway. My phone sat on the nightstand, black screen reflecting the weak glow of the tracker. I reached for it slowly, thumb fumbling against the case. The tracker buzzed again. Time to move, I laughed once quietly. It came out wrong. From the hall, Mr. Pickle started barking. High, frantic, muffled by Diane's door. Then my own doorknob shifted. Not far, not enough to open, just a careful test. A pressure, a release. The chain held. I sat up so fast the blanket slid to the floor. For a few seconds, all I could hear was my pulse in my ears, and the dog losing his mind across the hall. Then came Diane's voice, thin through the wall. "Who's there?" No one answered her. I grabbed my phone and turned on the camera, because calling 911 felt too large for the smallness of what had happened, and because some stupid, practical part of me wanted proof before I became the woman who called the police over a doorknob. The hallway light shone through the peephole in a warped amber dot. I stepped out of bed. The tracker counted it. 1 step. I took another. 2. The floorboards gave their usual soft complaint under my weight. The apartment smelled like cooling radiator metal and my own sharp sweat. In the kitchen, the refrigerator motor clicked off, and the sudden absence of its hum made the room feel wider. I moved toward the door with my phone raised. 3 steps. 4. At the peephole, I leaned in. The hallway was empty. Diane's door was shut. Mr. Pickle was still barking, but farther back now, like she'd pulled him into the kitchen. The elevator numbers glowed dimly at the end of the hall. 1 bulb flickered over the mail table, showing the peeling paint, the scuffed baseboards, the damp footprints near the stairwell door. Footprints. I froze with my eye to the peephole. They weren't dramatic, not muddy boot prints like in a movie. Just partial wet marks on the old tile, already fading at the edges. 1 near the stairwell. 1 by Diane's mat. 2 near mine. The last one pointed toward my door. My phone screen dimmed in my hand. Behind my back on my wrist, the tracker buzzed once more. I looked down. 3:11 a.m., 719 steps. I hadn't taken 719 steps. I hadn't taken 700 anything. From across the hall, Diane called my name. "Mara, you awake?" I kept my eye at the peephole, watching those damp marks fade under the cheap hallway light. Every reasonable explanation lined up and fell apart in the same breath. A delivery guy, a drunk neighbor, the new tenant on 4, a glitch, a prank, a door that stuck in wet weather, all of it possible. None of it enough. My thumb hovered over 911. Then Tessa's message lit up at the top of my phone, sent hours ago and still sitting there like a dare. Put it on the nightstand. See what happens. Diane called again, closer to her door now. Mara, I had a choice. Open the door and talk to her. Check the hallway. Compare what she heard with what my tracker had recorded. Or stay inside, chain locked. Pretend the wet footprints belonged to someone else's problem. And let the app keep telling me what my own body had supposedly done in the dark. I stood there with the phone in one hand and my wrist glowing in the other, listening to the rain tap the air conditioner like fingernails on tin. And for the first time since my father died, I wished I had less data. Diane opened her door with the chain still on. That detail stuck with me later, maybe because I had done the same thing without thinking. In our building, the chain was mostly theater. A little brass strip pretending to be a wall. But at 3:13 in the morning, with wet footprints drying on the tile, and my tracker insisting I had walked 700 steps I didn't remember taking, it felt like the only thing keeping the hallway from spilling into our apartments. "Mara," Diane said through the gap. Her face was sliced by the chain shadow, one eye visible, her gray hair flattened on one side from sleep. Mr. Pickle shoved his snout into the opening beneath her knee and barked until his whole body shook. "I'm here," I said. My voice sounded too quiet. "Did someone knock?" "No, he was at your door," I swallowed. "Who?" "I don't know. I only saw," she stopped, then looked down the hall toward the stairwell. "I only saw a shape go past the frosted glass. Tall. Maybe a man. Maybe that boy from 4. I didn't have my glasses." The stairwell door stood shut at the end of the hall, its small wired glass window glowing dull yellow from the bulb inside. The wet prints led that way, fading fast. I had opened my own door only as far as the chain allowed. Cold hallway air slipped through the gap and touched my bare ankle. It smelled of rainwater, old paint, and something sourer underneath, like soaked wool left in a bag. "Did he try your door?" I asked. Diane looked embarrassed by the question, like fear was bad manners. Pickle growled before I heard anything. Then your knob moved. I saw it. I was looking through my peephole. The dog barked again, and the sound bounced down the hall in frantic little pieces. "Okay," I said, although nothing was okay. "I'm calling the police." Diane's visible eye widened. "For a doorknob. For someone testing my lock at 3 in the morning. And what if it's someone drunk on the wrong floor? Then he can be drunk while the police ask him why his shoes are wet." I expected her to argue, but she didn't. She just nodded once and unhooked her chain. "Let me put on my slippers," she said. "Don't come out." She gave me a look. "Sweetheart, I have lived in New York since 1978. I'm not hiding in my kitchen while some creep tries doors." That was how I learned that fear doesn't always make people cautious. Sometimes it makes them stubborn. Diane Kravitz, 68, female, was in the hallway 30 seconds later, wearing a quilted vest over a purple nightgown, orthopedic slippers, and an expression that said she had already decided the intruder was personally inconveniencing her. Mr. Pickle strained at the leash in her left hand, nails clicking on the tile. I had put on sneakers, but not socks. My phone was in one hand, open to the emergency dial screen. The tracker screen kept waking every time my wrist twitched. 724 steps. I turned it away. "Stay behind me," Diane said. "You are 68, and you're shaking." I hated that she noticed. Before I could answer, a door opened one floor below. The sound rose through the stairwell. A hinge squeal, then heavy steps, then a male voice muttering, "Hello." Diane and I both froze. Mr. Pickle stopped barking so suddenly the absence felt physical. The stairwell door on our floor opened, and a man looked out, holding a phone with its flashlight on. He was tall, white, early 30s, with dark hair shoved under a black beanie, and a short beard damp from the rain. He wore work boots, gray sweatpants, and a navy hoodie with paint on the sleeve. Diane exhaled sharply. Evan Walsh, 33 male, was the new tenant in 4C, originally from Boston, a freelance set builder who worked odd hours and carried lumber through the lobby at times that made everyone hate him a little. I had seen him twice before, once wrestling a sheet of plywood into the elevator, once apologizing to Diane because he'd blocked the mailboxes with a dolly. He looked less like a threat now than a man who had been dragged out of bed by noise and regretted becoming involved. "What's going on?" he asked. "You tell us," Diane said. His eyebrows lifted. "Me? Were you in this hall?" "No. You were stomping around at 3 yesterday," she said. "I came home at midnight. I've been asleep." He held up his phone. "Your dog woke me. That dog has better instincts than half the NYPD." "Okay," Evan said slowly, looking at me now. "Are you all right?" I was suddenly aware of my bare legs under an old college sweatshirt, my hair falling out of its tie. The way my phone screen showed 911 waiting under my thumb. It made me feel foolish, and that made me defensive. "Someone tried my door," I said. His expression changed. Not dramatically, just enough. The annoyance drained out of him. "Just now?" "Yes." He stepped fully into the hallway and looked at the tile. "Those yours?" The footprints were almost gone, but 2 dark shapes remained near my mat. Long, narrow, not Evan's heavy boot shape. "No," I said. Evan crouched, careful not to touch them. "Could be from the roof stairs. Window's been leaking in there," Diane scoffed. "So rainwater opened her door." I didn't say that. My phone vibrated against my palm. Not a call. Tessa. I must have accidentally called her earlier, or maybe my half-typed panic had sent something. Her name flashed once, twice, then stopped. A message came through. "Why are you awake?" Then another, "Mara." The tracker buzzed again. I flinched so hard Evan noticed. "You good?" he asked. "My watch keeps saying I'm walking." Diane turned toward me. "What?" I showed them. 3:18 a.m., 742 steps. Evan frowned. "It's broken." "That's what I thought. You're standing still." "I know." Diane crossed herself quickly, then pretended she hadn't. "No," I said, sharper than I meant to. "Not that. It's not that." Evan glanced at Diane, then back at me. "What brand is it?" I told him. My ex had one. They're weird with motion. Could be counting your pulse or tremors. "My pulse is not walking down the hall." The words came out louder than I intended. The stairwell light flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. All 3 of us looked at it. From somewhere below, a door slammed. Diane gripped Mr. Pickle's leash. "I'm calling the super." "Call the police first," I said. She hesitated. And in that hesitation, I understood something about the building that I had only half understood before. Everybody wanted a problem solved, but nobody wanted the kind of problem that made paperwork. Police meant reports. Reports meant the landlord. The landlord meant questions about locks, cameras, liability. Who saw what? Who didn't? Diane had lived there long enough to know how those things slid sideways until the person who complained became the problem. I pressed call before anyone could talk me out of it. The 911 operator sounded calm in a way that made me feel both safer and ridiculous. I gave my address. 5th floor. Possible attempted entry. Unknown person in hallway. No weapon seen. No one injured. Are you in a secure location? She asked. I'm in the hallway. Ma'am, please return to your apartment and lock the door. I looked at Diane, at Evan, at the stairwell. Yes, I lied. The operator said officers would be dispatched and asked me to stay on the line if I felt in immediate danger. I said I would. Then I hung up because standing there with an open call felt like admitting we were scared. Tessa called again. This time I answered. What happened? She said immediately. Someone tried my door. There was no joke, no warm-up. Are you inside? I'm in the hall with Diane and the fourth floor guy. Why are you in the hall? Because I'm an idiot. Go inside. I called 911. Good, go inside. I looked at the stairwell window again. There are footprints. Mara, inside. A dull thud came from below. Not a slam this time. A heavy impact followed by a scraping drag. Evan stood. Diane whispered, "What was that?" The sound came again. Metal against metal. Then a low mechanical buzz. Evan moved toward the stairwell door. Don't, Tessa said in my ear, hearing my breath change. Whatever you're about to do, don't. I'm just looking. That sentence has killed people. Evan cracked the stairwell door open. Wet air gusted into the hallway, colder than before. The bulb inside flickered over concrete steps, painted a tired, institutional gray. Rain tapped somewhere above, too close and too loud for indoors. Evan pointed his phone flashlight down. On the landing between the 4th and 5th floors, something black lay against the wall. For 1 second, my brain refused to name it. Then Evan said, "That's a bag. A black duffel bag. Half unzipped." The zipper teeth caught the flashlight in tiny silver flashes. Diane said, "Is that yours?" "No," Evan said. The tracker buzzed on my wrist. 759 steps. The problem became concrete in that moment, not because of the bag itself, but because the app on my phone flashed a new notification over Tessa's call. Sleep session interrupted. Unusual movement detected. Under it, a map thumbnail loaded. Not a full map, just the little route preview the app sometimes made when it thought I had gone for a walk. A thin blue line, starting inside my apartment, moving into the hall, down one flight, looping around the stairwell landing, then back to my bed. My mouth went dry. "Mara," Tessa said. I lifted the phone closer, trying to understand the impossible-looking data in possible terms. GPS drift, bad signal, Bluetooth weirdness, my apartment stacked above the stairwell, the building confusing the app. Any explanation would do if I could force it to hold. But the route timestamp said 2:51 a.m. to 3:09 a.m. before I woke up, before the doorknob moved, before Diane called my name. I hadn't left my bed. Knew I hadn't. My feet were clean when I put on my sneakers. The chain had been hooked, unless I had unhooked it, unless I had walked, unless I had come back and locked myself in. No, that thought opened a hole in me so fast I almost dropped the phone. Not because of ghosts, not because of anything impossible, because sleepwalking was real, because people did things in their sleep and remembered nothing. Opened doors, crossed streets, cooked meals, drove cars sometimes, fell down stairs, hurt themselves, hurt other people, because I had built my whole adult life around catching danger early, measuring the signs, noticing the warnings. And maybe the thing I couldn't monitor was me. Mara, Tessa said again, firmer now. Talk to me. The app says I walked downstairs. Silence on her end. Then, carefully, did you? No. Are you sure? I hated her for asking. Then I hated myself for hating her. I was asleep. That's not the same thing. Diane looked from my face to the phone. What is it? I showed her. She read slowly, lips moving. Evan leaned over her shoulder. GPS inside buildings is garbage. I know. It could be snapping to bad points. I know. The duffel bag sat on the landing below us, mute and dark. From somewhere beneath it came another faint buzz. This one was not my tracker. Evan aimed his light harder. The buzz stopped, then started again. A phone. Inside the bag. Diane stepped backward. Absolutely not. We should wait for the cops, I said. Yes, Tessa said in my ear. Do that. Evan didn't move closer, but he kept the flashlight on the duffel. If someone's phone is in there, maybe they dropped it. At 3 a.m. while trying doors, Diane said, maybe they fell. You see a body. No, then leave it. The buzzing continued. Short bursts. A call coming in again and again. I thought of the route on my app. Down one flight. Loop. Back up. I thought of myself asleep, hand on the chain, feet finding the hallway without me. I thought of my father's missed calls. 3 of them, stacked on my old phone the next morning while my mother screamed in the kitchen. A phone ringing from a bag in the stairwell felt like a demand. Not supernatural. Worse. Ordinary. Human. Urgent. What if someone's hurt? I said. Tessa made a frustrated sound. Then the police will help them. They're not here yet. Mara, listen to me. That is exactly how people get pulled into bad situations. Evan looked at me. She's right. Then why are you still standing there? Diane asked him. Because if someone is bleeding in the stairwell, I don't want to go back to bed. That shut us up. The phone in the bag stopped buzzing. A second later, from below, a woman's voice called faintly, "Hello." Diane grabbed my arm. The voice echoed up the stairwell, thin and warped by concrete. Is someone there? Evan's face changed again. He pushed the door wider. "Hello," he called down. "Are you okay?" No answer. Then a cough. A real cough. Wet. Painful. Tessa said, "What was that?" "There's someone downstairs," I whispered. "Do not go down there." But the choice had already changed shape. It was no longer open the door or stay inside. It was wait behind a locked door while someone possibly injured sat in the stairwell. Or step into the one place the blue line on my app said I had already been while asleep. The dispatcher had said officers were coming. In New York at 3 a.m, that could mean 5 minutes or 40, depending on what else was happening in the precinct. The building had no working lobby camera. Diane had complained about it for months. The super had taped up a sign saying PARTS, ORDERED, as if the sign itself could record crime. My tracker pulsed again. This time I looked before I could stop myself. 765 steps. Heart rate elevated. No kidding. Evan rubbed his forehead with the back of his wrist. "I'll go down one landing. Just one. You two stay here." "No," Diane said. "I'm not asking you to come. That's how it always starts. One idiot goes down, then another idiot follows because the first idiot doesn't answer." Despite everything, I almost laughed. The cough came again. Closer? No. Maybe just clearer. "Mara," Tessa said, "put me on speaker." I did. Her Her voice filled the hallway, tinny but steady. "Everybody listen. Police are already coming, right?" "Yes," I said. "Good. Nobody touches the bag. Nobody separates. If you check from the doorway with lights on, and you keep a clear path back inside. Mara, unlock nothing you don't have to. Diane, keep your dog back. Evan, don't be a hero." Evan stared at the phone. "Who is this?" "The person with a functioning survival instinct." "Fair." Diane nodded once, like Tessa had passed inspection. I opened my camera and started recording. The red dot appeared at the top of the screen. That helped. Proof helped. Data helped. Except now I didn't trust data. Evan stepped into the stairwell. I followed to the threshold. Diane came behind me with Mr. Pickle tucked under one arm, muttering that she knew she should have moved to Florida when her sister asked. The stairwell smelled strongly of rain now, and underneath it bleach, concrete dust, and something metallic. The roof leak had run down the center seam of the stairs, making a dark trail along the edge. On the landing below, the duffel bag twitched. Not much, just enough. Diane made a small choking sound. Evan whispered, "Did you see that?" "Yes," I said. The bag buzzed again. This time the vibration shifted it slightly against the wall. A phone, just a phone. Evan let out a breath. "Okay." Then the lights went out. Not only the stairwell, the hallway behind us too. The building dropped into a thick, immediate dark, cut only by Evan's phone flashlight and the faint glow from my recording screen. Mr. Pickle exploded into barking. Diane cursed, loud and clean. Somewhere below, a door opened and someone yelled, "Power's out." The emergency light over the stairwell exit flickered once, failed, then came back weak and red, staining the concrete like diluted blood. And beneath us, on the 4th floor landing, the woman's voice came again. "Please," she said. Then my apartment door clicked behind me. A small sound, a familiar one, the chain sliding against wood. I turned so fast my shoulder hit the stairwell frame. My door, which I had left open only inches with the chain engaged, was now pulled nearly shut. From inside my apartment came the muffled chirp of my tracker app syncing to my phone. Then the screen on my wrist lit up. Workout detected, walking. Tessa's voice cracked through the speaker. "Mara, what was that?" No one answered her, because from inside my apartment, behind my chain door, something heavy moved across the bedroom floor. Not footsteps, a drag, slow, deliberate, like someone pulling a suitcase from under a bed. And the police still weren't there. For one awful second, nobody moved. The building had gone dark around us, and the only things holding shape were Evan's phone light, the weak red emergency glow in the stairwell, and the pale rectangle of my own screen recording the floor. Behind me, my apartment door sat nearly shut on the chain, as if someone inside had pulled it until the brass strip caught. From beyond, it came another slow drag across the bedroom, wood against wood, then a bump. Diane whispered, "Mara, is someone in there?" I couldn't answer. My throat had closed around the word yes and the word no at the same time. Tessa's voice snapped from my phone speaker. "Mara, move away from the door." The sound inside my apartment stopped. That was somehow worse. We were arranged badly, stupidly, the way people arrange themselves when fear interrupts common sense. Evan stood 2 steps down in the stairwell, one hand on the rail, flashlight aimed between the duffel bag on the landing and my face. Diane was in the hall behind me, clutching Mr. Pickle so tightly his collar tags were pressed silent against her vest. I was half in the stairwell doorway, half in the hall, with my apartment to my right, Diane's door across from mine, the elevator at the far end, and the dark stairwell dropping away to the 4th floor on my left. A person could come from any direction. That was the first trap. "Go into Diane's," Tessa said. "All of you. Lock the door. Wait for police." "My keys are inside," I said. "You don't need your keys to go into Diane's apartment." "My phone charger, my wallet, Mara." "I know." But I was staring at my door, at the chain, at the little wedge of black inside. The tracker on my wrist pulsed again. Workout in progress. I ripped the band off, not gently. The clasp scratched the inside of my wrist and left a bright pink line. I threw it onto the hallway runner like it was alive. It landed face up, still counting. 812 steps. Diane made a small sound in the back of her throat. Evan came up from the stairwell. "Okay, that's a device issue." "Then why did my door move?" I said, "Because someone could be inside," he said, too quickly. The honesty of that hit me harder than if he tried to comfort me. Tessa said, "Nobody opens that door." A cough came from below again. The woman's voice followed, faint but distinct. "Help me." Evan shut his eyes for half a second. "Damn it." "No," Diane said. No. That is not our problem until the police get here." "She sounds hurt," I said. "She sounds convenient," Tessa said. That was the first attempt to solve it. Retreat and wait. The sensible one. The one every warning video tells you to choose. We tried. Diane backed toward her apartment and fumbled with her keys, still holding the dog. Her hands were shaking so badly the key scraped circles around the lock instead of going in. Mr. Pickle squirmed, claws catching in her quilted vest. "Give him to me," I said. "I've got him." "You don't," she snapped. I said I've got him, then immediately looked sorry. Evan took 1 step toward her to help. That was when the elevator at the end of the hallway groaned. Not opened, groaned. The old cab had stopped between floors when the power went out. Now the indicator above the doors flickered. 4, then blank, then 5, then blank again. Inside the shaft, cables creaked with a deep, industrial complaint that rolled through the wall and into my teeth. Mr. Pickle twisted free. Diane gasped. "Pickle." He hit the floor and bolted. Not toward Diane's open door. Not toward me. Toward my apartment. The little dog shoved his nose into the gap between my door and the jamb and barked so violently his front paws slipped on the runner. From inside my apartment came a fast rustle, low to the floor. Evan lunged for the leash. Missed. I grabbed Mr. Pickle around the middle, and he bit me. Not badly. A small, hot clamp on the fleshy part of my thumb. I jerked back, more shocked than hurt, and blood welled in 2 neat beads. Sorry, Diane said, scooping him up. "He doesn't bite. He never bites." "He just did," Evan muttered. The tracker on the floor buzzed. 815 steps. I looked at the blood on my thumb. It felt absurdly intimate. Proof that this was not a dream, not an app screen, not a graph I could refresh. My hand throbbed. The hallway smelled like dog breath, damp wool, and the coppery sharpness of blood. Diane finally got her door unlocked. We stumbled inside her apartment. It was a mirror of mine, but warmer, crowded with framed photographs, crocheted blankets, a small television on mute, and the thick smell of menthol cough drops. Diane slammed the door, turned both locks, hooked the chain, then pushed a wooden chair under the knob even though it wouldn't do much. Evan stood by the wall, breathing hard. I pressed my bitten thumb into a dish towel Diane shoved at me. Tessa was still on speaker. "Good," Tessa said. "Stay there. Police are coming." "Signal's bad," I said. My phone showed one bar. "Stay near a window." Diane's apartment window faced the interior courtyard, not the street. Outside, rain fell into the narrow air shaft, hitting metal fire escapes with scattered pings. Across the shaft, other windows were dark or glowing with battery lights. A baby cried somewhere below, stopped, started again. Evan pulled up the flashlight on his phone and checked the hallway through Diane's peephole. "What do you see?" I asked. My own distorted face. "Helpful." He shifted. "Your door's still chained, mostly closed. Tracker S on the floor. And the stairwell, doors closed." Diane wrapped Mr. Pickle in a blanket until only his trembling snout showed. We waited. 30 seconds, maybe 40. Then my phone buzzed. Not a call. A notification from the Tracker app. New sleep data available. My stomach folded in on itself. "No," Tessa said, as if she could see my face through the phone. "Do not open that." I opened it. The app had synced from the tracker lying in the hallway. The sleep timeline showed a gap from 2:51 to 3:09, marked as awake/walking. But below that was something new, a heart rate graph. My resting heart rate had been normal all night, except during the walking interval when it dipped. Not rose, dipped, low and steady, like I had been deeply asleep. "That doesn't make sense," I said. "What?" Evan asked. "If I walked down the stairs, my heart rate would go up." "Unless the watch wasn't on you," Tessa said. The room went still. That was the second trap. I looked through Diane's peephole at the tracker lying on the runner outside my door, its face blinking softly in the dark. "If it wasn't on me," I said, "then who was wearing it?" No one answered. Then Evan said, "Or it's bad data." "Stop saying that like it fixes the door. I'm trying to keep us from spiraling." I am allowed to spiral. My apartment is making noises. Diane touched my uninjured wrist. "Both of you lower your voices." Evan looked away first. His jaw flexed. Sorry, he wasn't wrong to push back. That made it worse. Each explanation had a corner of truth. The tracker could be broken. GPS could drift. Stress could turn shadows into threats. A dog could overreact. A building could knock and groan in a power outage. And still, from the hall came a soft electronic chime. My tracker. A second later, my phone displayed. Workout paused. Evan leaned to the peephole again. His shoulders stiffened. "What?" Diane asked. "The tracker's gone." I shoved him aside without thinking. The hallway runner was empty. My apartment door was now open as far as the chain allowed again. The tracker was no longer on the floor. That was our second attempt to solve it. Use the hallway camera and app data to understand what happened without leaving Diane's apartment. Failed before it really started, because because the one piece of physical evidence we had vanished from 6 feet outside the door while all 3 of us were locked inside. Tessa said, "Mara, describe exactly what you're seeing. The tracker is gone. Did any of you see someone take it? No. Could the dog have dragged it? Dog is here. Could it have slid across carpet? No." Evan was already pulling up his phone. I recorded the hallway for a second when we came in. He played the clip. Dark hall. My door, the tracker on the runner. Diane's hand shaking near the lock. Mr. Pickle writhing in her arms. Evan's light swinging. Then the stairwell door behind us opened a crack. Only a crack. No face, no hand, just darkness widening. The clip ended. "Play it again," I said. He did. The crack of the stairwell door was real. "Someone was in the stairwell," Diane whispered. "Or air pressure," Evan said, but he didn't sound like he believed it anymore. Below us, the injured woman called again. "Please, I can't move." This time she added something else. "Evan," we all turned toward him. He went pale under the phone light. Diane said, "You know her." "No, she knows your name. She could have heard you. She said it like she knew you." "I don't know her." But his voice had changed. Not guilt, something adjacent. Fear mixed with recognition he didn't want to name. "Evan," Tessa said from the phone, "is there anything you forgot to mention?" He rubbed both hands over his face. "I got a text earlier." My thumb pulsed under the towel. "What text?" I asked. "From an unknown number, around 2:30. It said, 'You're on the wrong floor.' I thought it was spam." Diane stared at him, and this did not seem relevant. I didn't connect it to anything until right now. You didn't connect a creepy text at 2:30 in the morning to someone trying doors. I was asleep when you all started yelling. We were not yelling. We are yelling now. Tessa cut in. "Send Mara a screenshot." He did. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. No profile image. 2:32 a.m. You're on the wrong floor. Another message below it, sent at 3:04. Don't let her back in. My mouth went dry again. "Her," Diane said. Evan looked at me. I hated that. I hated that everyone looked at me. "I was in bed," I said. "I didn't say you weren't," Evan said. But the damage was done. My own body had become a suspect in the room. A hard pounding hit Diane's door. Screamed. Mr. Pickle shrieked. Evan grabbed a ceramic lamp off the side table and raised it like a club. I nearly dropped my phone. "Police," a man shouted from the hall. "NYPD." For one bright instant, relief made me stupid. Diane lunged for the locks. Tessa yelled, "Wait." Diane froze with her hand on the deadbolt. "Ask for a badge number," Tessa said. The man outside pounded again. "Open the door." Evan lowered the lamp slightly. "They got here fast." "Too fast," I whispered. "Maybe." Diane called, "What precinct?" A pause. Then, muffled, "Open the door, ma'am." "Answer the question," Diane snapped. Another pause. Then a woman laughed, not loudly, not theatrically. Just a short exhale, almost amused. The pounding resumed harder. Diane backed away. My scalp prickled, but then the hallway emergency light flickered brighter, and through the peephole I saw the truth. Not police. The misdirection broke in the plainest, ugliest way. A middle-aged man in a dark jacket stood outside Diane's door, one hand braced on the frame. Beside him was a woman in pajamas holding a toddler. Behind them, 2 more tenants crowded the hall with phone flashlights. The man pounding was not pretending to be police. He was yelling for them. "Police," he he shouted again down the stairwell. Anybody call police? Diane sagged against the wall. Oh, for God's sake. Evan opened the door on the chain. The man outside was Peter Lang, 52, male, a fifth-floor tenant from 5D, originally from Chicago, with rain-flattened hair, and the furious panic of someone woken from sleep with no information. His wife, Elena Lang, 46, female from Warsaw, stood behind him clutching their grandson, both of them blinking in the emergency light. What is happening? Peter demanded. The elevator stopped. My daughter is on 4. Someone was screaming. There's someone in the stairwell, Evan said. Peter turned. Where? Between floors, maybe lower. Then why are we standing here? Because someone tried Mara's door, Diane said. And there's a bag, a duffel, I said, on the landing. Peter looked at us like we had all lost our minds in different directions. Move, he pushed toward the stairwell. Evan caught his arm. Don't touch the bag. Peter shoved him off. My daughter is downstairs. That changed everything again. Your daughter? I asked. Lena. She lives in 4B, she called Elena crying, and then the call dropped. Said someone was outside her door. Tessa went quiet. Diane whispered, the woman. Peter stepped into the stairwell despite all of us telling him not to. Evan followed because someone had to. I followed because my apartment was no safer than the stairwell now, and because the blue line on my app had become a hook in my ribs. Diane came behind us with Mr. Pickle, swearing under her breath. Elena stayed in Diane's doorway with the toddler. The geography narrowed around us. 5th floor hallway behind. Stairwell ahead. Down 8 concrete steps to the small landing where the duffel bag sat against the wall. Turn right, 8 more steps to the 4th floor door. Below that, the stairwell continued to 3-2 lobby basement. Evan kept his flashlight on the bag. Peter called, Lena. A woman answered from below, Dad. Peter nearly ran. Evan grabbed him again. Wait. The duffel bag moved. This time we all saw it. A bulge shifted inside, slow and deliberate. Peter stopped dead. The bag buzzed. Then a small gray shape shot out of the unzipped gap. Diane screamed. Mr. Pickle went feral. The shape hit the wall, scrambled, and launched down the stairs. A rat. A big one, wet and furious, dragging a strip of black plastic caught around its back leg. It vanished through the railings toward the 4th floor. For half a second, nobody spoke. Then Evan laughed once, high and shaky. Jesus. Diane slapped his arm. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing because it's funny. The misdirection should have eased the pressure. It didn't. Because with the rat gone, the duffel bag lay still and partly open. Evan's flashlight caught what was inside. Not a body, not a bomb, a pile of clothes, a phone, a roll of duct tape, a cheap black hoodie, a plastic key fob with a red tag, and my fitness tracker. The band was smeared with something dark. Mud, I thought. Then my bitten thumb throbbed. Not mud. Peter said, What is that? I stepped down onto the landing. Tessa said, Mara, do not touch anything. I'm not. But I crouched close enough to see the tracker screen. Workout resumed. My heart beat so hard my vision sharpened at the edges. Evan aimed his light at the red tagged key fob. The tag had handwriting on it. 5A my apartment. Diane whispered, No. A noise came from behind us. Not below. Above. From the 5th floor hallway. a door opening my door. The chain scraped once, then snapped with a flat metallic ping. We all turned. At the top of the stairs, in the weak red emergency glow, my apartment door swung inward, wide. No one stood there, but my bedroom window, visible through the narrow line of my apartment, was open to the rain. Curtains lifted and fell, lifted and fell. And from inside my apartment, my phone's tracker app chirped through my hand. Route updated. A new blue line appeared. From the stairwell landing where I crouched, back into my apartment, then out the window, onto the fire escape. I looked from the phone to the open door, then to the duffel bag with my tracker and a key fob marked 5A below us. Peter shouted for Lena again, and she answered with a sob from behind the 4th floor door. Above us, something clanged on the fire escape outside my bedroom. A foot on metal. Then another. Retreat stopped being an option. Not because we were brave, because someone had my key, my tracker, and access to my apartment. Because Peter's daughter was trapped on 4. Because the police were still somewhere out in the wet city. And because the only way to reach the person on my fire escape was through the apartment I no longer owned alone. The sound on the fire escape came again. Metal flexing under weight. A soft scrape. Then a hollow little ring as someone's shoe touched the ladder outside my bedroom window. Nobody moved at first. Not even Peter, who had been halfway down the stairs toward his daughter. The red emergency light washed all of us in the same sick color. Evan on the landing with his phone raised, Diane clutching Mr. Pickle against her chest, Peter gripping the rail hard enough that his knuckles shone, and me crouched beside the duffel bag with my tracker blinking among duct tape and damp clothes like it belonged there. From below, Lena sobbed, "Dad." Peter's head snapped toward the 4th floor door. "I'm coming, honey." "Wait," Evan said. Peter rounded on him. No more waiting. I stood too fast. My knee clipped the duffel bag and sent the phone inside buzzing against the concrete. The vibration made all of us flinch. "Peter," I said, "if someone is on my fire escape, they can get back into the building through another window. My daughter is downstairs, and my apartment is open. I don't care about your apartment." "I do," I snapped. The words came out sharp, ugly, and selfish. Then I looked at his face and hated myself for them. Tessa's voice crackled from my phone speaker, still in my hand. "Listen, you have 2 problems. Don't split unless you have to." "Too late," Diane said. She was right. The building had forced the split already. Lena was below us behind the 4th floor door. The intruder, or whoever had my key and tracker, was above us or inside my apartment or climbing the fire escape. The stairwell ran between them like a throat. Evan pointed to the duffel. "That key fob opens 5A Mara's place. If we let whoever that is get out through the fire escape, they're gone." Peter said, "And if my daughter is hurt while we play detective," Lena called again, weaker this time. "Dad, please." That settled it for him. Peter shoved past Evan and took the stairs 2 at a time. "Peter," Diane shouted. Evan swore and followed him. I grabbed the tracker from the duffel. It was wet and warm from its own battery, the band smeared dark along one edge. Not mud, not enough to be sure of blood either. Didn't put it back on. I held it pinched between 2 fingers like evidence, like a bug. My phone chirped. Workout resumed. The blue route line jumped. Stairwell landing. 5th floor, my apartment. Then a dotted line toward the fire escape. It's still connected, I said. Tessa answered. Then use it. That was the first time all night the data felt useful instead of accusing. I turned to Diane. Can you stay here with Elena and call down anything you see? Diane's mouth tightened. I'm not useless. I didn't say you were. I'm coming. No, I looked at Mr. Pickle trembling in her arms. Please, if something happens, someone has to tell the police where we went. That got through. Not because she was scared, because it gave her a job. She nodded once hard. Fine, but don't be stupid. I think we're past that. I ran up the half flight toward my apartment. The hallway felt longer in the power outage, stretched and warped by the emergency light spilling from the stairwell. My door hung open. The chain had not been cut. It had been ripped from the jamb, screws torn loose with splinters still clinging to them. Inside, the apartment was dark except for the pale, rainy window light and the jittering beam of my phone. I stopped at the threshold. The air inside smelled wrong. Wet, metallic. My lavender detergent underneath it, faint and domestic, made it worse. Mara, Tessa said, I'm going in. I know, keep talking. My front door is broken. Bedroom window open. I'm in the kitchen. The floor was slick near the entry. Water had blown in from somewhere or been tracked through. My sneaker squeaked and I froze. A scrape came from the bedroom. Close. I raised the phone with shaking hands. My apartment map was simple. Front door into the narrow kitchen, bathroom on the right, living area ahead, bed tucked near the window at the far end. No hallway, no mystery corners. I could see almost everything. Almost. The bed had been shoved 6 inches from the wall. That was the dragging sound. Cardboard fan box from under it sat open, dumped on its side. My closet door was ajar. Drawers pulled out, not ransacked wildly. Searched, quickly, but with purpose. The fire escape window was open from the bottom. Rain speckled the sill. The curtains lifted in wet breaths. Then a hand appeared on the outside rail. I stopped breathing. A woman climbed through my window, not a monster, not a shadow. A woman in a black hoodie, soaked through, hair plastered to her cheeks. Thin, white, maybe late 20s. She moved awkwardly, one leg dragging as she swung it over the sill. In her left hand, she held a small pry bar. For half a second, we stared at each other. She looked as scared as I felt. Then her eyes dropped to the tracker in my hand. Give me that, she said. Her voice was hoarse. I stepped back. Who are you? She came fully through the window and winced when her right foot hit the floor. Give me the tracker. No, it's mine. It was on my wrist. Not tonight. The sentence landed like a slap. Behind me, from the stairwell, Peter shouted, Lena. The woman flinched at the name. You're Lena, I said, her jaw tightened. Not Lena. Someone connected to Lena. Tessa whispered from my phone, Mara, get out. The woman heard her. Her face changed. Who's that, my friend? Hang up. No. She took a step forward. I backed into the kitchen counter. The edge hit my hip hard enough to send pain up my side. I called the police, I said. That stopped her for one beat. Then she laughed without humor. Good. Maybe they'll come before he does. Before who? She looked toward the open apartment door. A sound came from the stairwell below. A crash, Peter yelling, Evan shouting something I couldn't understand. The woman's grip tightened on the pry bar. I suddenly understood the worst part. She was not alone. That was when Evan stumbled into my doorway, one hand clamped over his forehead. Blood ran between his fingers and down his cheek. "Mara, move." Behind him, a man came fast up the stairwell. Tall, dark jacket, hood up, one hand on the rail. In the other, a phone with the flashlight off. The same height Diane had described. He slammed into Evan from behind. Evan hit the doorframe shoulder first and dropped to one knee. The tall man looked into my apartment. He saw the woman, then me, then the tracker in my hand. "Claire," he said, "Claire." Claire Bennett, 28, female, was the woman in my bedroom, American, soaked in rainwater, breathing hard through her teeth. Her eyes darted from him to the window and back again. She looked cornered now, not predatory. But cornered people are dangerous too. The tall man stepped over Evan. "Claire," he said again, softer this time, "you're making this worse." Claire raised the pry bar. "Stay back." I held up my phone without thinking, camera still recording. The man noticed. His face changed. He lunged. I threw the fitness tracker at him. It was a stupid move, desperate, but it hit him just under the eye. He swore and turned his head, and that half second gave me enough time to duck behind the kitchen island that was really just a rolling cart with a cutting board top. He grabbed for my phone. I pulled back. His fingers caught my sleeve instead and yanked. Fabric tore at the shoulder. My hip hit the counter again. Pain flashed white. Tessa screamed my name through the speaker. Claire moved. She didn't run. She swung. The pry bar struck the man's forearm with a heavy, meaty crack. He shouted and dropped his phone. The flashlight spun across the floor, beams sweeping cabinets, ceiling, my own bare kitchen wall, Evan crawling up behind him. "Get out," Claire yelled at me. "I live here." "Then help me." The absurdity almost broke something in me. Behind the man, Evan grabbed him around the waist. The man drove an elbow back into Evan's already bleeding face. Evan folded, but didn't let go. He hooked one arm around the man's knee and dragged him sideways. They crashed into my little dining table. One chair snapped under them. The man hit the floor, rolled, and came up with a small folding knife in his hand. Everything went clipped then. Knife, Evan on the floor, Claire between the bed and window, me by the kitchen, door open, rain, Tessa shouting, my own breathing too loud. The man pointed the knife at Claire. "Give me the phone." "I don't have it," she said. "Don't lie." "It's in the bag." "It's gone." "No, it is." His eyes flicked to me. That was enough. I knew what he wanted wasn't the tracker. Not really. The tracker was noise. The route, the steps, the false sleep data, all of it had been a side effect or a cover. "The phone in the duffel," I said. He looked at me for one fraction too long. Claire saw it too. She whispered, "You found it." I thought of the buzzing in the bag, the repeated calls, the unknown texts to Evan. The key fob marked 5A the duct tape. "What's on it?" I asked. The man moved toward me. Claire shouted. He recorded everything. Then Peter appeared in the doorway behind Evan, holding his daughter. The real Lena Lang, 24, female, American, was barefoot, crying and bleeding from a cut along her hairline. Peter had one arm around her waist. Her face was gray with shock. "She was locked in the trash room," Peter said, breathless. "4th floor service closet." He used the blackout. The man spun. Lena saw him. and made a sound I will never forget. Not a scream, smaller, the sound of someone's body trying to hide inside itself. Grant, she said. Grant Holloway, 37, male, was American, tall and broad-shouldered, with rain on his jacket and a swelling welt under one eye where my tracker had hit him. He looked ordinary in the most frightening way. Office worker haircut, trimmed beard, dark sneakers, the kind of face you forget in an elevator. Later, we learned he had done contract maintenance work in the building 2 months earlier. That was how he had copied key fobs. That was how he knew which security camera was broken. That was how he knew the stairwell leak, the service closet, the blind spots. But in that moment, he was just the man with a knife in my apartment. Peter moved Lena behind him. Grant's eyes went flat. Everybody calmed down. No, Diane shouted from the hall. She had come after all. Of course she had. She stood behind Peter, with a fire extinguisher dragged from the stairwell cabinet, both hands on the hose like she had no idea how it worked and intended to use it anyway. Diane, go back, I yelled. Absolutely not. Grant grabbed my torn sleeve again and hauled me against him. The knife touched my side. Not deep, not yet, just enough pressure to make my whole body go rigid. Phone, he said, the one from the bag. Now, Tessa went silent on my speaker. Maybe she understood. Maybe she was recording. Maybe the call had dropped. Claire stared at the knife against me. It's downstairs, she said. Grant pressed harder. A bright sting opened under my ribs. I made a sound I didn't recognize. Don't, Evan said from the floor, blood dripping off his chin. Grant looked at him. Shut up. Then the building lights came back, all at once. Kitchen light, hallway light, bathroom light. The sudden brightness flattened everything, made it ugly, human. No shadows to hide in now. Grant blinked. Diane pulled the extinguisher trigger. White powder exploded across the doorway. Not a clean, heroic blast. A choking, chaotic cloud that hit Peter, Lena, Evan, Grant, me, the walls, the floor, everything. I coughed so hard my knees buckled. Grant cursed and loosened his grip. The knife scraped across my sweatshirt and bit shallowly into my skin. I twisted away. Pain burned under my ribs. Claire charged him from the side. He swung blind. The knife caught her forearm. She cried out but kept moving, driving the pry bar into his knee. Grant collapsed sideways into the kitchen cart. I grabbed the first thing my hand found, the cast iron skillet I had left drying on the stove. It was heavy, real, ridiculous. I swung with both hands. The skillet hit his wrist. The knife clattered under the radiator. Grant screamed. Evan, bleeding and dazed, tackled him low. Peter joined, then Diane, still coughing, sprayed the extinguisher until it sputtered empty. Mr. Pickle barked from somewhere in the hallway like a tiny alarm system losing its mind. Grant fought hard. People never go down like they do on television. He bucked, kicked, got one hand free, slammed Peter's shoulder into the doorframe. Peter shouted and nearly fell. Evan took a knee to the ribs and made a wet, breathless sound. Claire ripped the cord from my bedside lamp and threw it to me. Hands, I didn't think. I looped it around Grant's wrist while Evan pinned his arm with his whole body. Peter caught the other wrist. Diane sat on Grant's lower legs with the grim commitment of a woman killing a spider. Pull, Evan shouted. I pulled. The cord cut into my palms. My bitten thumb screamed. Grant thrashed once more, driving his head back into Evan's cheek. Evan swore and almost let go. Then Lena stepped forward. She was shaking so badly Peter tried to stop her. She ignored him. She picked up the fallen pry bar with both hands and pressed the curved end against Grant's throat. Not hard enough to crush, hard enough to make him still. Don't, she said. One word, small, ruined, absolute. Grant stopped moving. Sirens rose outside. Not close enough, then closer. At first, I thought I imagined them because I needed them. Then blue and red light pulsed against my rain-streaked bedroom window, flashing over the open fire escape, over my stripped bed, over the torn chain at the door. Tessa's voice came from my phone on the floor, faint under the coughing. Mara, police are at the front. I stayed on with dispatch. Mara, answer me. I crawled to the phone. My side burned. My hip throbbed. Blood from my thumb had smeared across the screen. I'm here, I said. Oh my God, she breathed. The tracker lay near the sink where it had skidded after hitting Grant. Its screen was cracked now, still glowing, still recording. Workout complete. 1,402 steps. I stared at it until the numbers blurred, not because I believed them anymore, because they had been right in the worst possible way. Someone had been moving through my life while I slept. Not me, not a ghost, not a glitch. A man with copied access and patience. A man who had used the tracker after taking it from my wrist through the window. While I slept lightly under an open crack he had made in the frame days earlier. A man who had tried to confuse the record enough that if I complained, I would look anxious, unstable, unreliable. And he had almost succeeded. Uniformed officers filled the doorway a few minutes later, shouting instructions we were too exhausted to follow quickly. Grant was cuffed on my kitchen floor, with lamp cord still twisted around one wrist. Claire sat against the bed with a towel wrapped around her bleeding arm. Lena slid down the wall and sobbed into her hands. Evan leaned against the cabinets, face swollen, eyes unfocused. Diane refused to get off Grant's legs until a female officer promised her twice that he was not going anywhere. Then she stood, dusted extinguisher powder from her nightgown, and looked at me. You're bleeding, sweetheart. I looked down. A red line had spread through the torn side of my sweatshirt, not deep, but real. I pressed my hand against it and felt my body trembling under my palm. The sirens outside kept washing the room red and blue. Rain tapped the air conditioner. The tracker gave one last weak buzz on the floor, then the cracked screen went black. For the first time all night, nothing counted my steps. And somehow, that was not comforting at all. The first thing the paramedic asked me was whether I knew what day it was. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because after everything that had happened, the date felt like the least important piece of information in the room. I knew the smell of extinguisher powder. I knew the sound of Grant Holloway breathing through one nostril while an officer pressed him into my kitchen floor. I knew the wet tap of rain hitting my open bedroom window, and the exact weight of my own hand pressed against the cut under my ribs. the day. Thursday, I said. The paramedic, a stocky woman with tired eyes and blue gloves, nodded. And your name, Mara Ellis. Good, keep pressure there. The cut wasn't deep. That became the phrase everyone used because they needed it to be true in a way that mattered. It wasn't deep. It didn't hit anything major. It would need cleaning, butterfly strips, maybe a tetanus booster, because nobody liked the look of the knife. My thumb, where Mr. Pickle had bitten me, throbbed worse than the slice in my side, which felt unfair but typical of the night. Evan sat on my kitchen floor with his back against the cabinets, holding a gauze pad to his forehead. His left eye had already started to swell. Every time he breathed too deeply, his mouth tightened, and the paramedic finally told him to stop pretending his ribs were fine. I'm not pretending, he said. You're doing a bad job of not pretending. Diane stood near the doorway, wrapped in an emergency blanket, still wearing her purple nightgown under a dusting of white extinguisher powder. She looked like an angry pastry. Mr. Pickle trembled in her arms, his eyes huge and glassy, though by then he had stopped barking and moved on to quiet, exhausted hiccups. I want it noted, Diane told one of the officers, that the camera in the lobby has been broken for months. The officer, young and careful with his pen, said, "Yes, ma'am." And the stairwell emergency lights failed. "Yes, ma'am." And I complained. "I understand." "No, you are writing it down, but I want you to understand the difference." Across the room, Lena Lang sat on the edge of my bed with a blanket around her shoulders, staring at nothing. Her father stood beside her, one hand hovering over her back without quite touching, like he was afraid pressure would break her. Elena had taken the toddler into Diane's apartment, away from the questions, away from the blood, away from Grant being walked out in handcuffs, with his face turned toward the floor. Claire Bennett was treated by a second paramedic near the bedroom window. Her forearm had a clean cut that bled more dramatically than mine, but she stayed still while they bandaged it, jaw clenched, eyes on the floor. She had asked for a lawyer before she asked for water. That told me something. It told the police something too. Tessa was still on my phone when they finally found it under the kitchen cart. "Mara," she said, voice thin through the cracked speaker. "I'm here." There was a pause, then a shaky breath. "I heard too much. I know. I'm coming over." "You don't have to." "I'm already in a cab." Of course she was. The police separated us for statements as much as they could in a building hallway crowded with wet footprints, emergency responders, half-dressed neighbors, and a superintendent who arrived 30 minutes too late, wearing a Yankees jacket over pajama pants and repeating, "I had no idea," until Diane threatened to bite him herself. I gave my first statement, sitting in the back of an ambulance with the doors open to the rain. A detective named Rosalie Mendez, 42, female, spoke to me with a calm, unhurried voice. She had dark hair pulled into a tight bun and the look of someone who had learned not to react too quickly to strange stories. "So you believed at first the device was malfunctioning?" she asked. I wanted to believe that. "And later you believed you might have been sleepwalking?" I looked down at my bandaged thumb. "Yes." She wrote that down without judgment. That helped more than I expected. "When did you first see Mr. Holloway?" "In my apartment." after Claire came in through the window. And before tonight, I started to say no. Then I stopped, because memory is not a clean file you pull from a drawer. It's more like a hallway with bad lighting. Once you know what to look for, things appear where they had been shadows before. A man in the lobby holding the door for me 2 weeks earlier while I balanced groceries against my hip. Dark jacket, trimmed beard, office worker haircut. A maintenance notice taped near the mailboxes in August. A scraping sound at my bedroom window that I had blamed on the wind. The feeling, once or twice, that my dresser drawer was not quite closed the way I left it. I might have, I said. I don't know. Detective Mendez looked up. I hate that answer, I added. I know. She asked about the tracker, the app, the steps, the route, the duffel bag. The key fob marked 5A. She asked whether I had ever given my keys to anyone, whether I dated anyone in the building, whether I had enemies, whether I had posted my routines online. No, I said to most of it. Then, to the last one, slower, I posted walking badges sometimes, screenshots, nothing with my address. Patterns can be enough, she said, not accusing, just true. That landed in me and stayed. By sunrise, the building looked ordinary again in the cruel way places do after violence. The power was back. The elevator worked. The hall lights buzzed overhead. Someone had propped the stairwell door open, and the wet concrete smell had spread onto the 5th floor. The duffel bag was gone, bagged as evidence. So was the tracker. So was the knife. My apartment door wouldn't close. The screws from the chain had torn out a ragged piece of the jamb, and the deadbolt plate hung loose. A crime scene tech photographed it from 3 angles while I stood in Diane's slippers, because my shoes had blood and extinguisher dust on them. You're not staying here tonight, Tessa said. She had arrived just after 5, hair stuffed into a hood, face pale from the cab ride, and whatever she'd heard over the phone. She hugged me too carefully, then held me at arm's length and looked at the bandage under my sweatshirt. I'm fine, I said. You look like you fought a Roomba full of flour. That's accurate, actually. She laughed once, then covered her mouth. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. Then she looked past me at my bedroom window. You're coming to my place. I didn't argue. I wanted to. Some stubborn part of me wanted to reclaim the apartment immediately, to sleep there out of spite, to prove the walls still belonged to me. But when the wind pushed the curtain inward, my knees went loose. So I packed a bag while Tessa stood in the doorway and pretended not to be guarding me. I took jeans, socks, my laptop, medication, the aspirin bottle from my purse, and the framed photo of my father from my dresser. I left the sheets. I left the broken chair. I left the cast iron skillet on the floor where it had fallen, one side dusted white. In the hallway, Diane caught me before I left. Her face looked smaller in the morning light, the powder wiped from her cheeks, but still caught in her hairline. You call me, she said, when you get where you're going. I will. And you come back when the locksmith comes. I don't trust the super to supervise air. I will. She glanced down at my bandaged thumb. Pickle feels terrible. Mr. Pickle, held under her arm, did not look sorry. He looked exhausted and suspicious. He saved us before he bit me, I said. He has layers. Evan was taken to urgent care, by a neighbor from the third floor. Before he left, he stood by the elevator with a split lip, one eye swollen almost shut, and his arm held carefully against his side. "I should have told you about the text sooner," he said. "Yes." He flinched a little at that. Then I sighed. "But I probably would have explained them away too." "Still." "Yeah, still," he nodded, accepting that. We weren't friends by sunrise, not exactly, but we were people who had tied a man's hands together with lamp cord. That creates a category nobody gives you a name for. Peter went with Lena to the hospital. She wouldn't let go of his sleeve as they moved down the hall. Before the elevator doors shut, she looked at me. "Claire tried to warn me," she said. Her voice was barely there. I stepped closer. "What?" She dated him, Grant. She knew he copied fobs. She said he still had access to the building. I didn't believe her. Then he was outside my door. The elevator began to close. Lena added, "She wasn't trying to hurt you." Then the doors met. That was the shape of the story the police filled in over the next week. Not all at once. Never cleanly. Grant Holloway had worked under a subcontractor hired for a series of repairs in our building after a pipe burst in August. During that time, he had copied at least 6 electronic fobs using a handheld reader. He had learned which cameras worked, which doors stuck, which residents lived alone, which ones came home late, which ones posted too much online. Claire Bennett had been his former girlfriend. She had gone to Lena because Lena had briefly dated Grant too, months before he worked in the building. Claire claimed she had found videos on an old phone Grant used, recordings of apartments, hallways, women sleeping, women changing, women coming and going. She said she stole the phone and tried to stash it in the duffel bag on the landing because she knew Grant was chasing her, and because Lena had agreed to meet her there and take it to the police. That part went wrong. Grant found Lena first, forced her into the 4th floor service closet, and used the blackout as cover. Claire got trapped outside on the fire escape after trying to reach my window, because my apartment was the one Grant had been using as a pass-through. He had loosened the latch earlier, had been inside before. My tracker mattered because I wore it every night. The detective believed Grant had entered my apartment at least twice before the climax of it all. Once to learn the layout, once to take the tracker while I slept, carry it through the route he wanted recorded, then return it before morning. Why? To confuse me if I noticed, to create a record that made me look unreliable, to make a future report sound like anxiety, sleepwalking, bad data. Maybe also because he enjoyed it. Detective Mendez did not say that part. Tessa did. We were in her Brooklyn kitchen 3 nights later, eating toast at midnight because neither of us could sleep. Rain ticked against her window unit, and I hated that sound now. "He wanted you to doubt yourself," she said. I nodded. "That's the whole thing." "I did. Of course you did. He built it that way." I wore no tracker. My wrist had a pale indentation where the band used to sit, a ghost of pressure in the skin. Every few minutes, my thumb moved there automatically and found nothing. The first night at Tessa's, I woke at 3:11 and stood in her hallway without remembering getting out of bed. That is true. There was no intruder, no copied fob, no wet footprints, just me in borrowed sweatpants standing between her bathroom and kitchen, heart hammering, with Tessa's cat staring at me from the sofa like I had disappointed him. Tessa found me because I knocked over a broom. "You okay?" she asked. I said yes, then sat on the floor and cried so hard my stitches pulled. The doctor later said stress could do that. Trauma could do that. Sleep disruption. Hypervigilance. A body continuing a danger after the danger was gone. That explanation was reasonable. I accepted it. Mostly. Grant was charged with burglary, assault, unlawful surveillance, stalking, and a stack of other things that sounded both serious and insufficient. Claire was questioned for withholding evidence and breaking into the building. But Lena gave a statement supporting her version, and the phone from the duffel bag did what phones always do if you don't smash them well enough. It remembered. Grant had recorded more than the police initially told us. I only saw one still image by accident when Detective Mendez asked me to identify my bedroom. It showed my apartment from the foot of my bed, dark, except for the streetlight under the curtains. I was asleep in the frame. My wrist was visible above the blanket. The tracker screen glowed. I asked not to see anything else. I moved out of Sunnyside at the end of the month. The landlord let me break the lease after Diane threatened a tenant association meeting, 3 local news tips, and my nephew, who does internet. I moved to a smaller place in Astoria on the 2nd floor of a building, with cameras that actually recorded, locks I paid to replace myself, and windows that did not open onto a shared fire escape. It is almost ordinary now. I go to work. I answer emails. Tessa still sends me terrible memes. Diane calls every Sunday and begins each conversation by telling me what the landlord has failed to fix. Evan texted once to say his ribs healed crooked, but not badly. Lena moved in with her parents for a while. Claire, last I heard, took a plea for obstruction, but avoided jail because of the evidence she helped recover. And I walk, not with a tracker, just walk. I count blocks sometimes, but only in my head. Broadway to Steinway, Steinway to 31st, up to Astoria Park when the weather is clear. I try to let my body be a body and not a machine that owes me reports. Some nights are still bad. Some nights I wake at 3:17 with my hand raised in front of my face, expecting a blue glow that isn't there. I listen to the refrigerator, the pipes, a neighbor moving overhead, a dog barking 2 buildings away. I tell myself sounds are allowed to exist without being warnings. Most nights that works. The last unresolved thing is small. So small, I have never told Detective Mendez because I know exactly how it would sound. When the police returned my belongings, the tracker was in an evidence envelope. Cracked screen, broken clasp, dead battery. No band vibration, no pulse, no smug little notification. I signed for it, took it home, and put it in a kitchen drawer because throwing it away felt too easy and keeping it felt like a punishment. A week after I moved to Astoria, I opened that drawer looking for tape. The tracker was on. Not fully. Just a faint glow under the cracked glass. One notification sat on the dead screen, impossible to tap away. Goal achieved. I stood there in my new kitchen, sunlight on the floor, boxes still unpacked around me, and waited for the rational explanation to arrive. Battery reserve, screen malfunction, delayed sync, moisture damage, a device dying in pieces. All possible, all enough. I closed the drawer gently. Then I went outside and walked until my feet hurt, counting nothing. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, my GPS keeps rerouting me to a cemetery that doesn't exist, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The third time the GPS told us to turn left into the cornfield, Jonah laughed like he wanted it to be funny. Not a real laugh, more like air leaving a tire. There, he said, pointing through the windshield. That's definitely not County Road 18. The phone was mounted in the little suction cup holder I'd bought from a gas station outside Indianapolis, the kind that vibrated loose every 20 miles and left a greasy ring on the glass. On the screen, the blue route line bent sharply off the 2-lane blacktop and into a place where there was no road at all. Just wet October stalks leaning in rows, a drainage ditch shining faintly in the headlights, and a strip of broken fence with one strand of wire hanging low enough to catch on a bumper. The woman's voice said, calm as a librarian, turn left. I slowed down, more from reflex than obedience. Gravel clicked under the tires at the shoulder. Somewhere beyond the corn, a train horn sounded, long and low, softened by distance. Don't, Maya said from the back seat. I'm not turning into corn, I said. You looked like you were thinking about it. I was looking at it. That's the first step. My name is Eli Mercer. I'm 32, male. And at the time, I was driving a silver 2015 Honda CR-V that had a check engine light I'd been ignoring since Pittsburgh. I did freelance event work, sound boards, rented lights, folding chairs, whatever paid, and that weekend I was supposed to deliver 3 boxes of microphones and a portable mixer to a small wedding venue near Bloomington, Indiana. Nothing dramatic, nothing worth remembering except that we were late. It was raining in that lazy Midwestern way where the windshield never got soaked enough for high-speed wipers. And I had trusted my phone because I trusted machines better than I trusted my own memory. That last part matters. I'm not proud of it, but I've always been the person who needs directions, even in places I've been before. I can remember people's voices after years, the smell of a room, the exact song that played during an argument, but roads don't settle in my head. They slide away. Exits, mile markers, which side of town the river is on. Gone. When I was 19, I got lost driving home from a night class in Columbus and ended up crying in a Kroger parking lot while my father talked me through the route over the phone. He didn't yell. That made it worse somehow. He just kept saying, "Look around. Tell me what you see." Like the world would confess if I described it clearly enough. Now I use GPS for everything. Groceries, doctor appointments, a coffee shop 5 minutes away. I let the blue line decide, and I followed. Usually, the blue line was better than me. In the passenger seat was Jonah Bell, 34, male, my closest friend since community college, and the kind of person who said he liked driving at night because he didn't have to admit daylight made him anxious. He had a stubbled jaw, a Reds cap shoved low, and a habit of checking every mirror even when he wasn't driving. He'd come along because the wedding venue belonged to his cousin, and because I'd promised him $40 and gas station coffee. In the back seat, sitting sideways with her boots braced against one equipment case, was Maya Kessler, 29, female, a photographer from Louisville who had hired us both before and ended up becoming, by accident, the most practical person in most rooms. She was small, sharp-eyed, and currently holding my backup phone because she didn't believe in letting one device have all the power. Maya leaned forward between the seats. The CRV smelled like damp canvas, old fries, and the rubber floor mats Jonah had insisted I buy after he spilled chili during a county fair gig. "Keep going," she said. "The actual road has to reconnect somewhere." "That's what the actual road said 10 minutes ago," Jonah muttered. The GPS rerouted with a soft chime. A new blue line appeared. "Continue for 0.7 miles, the voice said. "Then turn left onto Peaceful Rest Lane." None of us spoke for a second. The road ahead narrowed under the headlights, shiny with rain. On the left, the corn ran tight to the ditch. On the right, a line of trees climbed out of low ground, black trunks cut by flashes of reflective fence posts. The nearest town, according to the last sign we'd passed, was Spencer, 7 miles back. Bloomington was supposed to be southeast. We were, according to every normal expectation, in rural Owen County with wet fields around us, and no reason to be nervous except poor visibility and a phone app having a stupid night. "Peaceful Rest Lane," Jonah said. Maya tapped my backup phone. "I don't have that. Mine says stay on this road for 12 miles. "Then we stay on this road," I said, trying to sound settled. "What does yours say the destination is?" she asked. "The venue. Show me." I didn't want to. That sounds childish, but it's true. The moment she asked, my fingers got stiff on the wheel. It wasn't that I thought the phone was haunted or any of that. It was that I had seen something a few minutes earlier and decided not to mention it because mentioning it would make me the guy in the car who was scared of a map. When the route had first changed, the destination name had flickered. Just for a second. Not Willow Creek events. Not the address Jonah's cousin had texted us. Something else. I had caught only the last 2 words before the screen corrected itself. Memorial Cemetery. There are a lot of cemeteries. That's what I told myself. Rural Indiana has family plots tucked behind churches, little fenced rectangles beside township roads, old stones leaning into weeds. The app could have pulled a label from nearby. A map glitch, bad signal, outdated data. Any explanation that didn't require my stomach tightening over 2 ordinary words. Maya was still waiting. I lifted one hand from the wheel and turned the phone slightly. The destination line at the top read, Willow Creek events, 22 men happy, I asked. Never, she said, but less annoyed. Jonah reached over and zoomed the map with 2 fingers. Peaceful Rest Lane isn't showing as a lane. It's just, look. The map did something strange under his touch. The blue route wriggled, then snapped back into place, like a rubber band pulled from under a thumb. For half a breath, the screen showed a grid of faint gray paths that didn't match the road around us. Small rectangles, a loop, a long oval drive. Then it blinked back. Jonah pulled his hand away. Okay, I hate that. It's buffering, I said. That's not what buffering looks like. You fix cars, not phones. I know enough to know when a phone is being a little freak. Maya made a sound that was almost a laugh. Both of you are making me feel deeply safe. The rain got heavier. Not hard exactly, but denser. The drops tapping faster against the roof, until every gap in our conversation filled with that small metallic ticking. I turned the wipers up. The blades dragged across the glass with a faint squeal at the end of each pass. We had started the night ordinary. That's the part I keep returning to, because ordinary has weight. It has texture. You can hold it up later and say, see, there was no sign yet. There was no warning that mattered. At 6 that evening, we'd loaded the CRV behind a banquet hall in Cincinnati, while a drunk uncle from some other wedding smoked beside the dumpster, and told Jonah he looked like a young, divorced firefighter. We'd eaten drive-through burgers on I-74. Maya had complained about a bride who wanted candid but posed photos. Jonah had told a story about changing a starter motor in 20-degree weather while a customer's parrot screamed from inside the house. I had been tired in the familiar, manageable way that comes from too much coffee and not enough sleep. Then we hit construction near Indianapolis and lost almost an hour. Then the highway felt too bright after dark, every orange barrel shining with rain, every passing semi throwing dirty mist against the windshield. Then Jonah's cousin called twice, asking where we were, and I said, 25 minutes out, the way people do when they don't know. By the time the GPS sent us off the main road, nobody argued. It looked reasonable at first. A shortcut through county roads. A way around a crash or closure we hadn't seen. The phone knew. I followed. The first wrong turn sent us past a closed feed store with a hand-painted sign for deer corn. The second put us on a road that narrowed to 1 lane over a rusted bridge. When we crossed it, something thumped under the car hard enough for Maya to say, "What was that?" And Jonah to lean forward, listening. "Branch," I said. "You don't know that." "No, but I'm choosing Branch." After the bridge, the road curved and dipped. The signal bars dropped from 2 to 1, then none. The GPS didn't stop talking. That was the thing I noticed, but tried not to notice. The map kept moving even with no service. "Turn left onto Peaceful Rest Lane," the voice said again. "There's no lane," Maya said. The headlights caught a wooden post at the edge of the field. For a second, I thought it was a mailbox. Then we drew closer, and it became one of those rural road markers with green paint, faded almost black. The The sign was bent at one corner. Mud streaked the pole. Peaceful rest, LN. Jonah whispered, "Nope." I took my foot off the gas. The CRV rolled forward at 15 miles an hour. The lane was real, or real enough to have gravel. It ran between two breaks in the ditch, half hidden by grass, with a metal cattle gate standing open against the fence. Beyond that, the road disappeared under trees, not corn, tall trees, old ones. Their branches made a low tunnel over the gravel, and the headlights showed ruts filled with cloudy water. Maya held up my backup phone. "Mine still says straight." "So we go straight," Jonah said. "The GPS said, turn left." "I heard you," I told it. Maya leaned back. "Do not talk to the app like it has feelings." "It started." Jonah reached for the phone mount. "Turn it off. Don't touch it. Eli." "I need the address." Maya has the address. Maya has no service either, but hers isn't inviting us down Murder Lane. Murder Lane is probably on the other side of town, Maya said. Nobody laughed that time. I drove past the turn. The phone chimed. Rerouting. The blue line redrew itself, looping ahead and doubling back. Estimated arrival changed from 22 minutes to 48. Then 17. Then the destination name flickered again. I saw it clearly this time. Rest Haven Memorial Cemetery. Then, just as quickly, Willow Creek events. My mouth went dry, not in a dramatic way, more like I'd taken medicine without water. "Did either of you see that?" I asked. "See what?" Maya said. Jonah had. I could tell by his face. He was looking at the phone the way people look at a dog that has started growling at an empty hallway. "It said cemetery," he said. Maya shifted forward again. "What cemetery?" "Rest Haven something." "There's a Rest Haven cemetery in town," she said. "You know that. I saw a sign when we stopped for gas." I glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Where?" "Back near Spencer." "It was next to a church, I think. Normal cemetery. Real cemetery." "Then why would it route us there?" "Because your phone is confused." That should have settled it. It almost did. A normal cemetery with a normal sign near a normal church. A mislabeled destination. A cached route. Maybe I'd bumped the screen at the gas station. Maybe Jonah had. Maybe the wedding venue's address was similar to some cemetery road. Technology does stupid things every day, and nobody writes a story about it unless the stupid thing leads somewhere worse. We kept driving. For about 2 minutes, everything returned to the shape of ordinary trouble. Rain, empty road, late delivery. Jonah texting his cousin when his phone caught a single bar for half a second. Maya rubbing a circle in the fogged rear window with her sleeve. My hands aching from gripping the wheel too hard. Then we passed the same deer corn sign again. I knew it before Jonah said anything. The feed store sat on the right this time, which made no sense because we hadn't turned around. Its windows were dark. The painted buck on the sign had one antler scraped off. Beside the door, a vending machine glowed weakly under the awning, stocked with bait cups and off-brand soda. Jonah sat up. No. Maya looked from the window to her phone. Maybe there are 2 stores. There are not 2 closed feed stores with a deer missing the same antler, he said. I pulled onto the shoulder. The tires settled into wet gravel with a soft crunch. The engine idled. Heat breathed from the vents, smelling faintly of dust and old antifreeze. Outside, Rain ticked against the roof, and the corn shivered in the wind, each stalk scraping the next with a dry, papery rasp that somehow came through even with the windows up. My phone said, "Proceed to the route." Maya's phone said, "No route available." Jonah's phone had no signal and 9% battery. "Okay," Maya said carefully. "We stop being stubborn. We call someone." "Who?" Jonah asked. "Your cousin, police, tow truck, a pizza place, someone local." I unlocked my phone and tried Jonah's cousin first. The call failed. I tried again. Failed. Maya held her phone higher, angling it toward the windshield like signal might drip down from the clouds. "I've got nothing." Jonah opened his door. Cold, wet air rushed in, carrying the smell of mud, fertilizer, and something sweetly rotten from the ditch. The interior light came on, making us all look too pale. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Getting one bar. Don't wander off." "I'm stepping 6 feet from the car." "Jonah." He looked at me then, not irritated, not joking. "I'm not going into the corn, man." That embarrassed me enough to shut me up. He climbed out, hunched against the rain, and held his phone above his head. His shoes splashed in the roadside gravel. The red light from the rear of the CRV reflected in the puddles around his ankles. Maya watched him through the side window. "He's scared too." "No, he's annoyed." "Eli, what? Don't do that." I knew what she meant. I always translated fear into logistics. Gas, battery, signal, estimated arrival. Things with numbers. Things that could be solved if I pressed the right icon. Jonah turned slowly outside, searching for service. The glow of his phone lit the underside of his cap. Behind him, across the road, something pale shifted near the feed store window. I leaned forward. It was only a sheet of plastic taped inside the glass, moving in the draft. Only that. Still, my foot found the brake harder, as if the parked car might roll toward it. Jonah came back fast and got in, bringing rainwater and cold air with him. I got a text out, maybe. I don't know. It hung. "To your cousin?" "Yeah, I sent our location." Maya gave a tired little laugh. "Great. What location?" Nobody answered. My phone chimed again. The route changed. This time, there was no blue line leading ahead. No loop. No alternate. Just one route, back the way we had come, turning left onto Peaceful Rest Lane. The arrival time read 6 minutes. Under destination, for 3 full seconds in clean black text, it said, "Rest Haven Memorial Cemetery. Address unavailable." Then it changed back to Willow Creek Events. Maya saw it. Her face went still. "Screenshot it," she said. I fumbled with the buttons and missed it. "Of course," Jonah said, too sharp. "Don't start." "I'm not starting. I'm saying of course the proof disappeared." "Proof of what?" Maya snapped. "A buggy app, a bad map pin. We need to stay practical." "I am being practical." Practical is not driving to a cemetery with no address because the robot lady wants us to. The GPS spoke over him. "Make a U-turn." The 3 of us sat in the warm, damp car, staring at the road ahead. Straight on, the blacktop ran into rain and darkness, past the feed store, past wherever we had already been once. Behind us, somewhere out of sight, was the lane with the bent green sign and the open gate. The one Maya's phone refused to acknowledge. I should have turned the GPS off right then. I should have dug the printed invoice from the glove compartment and found the venue address under coffee receipts and tire pressure gauges. I should have driven back to Spencer, walked into the nearest lit building, and asked a human being with mud on their boots which way to Bloomington. But we were late. We were tired. We had already looped once on roads I couldn't hold in my head. Jonah's cousin was waiting with a wedding rehearsal full of people who had paid deposits and expected microphones. And beneath all that, quieter but stronger, was the old shame of needing someone to tell me where I was. I looked at Maya in the mirror. She didn't look brave. She looked cold and angry and practical. 6 minutes, she said. We don't have to go down the lane. We just get close enough to figure out whether it connects to a real road. Jonah stared at her. It is absolutely the sentence people say before needing rescue. She's right, I said, though I wasn't sure she was. He turned to me. Eli, we check the turn, that's it. We don't go far. If it looks bad, we back out. Maya nodded once. Hazards on, slow. Windows cracked so we can hear if something's wrong with the tires. Jonah rubbed both hands over his face. His palms made a dry rasp against his stubble. I hate that those are reasonable details. I put the car in drive, then hesitated. Ahead, the feed store vending machine flickered once and went dark. The road seemed to shrink without it. My phone waited in its mount, bright and certain. Make a U-turn, it said again. I turned on the hazards. Amber light clicked across the dashboard, steady as a pulse, and I began to swing the wheel left. The lane looked worse from the second approach. When we'd passed it the first time, I'd only had a few seconds to see the sign, the open gate, the ruts vanishing under trees. Now the hazard lights were ticking their amber rhythm over everything, on and off, making the gravel appear in broken pieces. One moment the road was there, pale and wet. The next it disappeared into black. The GPS had stopped talking. That was somehow worse. It just sat there in the mount, the blue triangle lined up perfectly with peaceful rest lane, as if the app had finally gotten what it wanted and didn't need to persuade us anymore. Stop here, Maya said. I did. The CRV rolled to a halt just before the turn, angled slightly toward the lane. The wipers dragged rain sideways across the windshield. The headlights reached maybe 30 yards in before the trees swallowed the beams. Jonah leaned forward until his seatbelt locked. Nope, that is not a shortcut. That is a farm access road with commitment issues. It might connect to something, Maya said, though she didn't sound convinced. Everything connects to something if you're willing to damage a suspension. I kept both hands on the wheel. My palms were slick. We're not going in far. Jonah looked at me. Then what are we doing? I didn't answer right away because I didn't know how to explain the pressure building behind my ribs. It wasn't curiosity. Curiosity has room in it. This felt smaller, meaner, like the road had turned into a test, and I had already failed it by needing the test in the first place. I imagined calling Jonah's cousin and saying, sorry. I couldn't deliver the equipment because my phone got confused, and I panicked in front of a gravel lane. I imagined Maya telling people later, kindly, that Eli got weird about directions sometimes. I imagined my father's voice from that old Kroger parking lot. Look around. Tell me what you see. What I saw was a lane, a sign, an app telling me the answer was 6 minutes away. I'm checking whether it's passable, I said. That's all. Maya touched the back of my seat. Slow enough that we can back out. Jonah exhaled through his nose. I want it stated, for the record, that I hate this plan. Recorded, Maya said. I turned. The CRV bumped over the lip of the lane. Wet gravel crackled under the tires, then softened into mud. Branches brushed the passenger side with a whispery drag. Jonah flinched at the sound. Great, he muttered. Car S getting petted by the Blair Witch. No supernatural, Maya said automatically. What? Nothing. We went maybe 40 feet. That was enough for the blacktop behind us to vanish between trees. The lane narrowed almost immediately, as if it had only pretended to be a road from the countryside. The ruts were deep, filled with brown water that reflected the headlights in trembling strips. The middle hump scraped once under the car, a dull plastic sound. I stopped. Back up, Jonah said. I know. I put the car in reverse. The backup camera filled with rain-blurred darkness and a sliver of the county road far behind us. I eased off the brake. The rear wheels spun, not dramatically, not movie-style mud spraying over the windows, just a quick slip, a little lurch, and then that awful empty whir of tires failing to grip. I braked. Nobody spoke. I tried again, lighter this time. The CRV shifted backward maybe 6 inches. Then the left rear tire dropped into something with a wet thud. Maya grabbed the handle above the door. What was that? Rut, I said. Jonah stared at me. Eli, I know. The dashboard lit up with a small orange symbol, tire pressure. No, I said under my breath. Jonah saw it too. Tell me that was already on. It was. Of course it was. Don't. I put the car in park and stepped out before either of them could tell me not to. Rain hit my scalp and ran down behind my ears. The cold made me gasp. The lane smelled like wet leaves, mud, and the sour green odor of crushed weeds. My shoes sank at once. I crouched by the rear driver's side tire, using my phone flashlight. The beam shook over muddy rubber, the wheel well the ground. The tire was low, but not flat yet. Something silver stuck out near the sidewall. Not a nail. A strip of twisted metal, like a piece of old fence wire sharpened by rust and pressure. Jonah got out on the other side, slamming his door too hard. What is it? Puncture. How bad? Bad enough. Maya rolled down her window instead of stepping into the mud. Can we drive on it? For a little, Jonah said, coming around. He crouched beside me and took the phone from my hand without asking. He knew cars better than I did. He worked at a repair shop outside Cincinnati and could diagnose trouble from sounds most people ignored. The confidence in his hands usually calmed me. It didn't now. He pressed 2 fingers into the tire and listened to the faint hiss. That's sidewall, he said. What does that mean? Maya asked. It means fix a flat won't fix it. Plug won't hold, we need the spare. I have one, I said. Jonah gave me a look. Do you have one, or does the car theoretically come with one? I have one. When did you last check it? The answer sat between us in the rain. He closed his eyes. Eli, I thought it was there. You thought. I know. The hiss continued, thin and steady. Maya got out then, pulling her jacket over her head. Her boots sank almost to the laces. Okay, spare first, arguments later. We opened the rear hatch and unloaded just enough equipment to reach the compartment under the cargo floor. 3 microphone cases, a stand bag, a plastic bin of cables that clattered when Jonah dropped it onto the mud. The spare was there, flat, not low. Flat in the way old balloons are flat. Jonah stared at it for 2 full seconds, then laughed once. "It was a bad sound," I said. "I didn't know." "I believe you," he said. "That's the problem." Maya rubbed rain from her forehead. "Can we inflate it?" "With what?" I pointed weakly toward the side compartment. "There's a little compressor." Jonah dug it out. 12-volt compressor. "Great. If the tire holds air, maybe. If the battery likes us, maybe. If this thing wasn't manufactured during the Bush administration, maybe. Try it." He plugged it into the cigarette lighter and screwed the hose onto the spare's valve. The compressor buzzed loudly, a cheap plastic insect sound that filled the trees and made the lane feel even narrower. The pressure needle trembled, climbed a little, then dropped. Jonah shut it off. Valve stem S cracked. Maya looked back toward the county road. Through the trees, it was invisible now. We hadn't gone far, but the curve of the lane and the wet branches hid it completely. "Then we call roadside," she said. "No signal," Jonah said. "We walk back to the road and call from there." I glanced at my phone. Still no bars. The GPS remained open, as if service wasn't relevant to it. The destination said Willow Creek Events again, but the route line extended deeper into the lane. Estimated arrival, 5 minutes. "We can walk to the road," I said, "then maybe toward the feed store." There was a vending machine. Power, maybe camera, maybe a landline inside. Jonah wiped rain from his beard. "Or we drive on the bad tire back to the road before it dies completely." "Sidewall's already leaking," he said to himself, thinking it through. "If we back out slow, maybe we get to the blacktop." "But that rut," Maya cut in. "Then do it now." That was the first time I heard the time pressure as more than being late. The tire was losing air while we talked. The longer we sat, the less car we had. I got behind the wheel. Jonah stood outside with the flashlight, guiding me from the front quarter panel. Maya stayed near the rear, watching the tire. "Straighten," Jonah called. "No, your other straight. I can't see the rut." "Because you drove into a soup trench." Helpful. The tire pressure warning glowed on the dash. The engine hummed. I shifted into reverse and eased back. The car moved. "Good," Maya called. "Slow." The rear wheels climbed a little. The bad tire made a soft, folding sound each rotation, like someone stepping on wet cardboard. I kept the wheel as straight as I could. My throat felt tight enough to hurt. Then the front passenger tire slipped sideways. Not far, maybe a foot, but enough that the CRV tilted toward the ditch. Jonah shouted, "Brake." I did. The car stopped with a hard little bounce. Something under us knocked against the mud. For a second, there was only the rain and the engine and Jonah breathing through his mouth outside. Then Maya said, very quietly, "Eli, don't move." I didn't. Jonah came around the front, shining the light low. The beam caught water moving under the right side of the lane. Not sitting, moving. A narrow drainage cut ran beneath the mud, hidden by leaves and grass, and my passenger side front tire was half over it. Another foot, and the wheel could drop in. Jonah stood with his hands on his hips, rain dripping from the brim of his cap. "We're not backing out," he said. I turned the engine off. The sudden absence of vibration made the world feel bigger. Wet branches clicked against one another overhead. Somewhere in the trees, water poured steadily from a culvert or ditch, a hollow rushing sound that hadn't been there before, or that I hadn't noticed until the engine stopped. Maya opened my door. Out, carefully. We got the equipment cases back into the cargo area, mostly to keep the rain out of the connectors. Jonah insisted on leaving the heaviest stand bag on the lane behind the rear tire, as if it might become a traction aid later. Maya grabbed her camera bag and my backup phone. I took the printed invoice from the glove compartment at last. It was damp from some old coffee stain, folded into thirds. Willow Creek, Events 7148 South Harrow Road, Bloomington. In there it was, a normal address, a real destination, the thing I should have pulled out 20 minutes earlier. Maya looked at it under her phone light. Can you search the address on mine? No service. Map downloaded, not this area. Jonah snatched the paper, not meanly, but not gently. South Harrow Road. That sounds real. We need a county road, a house, anything with a number on a mailbox. And the car, I asked. The car is now a problem for tomorrow's version of us, if tonight's version doesn't do something stupid. I almost said, I already did. Maya looked toward the lane ahead. The GPS says 5 minutes that way. Jonah stared at her. Do not start. I'm not saying we follow it blindly. I'm saying this lane may lead somewhere with a road name, a house, a gate, something. The blacktop behind us is hidden, and the car is blocking part of the lane. Walking back means squeezing past the drainage cut in the dark. We know the blacktop exists, Jonah said. We do not know what's ahead. We know the feed store is ahead if the road looped. No, I said. Both of them looked at me. I hated that I'd said it so sharply. I lowered my voice. No, if we go back to the blacktop, then the feed store. We don't know the lane connects to the feed store. The GPS spoke from inside the car, startling us badly enough that Maya cursed. Continue on Peaceful Rest Lane. Jonah looked through the open driver's door at my phone. I thought you turned the engine off. I did. The phone's still on, Maya said. Turn it off, Jonah said. I reached in and tapped the screen. It didn't respond. Rain had beaded across the glass. I wiped it with my sleeve and tried again. The app ignored my finger. I pressed the side button. Nothing held it. Nothing. It's frozen, I said. Then throw it in the ditch. I need it. You need it for what? It just stranded us. That hit harder than he meant it to, or maybe exactly as hard as he meant it to. Maya stepped between us slightly. Enough, Jonah pointed at the phone. This is what I'm talking about. He'll follow that thing into a lake before admitting it's wrong. I said enough, Maya snapped. The rain intensified for half a minute, loud on the roof, loud on leaves, loud on our jackets. It gave us an excuse not to speak. Then a light appeared behind us. Faint at first, white, moving. All three of us turned toward the county road. Through the trees, beyond the curve, headlights swept across the wet trunks. A vehicle slowed near the entrance to the lane. Its beams caught the bent Peaceful Rest sign and made the green flash bright. Thank God, Maya said. Jonah raised both arms. Hey, the vehicle didn't pull in. It idled there, unseen, except for the headlights. The engine was low and diesel heavy. A truck, maybe. Rain distorted everything. I could hear tires on wet gravel or maybe just water in the ditch. Jonah started walking back toward it. "Wait," Maya said. "He didn't." "Jonah," I called. He turned, annoyed. "We need help." The truck's headlights switched off. Darkness dropped into the lane so quickly Jonah stopped mid-step. No parking lights, no door opening, no voice calling out. Just the rain and the pale reflection of our own hazard lights pulsing weakly from the CRV behind us. Then a flashlight clicked on near the road. Not a phone light, a real flashlight. Strong, white, steady. It pointed down the lane, at us. Maya moved closer to me. Why did they turn their headlights off? Jonah backed up one step. Maybe they don't want to blind us. The flashlight didn't wave, didn't signal. It stayed fixed. I could not see the person holding it. Only the beam, hard and bright, catching rain in silver streaks. "Hello," Jonah called. "We're stuck. Tires blown." No answer. The beam shifted slightly, moving over the CRV, the equipment cases visible through the rear window, Maya's camera bag, my face. It paused on the license plate. Then it clicked off. "Hey," Jonah shouted. The diesel engine revved once. The vehicle moved away. Not fast. Just rolled off along the blacktop, leaving the three of us in the lane with the hazard lights ticking and the tire hissing softer now because there was almost no air left to lose. Maya whispered, "That wasn't normal." Jonah came back to us. His face had changed. The annoyance was gone, leaving something flatter, more careful. "Maybe they went to get help," I said. He looked at me. "You believe that?" I didn't. Maya pulled out her phone again and held it toward the county road. Still nothing. No bars. The GPS said, "Continue for 0.4 miles. "Stop," Jonah said to it. I reached into the car and tried to power my phone off again. This time the screen responded, but not how it should have. The map zoomed out. For half a second, it showed the surrounding area in thin gray lines. The county road, the lane, a loop ahead, several rectangular shapes arranged in rows. Then a label appeared over the loop. Rest Haven Memorial Cemetery. Jonah saw it. Maya saw it. I pressed the side button hard enough to hurt my thumb. The screen went black. At once, all three of our phones buzzed. Maya yelped and nearly dropped hers. Jonah pulled his from his pocket. Mine, black-screened, vibrated in my hand. An emergency alert tone blared from Maya's phone first, then Jonah's, then mine. The sound was shrill and official, bouncing under the trees. On Maya's screen, white text appeared over a gray alert box. Flash flood warning Owen County. In seek higher ground immediately. Do not drive through flooded roads. For a few seconds, nobody moved. Then the hollow, rushing sound in the ditch grew louder. Jonah turned his flashlight toward the drainage cut under the lane. Water was pushing through it faster now, brown and foamy, carrying leaves and bits of stalk. The place where my front tire had almost dropped in was widening at the edge as the mud collapsed in small bites. Maya said, "We can't stay here." The concrete problem had finally named itself. Not the GPS, not the cemetery label, not the truck that had stopped and watched us. Water. A county flash flood warning. A disabled car on a mud lane, no working spare, no signal strong enough for a call, and 3 people standing in the wrong place while the drainage ditch started eating the road. "We go back to the blacktop," Jonah said. A crack sounded behind us. Not a branch. A wet, heavy slump. Rear of the CRV dropped 2 inches as the bad tire folded completely off the rim, and the car shifted sideways, settling deeper into the rut. The stand bag Jonah had left behind it slid into brown water. The lane behind the car narrowed to a strip of mud between the vehicle and the ditch. Maya looked ahead into the trees, toward the route the GPS had insisted on. There might be higher ground that way, she said. Jonah shook his head. Or lower. The rain kept coming. The hazard lights clicked. The phone in my hand, powered off a moment ago, lit up by itself. No map this time. Just one instruction across the screen. Continue on foot. The first plan was the sensible one. Back to the blacktop. No heroics. No trusting the phone. No following a lane with a name that made all of us keep our voices lower than normal. We would squeeze around the CRV, get to the county road, walk toward the feed store, and keep moving until one of our phones found a bar or a porch light appeared through the rain. Simple. Except nothing about mud is simple once you're standing in it. The CRV had settled diagonally across the lane, nose pointed deeper into the trees, rear end sagging toward the ditch behind us. On the driver's side, there was maybe 2 feet of passable ground between the car and the bank, and even that was soft enough that water shivered under the surface when you stepped. On the passenger side, the drainage cut had widened into a brown, moving trench. Not deep yet, not dramatic, but fast enough to carry leaves, twigs, and Jonah's canvas stand bag as if it weighed nothing. Single file, Jonah said. Driver's side, hands on the car. He had taken charge without asking, and for once I was grateful. His voice had gone flat and shop practical, the same tone he used when telling customers their breaks were not going to last until payday. Maya went first because she was smallest and because her boots had better tread. She kept one hand on the wet body of the car, fingers sliding over mud streaks and rainwater, and edged along the narrow strip. Her camera bag was cross-body against her chest, wrapped in her jacket. I followed with my phone shoved into my pocket like I could pretend it wasn't there. Jonah came last, carrying the useless tire compressor and a flashlight, because he refused to leave behind anything that might become useful later. The hazards clicked behind us. Amber light, dark. Amber light, dark. Every flash briefly showed the lane as pieces. Maya's boots, the side mirror, the rut filling behind the rear tire, Jonah's white knuckles on the roof rail. Don't look at the ditch, Maya said. I wasn't, I lied. The car shifted, barely. A little settling groan from the suspension, a wet suck from the mud under the bad tire. All 3 of us froze. Keep moving, Jonah said, but quieter. Maya made it past the front bumper. I was almost there when my left foot sank to the ankle. The mud took my shoe with such force that my knee jerked forward and slammed into the fender. Pain flashed up my thigh. Eli, Maya said, I'm good. You're not good. You made the noise. It was a surprised noise. Jonah grabbed the back of my jacket. Don't yank. Twist. I twisted. The mud held. Rain ran down my neck, cold enough to make my shoulders hitch. I twisted again, harder, and my shoe came free with a sucking pop that sounded obscene under the trees. Then the bank behind me gave way. My right foot slid. For one instant, I felt empty space where ground should have been. Jonah hauled me back by my jacket so hard the zipper bit into my throat. "Move," he snapped. I moved. We stumbled to the front of the car and regrouped in the headlights. The beams pointed down the lane, away from the blacktop, making everything ahead look strangely inviting compared with the darkness behind us. Rain streamed through the light in silver lines. The lane continued straight for maybe 40 yards, then bent right around a cluster of trees. Behind us, on the other side of the CRV, the path back to the county road was now mostly hidden by the vehicle and the growing drainage cut. Maya pointed with her phone light. "We can still get around it if we go up the bank." The bank rose on the left side of the lane, thick with weeds and young trees. Beyond it, the cornfield. The same cornfield we'd refused to drive into. It ran along the county road, or at least I thought it did. If we climbed the bank and cut through the field, we might come out near the road without having to pass the ditch. Jonah looked up the slope. "That's not a bank. That's wet clay with decorations. It's better than the ditch. It's better until someone falls and breaks a wrist. We need to try," she said. So we tried. That was the first attempt. We climbed the bank single file, using saplings as handholds. The mud there was slicker than on the lane, orange-brown clay that stuck to our palms and made the weeds bend loose from the roots. Maya got halfway up before her boot slipped. She caught herself on a thin tree trunk, breathing hard through her teeth. "Okay," she said. "Okay. Still fine." Jonah pushed from below, one hand braced under her boot. "Left. There's a root on your left." She found it, climbed, reached the top. For a second, her flashlight swept over cornstalks. Then she said, "Oh, damn," not screamed, not even loud, just defeated. I climbed after her, my knee throbbing where I'd hit the car, and pulled myself up beside her. The field wasn't a field anymore. It had been cut by floodwater. A wide sheet of brown water lay between the bank and the visible rows of corn, moving slowly but steadily from right to left. It reflected the rain and our phone lights in broken glitter. The ground between us and the stalks had dropped into a shallow wash, maybe knee-deep in the middle, maybe deeper, where the water turned black near a collapsed fence. Across it, beyond the corn, I could see a pale ribbon that might have been the county road. Might have been. Jonah came up behind us, breathing hard. "No. We could cross there," Maya said, pointing to a line of flattened grass. "No," he repeated, moving water in the dark. "You step into a hole, you're gone sideways before we can grab you. It's not that deep. You don't know that." She looked at him. "Neither do you." He shone the flashlight into the wash. Something bumped along in the current, turning slowly. For one horrible second, it looked like a hand. Maya made a sharp sound and stepped back into me. The thing rolled in the light, pale and five-fingered, caught against a clump of grass. Jonah went still. I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too loud. Then the object spun free and bobbed closer. It was a work glove. White leather, swollen with water, the cuff dark with mud. Maya covered her face with one hand. "God, I hate this." Jonah let out a shaky breath. Some farmer lost a glove. Or the truck driver did, I said before I could stop myself. They both looked at me. I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. The glove drifted away into the dark, no longer frightening, and somehow still not comforting. We followed the top of the bank for 20 yards, looking for a narrower crossing. There wasn't one. The wash widened to the left and vanished into brush. To the right, it fed directly into the drainage cut under the lane, water pouring through with that hollow throat sound we'd heard earlier. The geography settled in my head at last, cruelly clear. The county road was behind us and above us, but floodwater had opened a moving channel between the lane and the field. The car blocked the safer route back. The ditch was eating the edge behind it. The bank route was cut off. The first plan failed. We climbed back down to the front of the CRV, slipping and grabbing branches, all three of us muddy, now up to the shins. Jonah cursed when he landed wrong and twisted his ankle. He tried to hide it, but his next few steps had a hitch. Maya noticed. How bad? Fine, that's not a measurement. Annoying, not broken, she crouched, but he waved her off. I checked my phone. Black screen. No, not black. A faint glow under the glass, like the screen was waking from far away. I pressed the side button before it could fully light and held it down. Nothing. Maya saw my face. What? Nothing. Eli. I don't want to talk about the phone. Jonah laughed without humor. Fantastic. Love that sentence. The second plan came from Maya. The feed store, she said. If we can't get there by road, maybe the lane loops around. The GPS showed a loop. Cemeteries have loops. Farms have loops. Whatever this is, it might come out near the other side of the property. Or it goes deeper into low ground, Jonah said. She pointed down the lane ahead. Look at the slope. The headlights washed over the muddy track. Past the bend, the lane rose slightly. It wasn't much, but it was real. The water in the ruts ran back toward us, toward the car and the drainage cut. Higher ground, she said. Maybe not safer, but higher. Jonah looked behind us, then at the ditch, then at his ankle. He didn't want to agree. I could see him fighting it. Finally, he said, we go 5 minutes on foot. We mark our way. With what? I asked. Maya pulled a roll of fluorescent gaffer tape from her camera bag. I use it for marking tripod legs at receptions. Jonah blinked at her. Of course you do. She tore off a strip and wrapped it around a sapling beside the car. Bright pink, almost cheerful. We make markers, she said. If the lane branches, we don't rely on memory. She didn't look at me when she said it, which made it worse. We started down Peaceful Rest Lane. The CRV stayed behind us, headlights throwing our shadows long and thin ahead. The further we walked, the weaker the light became, until our own flashlights mattered more. The lane curved right around the cluster of trees, then straightened. On our left, the ground rose in a wooded ridge. On our right, it dropped toward the drainage ditch, now hidden behind brush but still audible. Water moving, always moving. Every 50 feet, Maya marked a branch or fence post with pink tape. The lane did show signs of human use. That should have comforted us. It didn't. There were tire tracks under the mud, recent enough that rain hadn't erased them. Wide tires. A truck or utility vehicle. At one point, Jonah crouched and shone his flashlight along the tread. Same diesel truck, I asked. Could be half the trucks in Indiana. It's not a no. No, Eli, it's not a no. A rusted chain lay coiled near a stump. A plastic bottle, crushed flat, had been wedged into a fork of a tree at shoulder height. We passed a metal post with a torn strip of orange survey ribbon tied to it. Beneath the rain and mud smell was another odor, faint but sour. Old flowers rotting in plastic. Maya noticed it too. "Do you smell that?" Jonah said. "Compost." "Not compost. Wet leaves, then." We kept walking. After maybe 4 minutes, the lane opened into a clearing. Not a cemetery. Not exactly. A circular gravel turnaround sat under the trees, its center choked with weeds. Around the circle were rectangles of bare earth and low concrete forms. Not graves. At least, not marked graves. More like old foundations or pads where small sheds had once stood. Some were cracked. Some had rebar sticking out of them. At the far side of the circle, a narrow track continued uphill between pines. Maya's phone buzzed once. We all stopped. "One bar," she said. "Call 911, Jonah said. She already was. The call screen appeared, connecting, then connected. For 2 seconds, we heard nothing. Then a woman's voice, chopped by static. 911, what is your emergency?" Maya almost sobbed. "Hi, we're stranded off a road near Spencer, Indiana. Our car is disabled. There's flooding," and the call crackled. "Location." Maya looked at me. I unfolded the invoice with shaking hands, though it didn't help. "We're off Peaceful Rest Lane, near County Road. I don't know the county road number. We came from Spencer." "The GPS," Maya repeated. "Peaceful Rest Lane." Rural road off. Static swallowed the dispatcher's response. Jonah grabbed his phone, trying to see if he had signal too. "Tell them Owen County flash flood warning." Maya did. "We need rescue or directions to higher ground." The dispatcher's voice broke through. "Ma'am, I'm not showing a Peaceful Rest Lane in Owen County." Maya closed her eyes. Jonah whispered, "Ask about Rest Haven." Maya said, "Is there a Rest Haven Memorial Cemetery near here?" Static. "Then Rest Haven Cemetery is in Spencer near." The signal cut. The call timer froze at 00:19. Maya stared at the screen. No, come on." She tried redialing. Call failed. Tried again. Failed. The second plan had partially worked. We had reached higher ground. We had reached emergency services. We had learned Peaceful Rest Lane did not show in their system. And then the one bar vanished. Jonah limped in a slow circle, holding his phone up. "Here, try over here." Maya moved to the center of the turnaround, redialed, failed. I walked toward the uphill track, thinking maybe elevation would help. My knee hurt with each step, a deep pulsing ache. Mud had worked into my sock. Every movement felt colder than the last. My phone turned on in my pocket. I felt the vibration against my thigh. I took it out. The map was open. The blue route line led from the clearing up the narrow track. Estimated arrival, 2 minutes. Destination, Rest Haven Memorial Cemetery. I almost threw it. I really did. My arm drew back. Maya said, "Don't." Her voice stopped me. "We may need the flashlight," she said. I lowered my hand. Jonah came over, breathing hard. His limp was worse now. "What does it say?" I showed him. 2 minutes, he said. "That's uphill." "And supposedly a cemetery that doesn't exist," Maya said. "No," he said. "The lane doesn't exist." The cemetery exists somewhere else. Maybe someone copied a name onto private land. Maybe this is illegal dumping. Maybe an old family burial ground got mislabeled. I don't care what it's called. I care that uphill is better than downhill. That was the first time he sounded like he was convincing himself. A sound came from the trees behind us. A scrape, then another. Maya spun, flashlight raised. Something moved near the edge of the circular clearing, low and pale between the trunks. Jonah whispered, "Stay behind me." It came again, scrape, pause, scrape. The shape lurched forward. For one long second, my brain made it into a person crawling on elbows. A wet face, shoulders dragging, fingers clawing gravel. Then Maya's light steadied. It was Jonah's stand bag. The canvas bag had washed down through the drainage and snagged somewhere, then been pushed through a lower channel that fed into the clearing. It scraped over gravel in short jerks as water pulsed around it. The metal light stands inside, clanking softly. Jonah bent, hands on his knees, laughing too hard. Not because it was funny, because it wasn't a body. "Okay," Maya said, voice trembling. "That was explainable." "Great," I said. "Love explainable." But the bag told us something worse. Water was finding paths through the woods faster than we were. A faint stream now ran across the lower edge of the clearing, cutting between us and the lane we'd come from. Shallow, but growing. The pink tape marker on the last tree fluttered in the rain, already on the far side of the trickle. "We need to move," Jonah said. Maya looked back down the lane, toward the CRV. "What about the car?" "The car is done." "What about the equipment?" "Done." "What about Maya?" His voice cracked. "Done." She nodded once, hard, like swallowing something sharp. We turned toward the uphill track. That was when the diesel engine returned. Not close at first. A low growl beyond the trees below us, somewhere near the county road. Then the sweep of headlights moved through the woods, broken by trunks. The truck was back at the lane entrance. For half a second, relief rose in me despite everything. Maybe they had gone for help. Maybe they had circled back. Maybe a local had decided 3 idiots in a mud lane were worth saving after all. Then the headlights moved onto peaceful rest lane, toward our car. Jonah took one step downhill. "Hey," Maya grabbed his sleeve. "Wait." The truck stopped near the CRV. We couldn't see it fully from the clearing, only slices of white light through trees and rain. A door opened, closed. A flashlight moved around the disabled car. Then another light appeared. 2 people. One bent near the rear hatch. "Are they helping?" I whispered. Jonah didn't answer. The CRV's hazard lights stopped. The whole lane went darker. Maya's hand tightened around my sleeve. A metallic clunk carried up through the trees. Then another. The rear hatch opening, equipment being moved, tools against the frame. Jonah started forward again, anger overriding caution. "Hey, that's our car." One of the flashlights snapped upward toward us. It found the clearing, found us. For a moment, nobody moved. Then a man's voice shouted from below. I couldn't make out the words, only the tone, not surprised, not helpful, angry. Jonah backed up. Maya said, "Up, now." Behind us, water spread further across the clearing. Ahead, the narrow track climbed into pines. Below, 2 strangers stood near our disabled car, one of them shining a flashlight at us, and the route back to the blacktop ran straight past them through mud, floodwater, and a ditch that was already cutting the lane apart. My phone spoke from my hand. Continue on foot. This time, none of us argued. We ran uphill. At least we tried to. Jonah's ankle gave out after 20 yards, and he slammed into a pine trunk with his shoulder. Maya and I caught him, one under each arm. Behind us, the man shouted again. Closer now, or maybe the trees made it sound that way. The track narrowed. Branches slapped our faces. Pine needles stuck to our wet jackets. The ground changed from mud to slick brown needles over hard clay, steep enough that we had to lean forward and grab trunks to keep moving. My knee throbbed. Jonah's breath came in harsh grunts. Maya's camera bag banged against her ribs with each step. Halfway up the rise, we heard the sound that ended every argument about going back. A deep, tearing crack, not thunder, earth. We turned in time to see the lower lane give way near the drainage cut behind the CRV. The headlights from the truck tilted wildly as the bank slumped. Brown water surged across the roadbed, carrying mud, gravel, branches, and something dark that might have been one of our equipment cases. The path back to the county road collapsed into moving water. No squeezing past the car. No retracing the pink tape. No feed store. No blacktop. The only ground still above us was ahead. At the top of the hill, beyond the pines, a chain link fence appeared in my flashlight beam. It ran left to right across the ridge, sagging in places, topped with old barbed wire. A narrow pedestrian gate stood open. A sign hung from it by one bolt, swinging in the rain. Private property, no trespassing rest, Haven Memorial Association. Jonah leaned against me, shaking from pain and effort. Maya looked down the hill, where the flashlights were moving again below us. Then she looked through the open gate. Beyond it, our lights caught rows of low rectangular shapes in the wet grass. Not headstones exactly. Concrete vault lids. Dozens of them. The gate creaked in the wind, opening wider. There was no road back anymore, so we went in. The place beyond the gate was not a cemetery the way I understood cemeteries. There were no angels, no polished stones, no little flags or plastic flowers trembling in the rain. Just rows of low concrete vault lids set into wet grass, each one about the size of a coffin, gray and rectangular, and numbered with black stencil paint. Some were level. Some had tilted as the earth beneath them shifted. Between the rows were strips of gravel that had almost disappeared under weeds, and beyond them, deeper in the property, stood a long metal building with a green roof and no windows facing us. The GPS said, "Arrived." Jonah was hanging between Maya and me, his bad ankle barely touching the ground. His Red's cap was gone. Rain flattened his hair to his forehead. He tried to stand on his own and almost dropped. "Don't," Maya said. "I'm not being carried through a graveyard." "It's not a graveyard," she said. That didn't make it better. Behind us, down the hill, flashlights moved between the pines. 2 beams, maybe 3. They were climbing from the ruined lane, not fast, but steady. Whoever they were, they knew the ground better than we did. "Building," I said. Maya looked where I pointed. "Could be locked. Could be a phone. Could be people." Jonah laughed once, breathless. At this point, I'm ready to meet people who use doors. We moved. Ground on the other side of the gate was firmer than the lane, but the grass hid ankle-deep holes. Maya kept one arm under Jonah's shoulder. I went ahead with my phone light, sweeping the path between concrete lids. The rectangles were arranged in long rows running north-south, with narrow gravel lanes between them. The fence line was behind us at the south edge. The metal building sat on the north side, maybe 80 yards away. To the east, the land dipped toward a drainage pond, black and swelling in the rain. To the west, beyond another sagging fence, there were trees, and what looked like an old service road running higher along the ridge. The numbers on the lids made my skin itch. A 17, a 18, a 19, then B1, B2, not names. Inventory. Maya noticed too. These aren't graves. No, Jonah said through his teeth. Burial vault storage. Funeral homes use them. Precast concrete. They store them before installation. How do you know that? I asked. My uncle sold cemetery equipment for 6 miserable months. Family gatherings were educational. That should have helped. It did, a little. Concrete vault lids in a fenced storage yard were ugly, but explainable. Rest Haven Memorial Association could have been a contractor, a defunct burial vault supplier, a forgotten business name still sitting in old map data, a place the GPS had latched onto because map databases are messy and old rural property records don't always die cleanly. Then we passed a vault lid with fresh mud smeared across it in handprints. Maya stopped. Keep moving, Jonah said. She pointed. Those are new. The handprints dragged from the edge toward the middle, 4 long streaks and a thumb. On the gravel beside the lid was a footprint. Work boot, large, filled with rainwater. A light swept across the fence behind us. We ducked instinctively. The beam moved through the gate, over the first row of concrete lids, then lifted toward the building. A voice called, "You 3 need to stop right there." Male, close enough to make out words now. Older, rough, with a county edge that flattened the vowels. Maya whispered, "Do we run?" Jonah tried to put weight on his ankle and hissed, "Define run." A second voice, younger and sharper, shouted, "This is private property." I almost answered. Some stupid part of me wanted to apologize. Explain, we got lost. Our car is stuck. The app brought us here. Please call 911. But the first man had watched us from the truck and left. He had come back. He had gone through our car. He had shut off our hazard lights. Those were not the steps of a person trying to help. We crouched between rows B and C, the concrete lids blocking us from the gate, only if the men stayed low. Rain struck the slabs around us with soft, flat taps. My phone screen brightened in my hand. A blue dot pulsed inside the property map. The route line went west now, not north to the building. West, toward the old service road beyond the fence. "Eli," Maya whispered, "do not. I'm not following it." But I was looking. The map showed a small structure near the west fence, a square labeled MAINT. Then a thin gray road leading out to something named Harrow Spur. Harrow, the printed invoice. South Harrow Road. My mouth opened before I thought. There might be a maintenance shed west, and a service road. Jonah stared at me, from the phone, From the map, the cursed map, it says Harrow Spur. Maya's eyes flicked between us. Harrow like the venue address. Maybe. Or maybe it's more bait, Jonah said. The flashlight beam swept closer. Last warning, the older man called. You're trespassing on burial property. Maya stood halfway, one hand raised. We're stranded. Our car washed out near your gate. We called 911, but lost signal. The beam snapped onto her face. Hands where I can see them, the younger man shouted. Maya froze. I saw them then. 2 men near the open gate, both in rain jackets. The older one was broad and heavy, late 50s maybe, with a gray beard and a ball cap pulled low. He held the flashlight. The younger one, 30s, thin and jumpy, had something long in his hands. For one awful second, I thought rifle. Then the beam shifted, and I saw it clearly. A pry bar, still not comforting. Jonah said quietly, ask why they went through the car. Maya called, did you find our car? Silver Honda. We need help getting out. The older man didn't answer that. He just started walking toward us. The younger man followed, pry bar low by his leg. Move, Jonah said. We moved west, bent low, using the vault rows as cover. The concrete lids formed a crude maze. Row C, row D, then a gravel strip. Jonah stumbled, and I grabbed him under the ribs. He bit back a sound, but not all of it. The older man heard. His flashlight swung. Hey, we stopped being quiet. Maya ran ahead, tearing strips of pink tape from her roll and slapping them around fence posts, weeds, anything visible, not to find our way back anymore, to make a trail, to make evidence, to make the place look touched by someone who might be found later. Smart, terrified and smart. I had Jonah's left side. He hopped, dragged, hopped. His breath came in wet grunts. Behind us, boots hit gravel. The younger man was faster. Stop, he yelled. There's flooding past there. Maybe true, maybe not. We didn't stop. A vault lid shifted under Jonah's good foot. It tipped. Not much, just enough. His leg dropped into the gap between 2 concrete sections, and his weight pulled both of us down. I hit the ground shoulder first. Pain burst through my arm. Jonah screamed, a real scream. Maya spun back. Jonah. His shin had scraped along the concrete edge, tearing jeans and skin. Blood mixed instantly with rainwater, pinking the gravel. His bad ankle was twisted under him at an angle that made my stomach turn. The younger man's flashlight found us. He was 20 yards away. I grabbed Jonah under the arms. Up. I can't. You can. I can't, Eli. The younger man slowed when he saw the injury. The pry bar rose slightly, not like he was about to strike, more like he didn't know what to do with his hands. The older man came behind him, breathing hard. Get away from that row. Maya stepped between them and us, holding her camera like a weapon. Don't come closer. The older man shone the light directly into her eyes. Girl, you are standing over unstable vault covers in a flood. Move, then call 911. We don't need cops here. That sentence landed. Even the rain seemed to make room for it. Jonah looked up at me, face pale beneath mud. The pain had stripped all sarcasm from him. Maya said, why not? The younger man said, Dad, shut up. The older man snapped. Dad. So there were names we didn't know yet, but we had a shape. Father and son, private property, no cops, storage yard, washed out road. and a GPS database pointing lost drivers straight to their gate. The older man lowered the flashlight just enough for us to see his face. "This land is condemned. You understand me? Flood took part of the lower road last spring. County was supposed to close access. People keep coming up here because of bad map data, and every time it becomes my problem." "Then why did you leave us?" I shouted. He looked at me. "Because I thought you were with them." "With who?" The younger man shifted. The older man didn't answer. A sound came from the metal building to the north. A clang, then another. All of us turned. The long building's side door rattled from the inside. Maya whispered, "What was that?" The younger man looked genuinely scared now. "They're still in there." The older man cursed, low and vicious. The door rattled again, metal against metal. Then a voice from inside, muffled by rain and distance. "Open the damn door," not a ghost, not a whisper. A man, alive. Jonah clutched my sleeve. "Who is that?" The older man pointed the flashlight back at us. "Listen carefully. You want out. You help me keep them in, or nobody gets down before the road gives." Maya stared at him. "Are you insane?" The younger man said, "Dad, we can't." "Shut up, Ryan." Now we had one name. Ryan, 30s male, son of the older man, frightened, and holding a pry bar like he wished he'd left it in the truck. The older man's name came a second later, shouted from the building. "Doyle, open this door, you son of a Doyle." The clang came again. Jonah spoke through clenched teeth. "What did you lock in there?" Doyle's face tightened. "Thieves." The word explained enough, and not enough. The rusted metal in our tire, the truck watching, the vault lids smeared with fresh mud, the people inside the building. This wasn't a cemetery that didn't exist. It was an abandoned burial vault storage property, known to locals, misnamed in old map data, used by someone, maybe multiple someones, as a place to strip copper, dump stolen goods, or hide from weather. And tonight the flood, the GPS, and my need to obey a blue line had dropped us into the middle of it. The side door banged outward an inch. A chain held it shut. Doyle and Ryan had locked people inside, maybe thieves, maybe not. Another bang. The chain stretched. Ryan backed up. "They're going to break it." Doyle turned toward the building. That was the opening. Maya lifted her camera and fired the flash. Once, twice. White light exploded across the rows. Doyle shouted and flinched, throwing one arm over his face. Ryan stumbled, blinded, and dropped the pry bar. It clanged on gravel. "Now," Maya yelled. I hauled Jonah up with everything I had. He screamed again, but he got one foot under him. Maya grabbed the pry bar as she passed. We lurched west. No more stealth. No more debate. The west fence was close now, 20 yards, then 10. Beyond it, the old service road ran along the ridge, higher than the flooded property, rutted but intact. Between us and it stood chain link, barbed wire, and a maintenance gate secured with a rusted padlock. Maya jammed the pry bar through the chain. "Hold him," she said. I braced Jonah against a fence post. He sagged, shaking. Behind us, Doyle had recovered. "Ryan, get them." Ryan didn't. I looked back and saw him standing between his father and us, face washed white by rain. "Dad," he said, "they're hurt." The building door banged again. The chain on it snapped. A man burst out. Then another. Both in hoodies, both muddy, both carrying bolt cutters and canvas bags. Not workers, not victims in any simple way. One had blood running from his scalp. The other held a pistol. Small, black, real, everything narrowed. Maya froze at the gate. Doyle raised both hands. "Cal, don't." The man with the pistol pointed it at him. "You locked us in. You were stealing from me. You tried to drown us." The flood had reached the lower edge of the building. Water spread across the gravel lot, shallow but moving. The drainage pond to the east had overflowed, pouring through the rows toward the lower lane. The man with the pistol, Cal, apparently saw us. His face changed. Witnesses. That was the word I saw pass through him. "Phones," he said. Maya still held the pry bar and the padlock chain. My phone was in my pocket. Hers was in her jacket. Jonah's was dead or close to it. Doyle shouted, "They're nobodies. Let them go." Cal laughed once. "Now you're decent." The second thief, heavier, panicked, grabbed one of the canvas bags, and ran toward the west fence, straight at us. Maya swung the pry bar low, not at his head, not brave like movies. Desperate, she hit his shin. He went down hard, sliding in the wet grass, howling. Cal turned the pistol toward her. I threw my phone, not at him. I was too far and too scared, and my aim had never been good. I threw it at the concrete vault lid beside him. The screen shattered with a sharp pop and a burst of glass. The sound and movement made him flinch. His shot went wide. The gunshot was not loud the way movies make it. It was flat, brutal, swallowed by rain, and followed by a snapping sound from the pine above us as the bullet hit wood. Maya screamed. Jonah collapsed against the fence. Ryan tackled Cal from the side. They hit the ground together. The gun skittered across gravel toward a row of vault lids. Doyle moved for it. So did the heavier thief. So did I. I don't remember deciding. I remember Jonah saying my name, and then I was moving, limping, sliding, my knee sending hot pain up my leg every step. The gun stopped beside a tilted vault lid marked D14. The heavier thief reached it first. I hit him with my shoulder. We both went down. My face struck gravel, my mouth filled with mud and blood. His elbow caught me under the cheekbone. Light burst in my vision. He grabbed the gun. I grabbed his wrist. We rolled against the lid. It shifted. The edge dropped. His arm went down into the gap up to the elbow, gun and all. He screamed. Not fear, pain. The concrete had pinned him. He thrashed, trying to pull free. I crawled backward, choking. Doyle and Ryan were on Cal now. Maya was at the west gate, prying with a sound like teeth grinding. Jonah, on the ground, had dragged himself close enough to the fence to kick the chain with his good foot. Again, Maya shouted. He kicked. She pried. The padlock didn't break. The fence post did. Rust had eaten the bottom where it met the wet ground. The pressure tore the post sideways, and the gate sagged open just enough for a person to squeeze through. "Maya," I yelled. She shoved Jonah first. He screamed as we dragged him through the gap, his injured leg catching briefly on the twisted fence wire. It tore more denim and skin. Blood streaked the metal. Maya went next. I was halfway through when Doyle shouted, "Take Ryan." Ryan was still tangled with Cal near the row. Cal had stopped fighting. Doyle had him pinned, knee in his back. But water was now running fast through the gravel strip between them and us. Ryan looked toward the service road, then toward his father, then toward the gun pinned under the vault lid with the heavier thief's arm. "Go," Doyle shouted at him. Ryan ran. He slipped once, caught himself, and made for the broken gate. Cal twisted under Doyle and slammed his head backward into Doyle's face. Doyle fell off him. Cal staggered up and looked for the gun, saw it trapped, saw us escaping. He pulled a knife instead. Ryan reached the gate at the same time Cal reached him. Maya swung the pry bar through the gap. It hit Cal's forearm with a thick crack. He dropped the knife and screamed, clutching his arm. Ryan dove through. I grabbed his jacket and hauled him onto the service road. Doyle was still inside the fence. For a second, he and I looked at each other through the rain. He had blood pouring from his nose. He was old, terrified, stubborn, and guilty of something I still didn't fully understand. Behind him, water surged around the vault rose. The man pinned by the concrete lid screamed for help. Cal was on his knees, one arm hanging wrong. "Come on," Ryan yelled. Doyle took one step toward us. Then, the lower row of vault lids shifted. The floodwater undermined the gravel beneath them, and 3 concrete slabs tilted in sequence like massive dominoes settling into mud. One slammed down over the drainage channel with a sound that shook the fence. Doyle stumbled back. The route between him and the west gate disappeared under churning brown water. Ryan tried to go back through. Maya and I grabbed him. "No," he screamed. "Dad." Doyle stood on the far side, breathing hard, flashlight beam trembling in one hand. He looked at Ryan. Then he looked uphill, toward the metal building. "There's a ladder road behind the shed," he shouted. "Follow the service road west. It meets Harrow." "Dad." "Go." Then the flood hit the building's gravel apron, and the water between us became too wide to pretend. We went, not running now, staggering. The service road climbed along the ridge westward, exactly where the cracked map had shown it. Higher ground, rutted, overgrown, but above the flood. Maya and I dragged Jonah between us. Ryan followed, sobbing in short bursts, looking back every few seconds until the fence and the vault yard disappeared behind pine trunks and rain. After maybe 200 yards, the road bent south. There, at the bend, my dead phone vibrated once in my empty pocket. Except it wasn't in my pocket anymore. I'd thrown it. The vibration was phantom, my nerves firing where the weight of it had been all night. I almost laughed. Then I almost threw up. We found a paved road 10 minutes later. A real one. A narrow county spur with a metal sign leaning at the corner. Harrow Spur RD. Maya got 1 bar and called 911 again. This time the call held. When the dispatcher asked for our location, Maya looked at the sign, then at me, then back down the flooded dark behind us. "Harrow Spur Road," she said, voice shaking but clear. "West of Spencer. Multiple injured. Possible armed suspects. Flash flooding. Send deputies and rescue." Jonah lay on the wet shoulder, shivering and biting his sleeve against the pain. Ryan sat in the ditch grass with his head in his hands. I stood under the rain, face bleeding, knee throbbing, empty-handed for the first time all night. No phone, no blue line, no voice telling me where to go. Just a real road under my feet and the sound of sirens, very far away, trying to find us. The first deputy reached us before the ambulance. That's one of the details I remember clearly because it felt backwards. We were sitting on the shoulder of Harrow Spur Road, with Jonah half in my lap and half against the ditch grass. Maya standing over us, with her phone raised to keep the call connected, and Ryan sitting 10 feet away with his knees pulled up and his arms wrapped around them like he was trying to make himself smaller. Then red and blue light touched the wet trees. No siren at first, just light. A white Owen County Sheriff's SUV rolled around the bend. Slow, because the road was slick and narrow, and stopped with its tires hissing in runoff. A deputy stepped out wearing a rain jacket over his uniform, one hand resting near his holster, the other holding a flashlight. He was a man in his 40s, broad in the shoulders, with rain running off the brim of his hat. His name, I learned later, was Deputy Mark Harlan, 46, male, born in Indiana, and careful in the way rural cops can be careful when they know help is never as close as people think. He didn't rush us, didn't bark the way I expected. He just swept the light over our faces, Jonah's leg, Ryan's shaking hands, Maya's camera bag, my bloody mouth. "Which one of you called?" he asked. Maya lifted her phone. "Me, you armed?" "No, you," he asked Ryan. Ryan shook his head without looking up. The deputy's light stayed on him. "Name, Ryan Doyle." Something passed over Harlan's face, not surprise exactly, more like a file cabinet opening behind his eyes. "Where's your father, Ryan?" Ryan made a sound I don't want to hear again. It wasn't quite a sob. It was the sound a person makes when the worst answer is already pressing on their teeth and they're trying not to let it out. "Back there," Maya said, "inside the fenced property. There are at least 2 other men. One had a gun. One was pinned or hurt. There's flooding." Deputy Harlan looked down the road we'd come from, into the dark trees where the service track disappeared. "Rest Haven." None of us answered for a second. Then I said, "You know it. I know enough not to drive that way in a storm." That was the closest he came to scolding us. The ambulance arrived 5 minutes later, though it felt longer because Jonah kept drifting into a gray, quiet place, and then snapping back when Maya said his name. The paramedics cut his jeans from the knee down. His shin looked worse under their lights, a long torn strip of skin and swelling around the ankle that made his foot sit wrong. He tried to joke when they put the oxygen monitor on his finger. "Do I get a discount if I don't bleed on the stretcher?" The female paramedic, Lisa Morneau, 38, female from Terre Haute, didn't smile. "You get a discount if you stop talking and let me check your pulse." He obeyed her. That scared me more than the blood. Maya had a split fingernail, bruised ribs from the camera bag, and hands scraped raw from the fence and pry bar. I had a bruised cheekbone, a cut inside my mouth, a swollen knee, and clay packed so deep into my shoe that the sock had turned brown. None of my injuries were serious enough to earn a stretcher, which meant I got to stand there and watch Jonah disappear into the ambulance with rainwater dripping from his hair onto the blanket. Before they closed the doors, he grabbed my sleeve. "Don't let them make this sound like we were idiots," he said. I almost laughed, and then I didn't. "I won't." He nodded once, exhausted. We were idiots, but not only idiots. Then the doors shut. Maya went with him. She didn't ask. The paramedic let her climb in because she looked like someone who would otherwise jog behind the ambulance until her lungs gave out. I rode in the sheriff's SUV. Ryan rode in the back seat beside me, not handcuffed at first. He smelled like wet denim, panic sweat, and leaf mold. He stared at his hands the whole time. Deputy Harlan kept the heat on low and the radio murmuring. Words came through in pieces. High water, access blocked. Fire rescue staging, possible firearm. 2 suspects, 1 caretaker unaccounted for. Caretaker. That was the word they used for Doyle before they knew whether he was alive. At the hospital in Bloomington, ordinary fluorescent light made everything worse. The mud on my jeans looked theatrical. The blood on my jacket had dried in stiff dark marks. Nurses asked questions in calm voices, and I answered them badly. Yes, I knew the date. No, I had not lost consciousness. Yes, I understood they wanted to clean the cut in my mouth. No, I did not know my tetanus status with confidence. Maya sat beside me in the waiting area after they finished with her ribs. She had a paper cup of coffee she hadn't touched. Her hands shook every time someone rolled a cart over the tile because the wheels made a clattering sound too close to the vault lids, shifting in the floodwater. Jonah was in imaging. Ryan was with deputies in another room. The wedding venue called 4 times. That part sounds absurd, but it happened. Willow Creek Events finally got our number from Jonah's cousin and kept trying to reach us because the microphones never arrived and the rehearsal dinner had turned into a mess of borrowed speakers and shouting. Maya answered on the 5th call, listened for 3 seconds, then said, "There has been a serious accident," and hung up. I loved her for that. By morning, the story had started becoming paperwork. A detective took our statements separately. His name was Harold Voss, 52, male, from Ohio originally, and he had the tired courtesy of someone who had been lied to by people in worse shape than us. He asked me to start at the beginning, so I told him about the construction delay, the wrong turns, the app, Peaceful Rest Lane, the tire, the truck, the flood, the fenced property. When I said the GPS had turned itself back on, his pen paused. Not much. Enough for me to notice. Phones do strange things when they're wet, he said. It wasn't wet at first. He wrote something down. Your phone was destroyed. I threw it. At one of the suspects, near him. Why? He had a gun. That, at least, made sense on paper. The official version, as it slowly formed over the next 2 days, was ugly but mostly human. Rest Haven Memorial Association had been a burial vault storage and maintenance, property tied to a family funeral business that folded years earlier. The land had passed through lawsuits, back taxes, and deferred inspections, until no one was entirely responsible for it except Doyle Whitcomb, 61, male, a local caretaker and former employee who still treated the place like a private kingdom because his father had worked there before him. The lower access road, the one marked Peaceful Rest Lane on my phone and nowhere in county emergency maps, had been damaged by spring floods and never properly closed. It remained in some old private road database. From there, it had found its way into at least one navigation service. Rest Haven Cemetery, the real one by the church in Spencer, had nothing to do with the vault yard except old business ties and a similar name. Cal and the other man, Calvin Reese, 39, male, and Trevor Baines, 42, male, both from southern Indiana, had been stealing copper, tools, and scrap metal from abandoned rural properties. Doyle and Ryan caught them at Rest Haven during the storm. Doyle, instead of calling police, blocked their truck, locked them in the maintenance building with a chain, and left to check the lower road when he saw our headlights near the entrance. He later claimed he thought we were part of the theft crew. Claimed, Detective Voss said, in a tone that suggested claims are only useful after they've been dragged through mud. Ryan told them a different version. He said his father wanted to scare the thieves, teach them a lesson, maybe hold them there until morning, and make them return what they'd taken. Ryan said he begged Doyle to call the sheriff. Ryan also said when they saw our disabled CRV, Doyle went through it looking for IDs because he thought we were lookouts. He found our equipment cases instead. That made him more suspicious, not less. Cal's pistol was recovered from under a shifted vault lid after the floodwater dropped. Trevor's arm was crushed badly enough that surgeons had to put plates in it. Cal had a broken forearm from Maya's pry bar, and a list of charges that grew every time someone opened another evidence bag. Doyle survived. They found him clinging to the back ladder of the maintenance building just after dawn, nose broken, one shoulder dislocated, half hypothermic and furious at everyone. He was charged too, not with attempted murder, like Ryan kept saying in the hallway when he thought no one could hear him. Reckless confinement, obstruction, menacing. A few other words that sounded too clean for what it had felt like under the rain. Jonah had a torn ligament, a deep laceration, and a hairline fracture in his fibula from the vault lid fall. He needed surgery later that week. He blamed the mud, then the car, then me, then himself, depending on which painkiller had most recently entered his bloodstream. The first time I visited him, he was propped in a hospital bed with his leg wrapped and elevated, his face pale under the room's soft light. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he said, "Your spare tire was a war crime." I laughed so hard the cut in my mouth reopened. That was how we forgave each other enough to keep talking. Not completely, not neatly. Maya visited too. She brought printed copies of the photos she'd taken by accident and on purpose. Blurred shots of Doyle flinching under her flash. Pink tape on a fence post. Ryan's dropped pry bar in the gravel. The broken west gate. None of them looked like horror when printed on glossy paper under hospital lights. They looked like evidence. Wet, ugly, useful evidence. She kept one photo separate. It was the one she'd taken from the ambulance doorway, looking back down Harrow Spur Road. In it, rain softened the trees into gray streaks, and the road sign leaned at the bend. Harrow Spur RD. Proof of the exit. Proof of where we came out. She gave it to me without a word. I still have it. The CRV was found 2 days later, after the water receded enough for a tow crew to reach what was left of Peaceful Rest Lane from the county side. The rear hatch was open. Half the equipment was gone, though Deputies later recovered some of it in Cal's truck. The front passenger side had dropped into the washout. Mud filled the floorboards. The phone mount was still stuck to the windshield, empty. Insurance called it flood damage. The app company called it a user navigation anomaly. That phrase arrived in an email 6 weeks later after Detective Voss asked them for location data. User navigation anomaly. Like I had wandered off inside a menu and gotten my friends hurt. According to the data they gave him, my phone had selected Willow Creek events as the destination at 8:14 p.m. at 9:02. It recalculated after a loss of signal. At 9:11, it rerouted to a cached private road segment associated with Rest Haven Memorial Association. At 9:26, after repeated deviations and limited GPS accuracy, the app inferred pedestrian continuation. Continue on foot. There it was, translated into corporate language. The company denied that the phone could power itself on after being turned off. They suggested moisture, accidental touches, delayed screen wake, battery instability from impact, or user stress perception. I did not argue. There was no point, because most of it could be explained. That was the worst part in the end. Not that it was impossible, that it was. A bad map pin, an old private road, a flood, a flat spare, a suspicious caretaker, thieves, human decisions stacking on top of software decisions until the result looked designed. People prefer mysteries with clean centers. A monster, a ghost, a curse, something you can name, reject, or believe in. What happened to us was messier. A dozen ordinary failures shook hands in the rain. 3 months later, Jonah still used a cane and complained about stairs with theatrical bitterness. Maya stopped taking rural night weddings unless someone else drove, and even then she printed directions before leaving. I sold what was left of the CRV for parts and bought an old Subaru from a retired teacher who had kept every service record in a folder. The first thing I checked was the spare. The second thing I did was put a paper atlas in the back seat. I still use GPS. That's the honest answer. I wish I could say I threw away every navigation app and became the kind of man who reads stars and highway signs with quiet confidence. I didn't. I still need directions to places I've been before. I still feel that old panic when roads fork and traffic pushes behind me. But now I keep the volume off. I look around. I tell myself what I see. On clear days, that's enough. On rainy nights, sometimes it is. A week ago, I drove through southern Indiana again for work. Not near Spencer, not close enough to matter. Different county, different job. Daylight fading, sky low and gray, a gas station coffee cooling in the cup holder. My new phone was mounted on the dash. The route was simple. Stay on State Road 46 for 18 miles. No turns, no shortcuts. Then the app chimed, rerouting. I looked at the screen before I could stop myself. The blue line bent off the highway toward a narrow gray road with no name. My hands tightened on the wheel. A second later, the route corrected itself. Back to the highway. 18 miles straight. Normal, explainable. A signal hiccup, a traffic refresh, nothing. But just before the screen changed, for less than a breath, I saw a label slide into view over the empty gray road. Not rest haven, not peaceful rest, just one word, memorial. A semi passed in the opposite lane, throwing wind and wet grit against my windshield. The wipers dragged it away. I drove straight past the turn. I kept driving, and for the next 18 miles, I watched every road sign like it might be the one thing in the world willing to tell me the truth. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.